What do you think would happen if I paid 3 reality TV stars who have nothing to do with marketing to tweet about an online marketing company? Let's be more specific. What do you think would happen if I asked WWE Diva Maxine, Johnny the Unit from Jersey Shore, and Maria Fowler from the UK's The Only Way is Essex to tweet about my marketing company so I could get more sales? Because actually that is exactly what I did. So I'm going to get into that very shortly. But first I want to talk more about what this video series covers and why I'm doing it. In 2011, on my 22nd birthday, I launched Cloud Blueprint to the world, a 100% free video course on how I plan to make money in the future, and make money I did. It amassed over 100,000 views until Vimeo took down all of the content because I hadn't logged into my account for 12 months. Who knew that that was necessary? I re-uploaded it to YouTube and it has over 20,000 views right now. I received hundreds of emails from people all over the world who started the journey and started making money with the process. One person actually built up an email list of more than 40,000 people in just a few weeks. Now, this was over 3 years ago, and the truth is a lot has changed since then. Facebook spent $19 billion to acquire a phone app messaging service. Pinterest is the fastest growing social website for women. It wasn't even registered as a domain when I started my course. Twitter launched their ad platform, which gives new marketers a great chance to grow traffic before their marketplace and their ad platform gets saturated. Yahoo purchased Tumblr for over $1 billion as the rise in microblogging continues at an alarming pace. Point blank, the game has changed, especially for those looking to build their own online empire from home. So what we're going to cover in this video series is how to build a huge marketing empire from your bedroom or anywhere else you like without being a marketing expert. And I'm going to teach you this by showing you how we, so that's myself and my business partner Diggy, run a $60,000 per month empire which is growing very fast, that is only 8 months old, and then helped other people do the same. Now, I'm not that egotistical, but I do want to give a quick background on myself for those who aren't too familiar with me. So you can see I'm not just some random guy from the street who thought it'd be cool to do a video series. So that unfortunate looking guy in the top left hand corner is me, and I guess I'm mostly known for the story of leaving my friends and family at 18 to move to Cape Town, South Africa. So I left everyone from my home in Newcastle, England, and I guess I also left my accent there as well, since I don't have it anymore at all. And I worked as a social media manager for Land Rover, Hewlett-Packard, and I even did some campaigns for Bacardi. So this is country specific, so it's Hewlett-Packard South Africa, Land Rover UK, and so on. I did a lot of marketing campaigns for them. And Bacardi, kind of a funny, sad story, is that I only got to work with them for 24 hours. So what happened was they came to our company, they wanted to promote something, and I managed to get them on the homepage of Dig. Now, Dig is kind of like what Reddit is today, so social news website. Dig was the really popular one. We sent them about 40 to 50,000 visitors in one day, took down their website almost instantly, and of course they saw no conversions and no results, so they stopped working with us. I'm also the creator of Plugin ID, a top 10 personal development blog which I sold, and Viperchill, which is possibly where you may know me from already, which is a Technorati top 100 business blog and has been mentioned in multiple New York Times bestsellers, such as Trust Agents by Chris Brogan and Julian Smith. I have wrote most of Viral Marketing for Dummies for Wiley, so just over a year ago they contacted me asking me to write this book for them. And I don't know if you've ever read a For Dummies book before, but they're very specific about how they like things ordered. So a lot of bullet points, a lot of boxes that stand out in the page. It's really not kind of a novel or a normal marketing book style. They have their own flow of how they do things. And after I got feedback on a lot of what I'd written already, they liked my content, but they really wanted me to change the formatting and, have all these little boxes that stand out and so on. And anyone who's read my blog knows I really can't fit into that kind of style. I write a lot and I like to have it all flowing and so on. So we agreed to part ways on that, but I'm still the technical editor and I believe it's coming out this year. And as it pertains to this video series, my marketing business has grew an average of $12,450 per month, so that's recurring income stacking on top of itself every single month for the last 3 months straight. So here's what you're going to learn in this video series. I'm going to show you the fastest growing business model that all marketers or wannabe internet marketers should be using. It's fast growing and it's here to stay. My last video course was relevant for more than 2 years, so you can be certain this one will be the same. And I'm also going to show you how we're able to get clients paying thousands of dollars per month without knowing anything about us. So they're not coming to me because I'm this Glenn Allsop guy or this ViperChill guy or whatever. They're coming to me without knowing I have anything to do with the service that they're looking for. I'm also going to show you the frictionless close technique, which pulls in buyers asking to give you more money rather than you asking them to give you more money. And of course, just for the video, I don't really say, hey, let's do the frictionless close technique, but that is what I'm naming it. It's a very cool concept, and we're going to cover that in the series. And I know it sounds very hypey. You know, a lot of things in this industry probably do, but trust me, I'm going to stick to my word, and I'm going to cover that in a lot of detail. And we're also going to do this in a really low-tech way. So I'm definitely not the most technologically advanced person out there. I'm recording this video just a very basic, simple PowerPoint presentation that anyone can do. You know, I don't have any fancy graphics and movements or anything. So how we build this business is all done in a low-tech way. And as a bonus, as we covered earlier, I'm going to show you exactly what happened when I paid 3 reality TV stars to tweet about our company. So why is this super important right now? Well, first of all, most marketing systems simply don't work. Even things that I've taught myself just aren't as relevant as they used to be. So things people are teaching a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they're just not relevant anymore. And it's really changed the landscape for people who are building their own marketing empires or just trying to start any kind of project where they're making money online. And especially market saturation for any kind of marketing business, and especially people doing SEO, trying to get top higher rankings at Google, has made clients immune to selling. So I kind of joke that SEO emails have become the new Viagra spam. Everyone gets hundreds of them per week and everyone ignores them. Businesses just get so many people contacting them, offering marketing, offering SEO. They're totally immune to it. They totally ignore it. And I'm going to show you how to break through that. And our industry, especially the marketing, make money online kind of niche, is known for promoting something once it's dead. So what happens is someone will make money with some kind of campaign, the campaign stops making money, and what they do is they will get all those profitable screenshots when they were making money, package it all into a product and a guide, but there's no real space for anyone to make money with it. They're just showing basically what they did. This is not the case here. This is wide open, and it's going to be for the next few years, definitely. And the end result is that the game has changed. We're dealing with a very different landscape here, so it's very important to know what we're dealing with and how you can adapt to that so you can have success yourself online. So, are you in the right place? Should you be listening to this weird guy with a weird accent on this video series? Well, if you're an experienced internet marketer looking for a big boost in income opportunities, this is for you. If you're new to internet marketing and you kind of want to jumpstart your success, this is for you. And if you want to build a passionate client list who can't get enough of what you're selling, no matter your price, then this is for you as well. And before we get into the good stuff, I just want to kind of give a bit of a reality slap. So just imagine my hand is coming out through your screen, your iPod, your monitor, iPad rather, your monitor, whatever you're watching this on, and just kind of slapping you in the face before we get into the good stuff. So first of all, there is no money to be made here without work. This is not some get-rich-quick system whatsoever. I consider ViperChill readers to be much smarter than the average person. You're not going to believe me if I tell you about this one-button click riches and all that kind of bullshit that other people spew online. I'm not here to share that with you. I'm definitely here to share a model that has a lot of income potential, and a lot of people are making money with this already that I've been teaching, but you know, you will have to put in some effort. Also, we have no room for temporary experts. So if you're watching this thinking, I'm going to listen to what this Glenn ViperChill guy has to say, I'm going to make a ton of money for a month or two, and then I'm just going to get out of the industry, I'm not going to do this internet stuff anymore. I can't really help you there. This is for people who are looking to build long-term, established businesses that are profitable for a long period of time. It's not just a, a get in, get out kind of process. Also, is important is that I can't overcome your lack of value. So I may be able to help you get clients. I may be able to help you get contracts with thousands of dollars per month. I've helped other people do that. But I cannot stop clients canceling their contracts or wanting refunds with you if you do shoddy work. There's nothing I can tell you. There's no kind of email message you can send to them that will make them not want to have a refund if you didn't actually do any work for them. Now hold on a second. You probably think I'm able to grow my business so much per month because I'm ViperChill and blah 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 blah. That's totally true. I have the upper hand because I have a large following of people interested in marketing, and I'm somewhat known in this industry. I've been in it a long time. After all, I've been doing this since I was 16 years old. So naturally, I would be totally successful at my first efforts in this business, right? A very quick tale of lows and lows. So when I first started building websites, what had happened was I saved up for a very, very long time. I was working at TK Maxx, a clothes store in England, putting labels on clothes. I had saved up for a very long time to purchase two Technics 1210 turntables. I actually had to buy them secondhand because I didn't have that much money. And it quickly turned out that what I wanted to do, I wanted to create a website about DJing and my passion. I was having fun with it. And what happened was I found out I loved building websites more than I enjoyed DJing. So it was kind of a shock for me, something I'd saved up for so long to get into it. And I just started this kind of website stuff overnight and I just fell in love with it. Figuring out Google, getting conversions and all that stuff was just ridiculously fun for me, especially being new to it all. Naturally, as you do, I started a marketing company and thought it would be a huge success. I loved figuring out Google and getting leads and marketing my own websites and all that kind of thing, so I wanted to do it for more people. For my first year, I did not get a single client, nada, nothing. I even started trying to sell some ASP.NET website templates I had been promised would sell like hotcakes. I didn't sell any, so I just ended up using it on my own website. So this is the Wayback Machine. I cannot fake this. Go to archive.org if you want to verify this for yourself. You can see in the top corner there, that is July 3rd, 2006, 2 months after my 16th birthday, almost 8 years ago. So the website is pretty nasty. It's all left aligned. You can't really tell maybe from that screenshot. And if you look at the services on the left there, on the left hand side, free submission service. So what this basically was sending an email to Google and Lycos and Alta Vista and so on, saying, hey, can you come and check out my website, please? So just kind of showing you how long I've been doing this thing. You definitely don't need to do that anymore. And the things kind of continued from there. So what I did next was I started a blog on the website to show I knew what I was talking about. Everyone says start a blog, show you have some experience and some knowledge, and you will get more clients. Some of my articles did pick up a bit of traction, and I did get a few bloggers linking to me, but I was a terrible writer with an equally terrible haircut. And what happened was I did manage to pick up a few clients here and there, but there was nothing consistent. 1 month I might get 2 clients, and then I wouldn't get any inquiries for 3 months. So it wasn't really a stable business by any stretch of the imagination. Now the absolute worst thing that happened to me was landing an awesome client. So I landed just the perfect client. I was 17 years old, working from my bedroom, and I landed the Car Phone Warehouse. You may not know them if you're not listening to this from the UK, but they're pretty well known in the UK. I landed them as a client, and I did some work for them, really happy with it, and I put their logo right on my client's page, as I would. I was so proud of it. And then I got another email from them, and they wanted to be removed from my client's page. They didn't want to be associated with me whatsoever. So I'm just going to show you the blog I started here. I was 16 years old, so forgive me, but I have no idea why I thought it would be smart to put my face in the middle of every blog post. And you can just see here, like, I'm a client of theirs. I don't know the correct use of theirs. Market sites for our clients of ours. It just doesn't make sense. This is my entire blog post, just these 4 bullet points. And you can see I had a whopping 19 feed subscribers. And this isn't because the blog was new. If you look at the categories here, I had written 62 articles in internet marketing. This is slightly cut off in the screenshot, but over 50 posts in the missed category. So well over 100 blog posts, and I had 19 people who actually wanted to listen to what I had to say. That is quite the transition for where I am today. Very fortunate to be in the position I am today. Hundreds of comments in my blog post, and more importantly, I'm hopefully offering a lot more value in the articles that I write. So it's a very big difference for me to go from this, thinking it was clever to show my face in every blog post and not really offering any value, but offering a lot of crappy articles basically, to this where I write very infrequently and I try to provide a lot of value. So it was a really big learning curve for me. So what happened was I realized I had 2 options. I could give up marketing for others and just focus on having niche websites, which I was having success with, or I could find a new angle and really figure this stuff out. I really could not shake the idea of running my own marketing business for a very long time. So South Africa, working in Cape Town, have been a great experience for me, but I just didn't respond well to having a manager and a boss. That just wasn't for me. So I guess you could say it took 5 years of ignoring my calling, so to speak, to finally go for option 2, which is finding a new angle. And I refer to this now as my life-changing decision. So here's what I knew. I knew that I wanted to use my marketing knowledge to help businesses. I've always done a good job for the clients I've had, but it's about how you can break through the thousands of other companies out there offering the same thing. And a lot of them, especially in SEO, they offer promises they can't keep, like guaranteed #1 rankings and all that kind of thing. It's really hard to break through that. Of course, client is going to want to go for the guy who's promising things that aren't really attainable, but they just don't know it isn't attainable. I knew I didn't want to be some seminar speaker and work events like everyone else. There had to be some other way. So if you have dreams of speaking in front of tons of people at marketing events, I think that's awesome. It's a proven way of finding clients and growing your business. However, that's just not for me. I live in Asia. I don't really want to travel around doing speaking and seminars and so on. I prefer sitting naked at my PC just like I am right now. I'm just kidding. And I decided not to be the marketing guy offering everything to everyone. This was my biggest life-changing decision by far. I had offered every kind of service to everyone, and that just did not seem to work out. I needed a new angle. So taking a risk with a new angle, something that other people can't and won't do. Everyone I've ever encountered online, myself included at times, just seems to want to follow some quote-unquote proven formula, even when there's a million other people doing the same thing. So I didn't just take a slight new approach, I built my whole business around this new idea. I took the idea of only offering one service and only opening up one time of the month. I even named the company Private Inc. to emphasize the fact that we weren't offering everything and our doors weren't always open. Diggy and I even spent over $100,000 perfecting our SEO offering, our client management systems, content writers, and everything else we do. We really went gung-ho on this new angle. And as a result of focusing on this new angle, we found hundreds of businesses doing the same thing and making millions of dollars in the process. So enough about me. The focus here is all about you. If I spend $5,000 just on a domain name, I must have something pretty interesting to share. Or at least you would think so, right? Maybe I'm just terrible at money management. In the next video, I'm going to cover real-world actionable stuff. So you're not just learning from fluff and theory, which I absolutely hate. Click on the button below to get access to it. It's time you became CEO. Now, I just want you to imagine for 1 second that you could be at the helm of one of the biggest companies in your industry with clients paying you a solid regular income, and you could be profiting from a real stable business model that doesn't just rely on one person or one traffic source or one anything, and all of the work you're doing is in an industry that you care about. How would it feel to be the go-to person in your specific industry, where experts and industry leaders actively seek you out looking for your services? Just imagine, just play that game with me for a second. How would that feel? So you may be wondering what the deal is with this video series. Well, here is my ultimate promise with this video series that I have for you. First of all, every single video is free. There is not a single video here, and that is going to be hours of content that you have to pay for. That is a fact. There will also be no affiliate links. I don't care about profiting from some hosting commission or anything else I recommend. There are no affiliate links here. I don't make any financial commission from anything that I talk about. So you do not have to pay for anything. There's enough information in these free videos for you to have some success. And at no point will I mention anything I don't truly believe, aka there will be no bullshit here. So you're probably wondering, what is the catch? Why would I spend so much time making hours of content and video for free? Well, first of all, you have to keep in mind this is not the first time I've done this. I did Cloud Blueprint a few years ago. That was about 3-4 hours of video content. I've created a lot of free videos. There's over 100 articles on Viberchill, and the average article is 4,000 words on length. Truth is, as it goes for human nature, a lot of people just want to share their knowledge, their expertise. Like, why does someone go and speak at a TED conference and put all that work in? A lot of people want to share their expertise. There is also another reason for me. That is not the only reason, and that is quite simply, I want your feedback. I may not be writing viral marketing for dummies, which I ended up turning down, but I do want to write a book. This is my video equivalent of my draft book. Now, I don't know why I'm making myself say book so much. Apparently, I get a lot of emails telling me I say this totally wrong, but that is just my way of saying it, so forgive me. I don't know why I'm making myself say it more. But anyways, I'm going to share a ton of value here, just as I would in a book, and alter my writing based on what people like, don't like, and or struggle with. So of course I have put in a ton of work to make this the most polished video course that I can. It's definitely not a draft in any stretch of the imagination. I think I would be doing myself a disservice to call it that. However, I'm doing this totally blind. So I'm creating videos without getting feedback along the way. I'm kind of creating it and hoping people get a lot of value out of it in the process. So hopefully with your feedback, I'll be able to learn, I'll be able to tweak things, and down the line when I do eventually publish my book, probably under the moniker Marketing Inc. or Private Inc., then I will have a lot of feedback and I'll know what to adjust and what works. And just to prove, I've been planning this for quite a while now. Over half a year ago, I shared this Facebook post showing my storyboard. So I was getting someone to develop that video you see on the homepage. So this is not something I just thought of overnight and like a week later I had the video course up. This is something I've been planning for a really long time. So now we're going to look at the 3-funnel approach, and what this is basically the business model we use to make over $60,000 per month consists of 3 funnels. So funnel 1 is the agency funnel. This is about building a real marketing brand, and I'm going to show you 2 more funnels, but just before I say them, I do want to say that don't worry if you don't know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm going to go into these in a massive amount of detail during the course. So funnel 2 is the SEO funnel, and that's building a highly profitable SEO company. I mentioned earlier about how clients are kind of immune to people selling them SEO services, but we're going to show you how to break through that if this is the kind of thing you want to offer. And funnel 3 is for now a secret. I need to have some hook to keep you watching these videos. No, just being totally serious, I just don't want to overwhelm you with too many concepts and ideas straight away, but I can promise you funnel number 3 is really, really cool. So before I explain the funnels, you have to know why I'm not recommending other avenues, right? If I'm going to show you an entire video course on something, you're probably curious why I'm focusing on this specific model. It's certainly not just because there's money to be made. Tons of models for making money online have avenues to make money, so there's definitely more to it than a financial side of things. So here, I guess, are the 5 main models that we're ignoring: becoming a pro blogger, building a private email list, becoming a successful podcaster, building niche affiliate websites, and running paid ad campaigns. Before I get into why I'm not using them, I do want to preface it with a little disclaimer. They are definitely all solid ways of making money online. I'm just going to focus on the negative in the next few slides, but each of them have made people millionaires. There have been millionaire pro bloggers, millionaire podcasters, people becoming millionaires from building niche affiliate campaigns, and so on. There is no doubt that there is money to be made in each of these, but I do have my reasons for not focusing on them and instead focusing on something else, as I will now show you. So, becoming a pro blogger, I think this is great if you want to share your value, but it's something that you can get into and you're likely to make a lot of money and make that money fast. It is not the kind of avenue I go down. First of all, biggest blogs outside of the MMO niche tend to have a lot of authors, and also a lot of blogs get classed as blogs, but I don't really think that they are. So something like the Huffington Post, which has over 1,000 writers, people still call that a blog. Technorati still rank it as a blog. And for a lot of industries, the biggest blogs that are growing, such as The Verge and the technology niche, they have dozens if not hundreds of writers. So outside of some very specific industries, you do really need to have a lot more people working with you to produce content. It's also very hard to monetize with ads. You have to get a lot of traffic. You're going to monetize with ads based on CPM basis. So not only do you have to set up a blog, you're going to have to make products, promote things as an affiliate in order to make money. Additionally, attention spans are diminishing and going towards viral content. So that's quite sad for me. I really believe that people are looking less and less for kind of serious, impactful, important content, and just looking for content that will just waste a few minutes of their day and show them something cool. This is very prevalent on social networks like Facebook and Twitter. You will see this there all day. And finally, pro blogging has been around forever. Now, I'm not one to shy away from something where I believe a niche is saturated. It means if there's a lot of people in the industry, it generally means there's a lot of money to be made. But I will happily give you $1,000 if you can find some niche in blogging where there's a lot of income potential and it hasn't been taken over by dozens if not hundreds or thousands of blogs already. It is very difficult to find that because pro blogging quite simply has been around for such a long time. Building a private email list. This is what I covered in the first video course, Cloud Blueprint, which is also free. In essence, just to wrap it up very simply, you have a one-page website which focuses on collecting people's email addresses in a specific niche. Then you send them emails about that topic and eventually pitch a product. So I still enjoy doing this. I still think it's a good way to make money online. I just think there are simply better ways to do things. There are better ways to promote products. There are better ways to find industries to focus on, and so on. And with this, you still rely on creating multiple products to sell. So it's not just about setting up a simple email opt-in page. You will have to create things to sell or find affiliate programs and relationships with other people if you're going to monetize this method. And finally, you're slightly limited in promotion angles. Not every traffic source wants to promote a simple one-page website which has an email opt-in form at the bottom or the top or whatever it may be. For example, guest blogging. People may not want you to link back to a site that is just collecting email addresses. AdWords, the ad platform, Google's ad platform, they're kind of strict about this kind of thing. There's a lot of things you need to have on your page if you're going to go with that angle. So, becoming a successful podcaster. If you are not good at talking, you are slightly screwed, and I fit into this category. While I have had some success with my podcast, I cannot do a podcast episode, I cannot record a podcast episode if I don't have everything written down. Similarly, if I did not have these bullet points on the screen, I wouldn't know exactly what I'm talking about and I'd miss out words and so on. So I'm really not a great speaker. If I was a better speaker, I would have had a lot more success with my podcast. That is not to say that you can't learn to be a better speaker. Of course you can, but it will give you a bigger learning curve to get started and a bit of a barrier for entry. There's also a lot of competition from established broadcasters. You know, you're not just dealing with the guy from the street or someone else who wanted to start a podcast. Large networks, corporations like the BBC in the UK, they all have podcasts as well, and they're really dominating certain categories. And I guess the biggie for me is that you have to reach a large audience before you start making cash. No, I know I spelled sponsors wrong there. I guess that proves I am human. I'm not going to fix that now. So you really need to reach a lot of people. Sponsors aren't going to pay money if you only get 100 listeners per episode. You really need to get thousands, tens of thousands of downloads before anyone is going to be interested in advertising on your podcast. So building niche affiliate websites, another thing that I've had a lot of success with and I still have success with today. However, if you are just starting out, it is very tight competition, especially when it comes to SEO and trying to rank for product terms in Google. Generally, a lot of these niche affiliate websites you'll be creating are for things that are only around for short term. So it may be a new product on Amazon or ClickBank or whatever marketplace it is, but generally new products get a lot of sales when they just come out and then they start to die down in sales over the following weeks and months. So what I found, while I do have some niche affiliate sites that have, they've stayed with me for the long term and they're around products that are constantly selling well, a lot of times I will build something and I get a lot of quick sales and then it dies down, so I'm kind of required to build new websites quite often. And finally, you're very much putting all of your quote-unquote traffic eggs in one Google-shaped basket. While there are other ways to promote a niche affiliate website, probably the best way to get the most income and the best conversions is natural search engine traffic from Google. If they make changes, if they don't like your site or ban you or whatever, that puts you at risk and it can affect your business. So you really have to diversify things if you are relying on Google. And last but not least, running paid ad campaigns. Again, this is just one more thing where people have a lot of success with this. I do it myself. I'm not saying to not do it whatsoever. That's definitely not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if I was starting out right now online, or I'm already doing well with a marketing company and I want to take it to the next level, this is not what I would be focusing on. Why? Because you need a decent amount of capital to get started. You can easily find yourself running through $5,000, $10,000 before you find campaigns in areas that have a lot of money to be made. There are also additional expenses that come from ad creation, split testing, and learning. So if you don't know how to create graphics yourself and you want to do, banner ads around the web, you're going to have to pay someone to do that for you. You're also going to have to pay for different website templates and doing split testing and software that does all that for you, and tracking tools and so on, and your education online if you are looking to learn more about it and lessen your learning curve. So here's why I think our model works so well. Well, first of all, you don't need to reach a huge audience. Our $60,000 per month business, like I mentioned earlier, it's only open for 1 or 2 days per month when we offer our SEO services, but we get less than 300 visitors on the days that we open, and we make a lot of sales from those 300 people. So we're really not reaching a large audience. Our email list is like 1,100 people maximum. You're also not reliant at all on one traffic source. So if you go down the agency funnel, which is probably my favorite out of the 3 funnels, though a lot of people tend to go for the secret one, if you do go for the agency one especially, there are just so many traffic sources you can rely on. Basically, you just have a branded website around a specific industry, so you can just target any kind of traffic: Facebook, Twitter, Google Natural, Google paid traffic, email marketing, email solo ads, whatever it is, you can use it. You're also not reliant on one source of income. So while you are focusing on clients, okay, if you lose one client, it sucks, but you have others to fall back on and others you can find to pick up the space that was left by the one that left you. So you're not just relying on one company paying you. You can have a lot of different clients all over the world paying you a regular solid income. And I think the biggest one here is that you can operate in an industry that you actually love and make a lot of money in the process. So you don't just have to go with some set niche, set marketing company where you feel there may be potential. There is just a huge wide open market for this, for you to apply a marketing business to an industry that you love. And of course, we're going to talk about this more later on in the video series. We're going to get into more detail about what each funnel covers, but I just want to give you some kind of investment projections for each model. And by investment, I mean financially and physically for each funnel. So the agency funnel, you would have to spend, I believe, around $50 to $250 investment. Of course, you could spend more than this if you wanted to. That's just kind of a baseline figure I think is what you need to spend to have some form of success. And generally, I would say it would take around 4 to 8 weeks. From the people I've helped train already, it takes them around 4 to 8 weeks to start seeing some kind of results. The client funnel, so getting clients and doing SEO or any kind of marketing for them, you can start that pretty much for free or up to a $500 investment. And I would say you can get started, you can get clients very quickly, or for the average person it can take up to 6 weeks to see results. And for the secret funnel, which we're going to cover later, around a $500 to $1,500 investment and 4 to 8 weeks to see results. This is all based on a 1 to 2 hours of work per day. Now, I don't know if that sounds a lot to you or small to you, but if it sounds small to you, I just want to say that that is a solid 1 to 2 hours. So it's not 15 minutes here, 10 minutes of checking Facebook, and then back to your work. That's a solid 1 to 2 hours of work. Now, if you look at that model, you'll probably think, well, obviously I'm going to go with the client funnel because there can be zero investment and I can see the quickest results. Don't decide on that definitively just yet. There is going to be one of these that excites you much more than the other two once you know about them in more detail. Excitement and passion will prevail far more than just looking for the fastest and or cheapest end result. Trust me on this one. In the next video, I'm going to start with the agency funnel and show you real-world examples of companies killing it with this model. So this is actual companies who are doing it now, and you're going to learn exactly what I'm talking about by seeing how other people are doing things. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next one. In this video, we're going to cover the marketing secret of the Inc. 5000. So before I get into it, what I want to do, I want to share a very quick, very powerful story with you. When I first came across this story, it really inspired me. I just loved hearing it, so I want to repeat it for you here. I think you will get a lot of value out of it as well. From the age of 2, Steve Smith would find himself sitting at the table of his father's market stall at 6 a.m. each morning. After selling pens door to door, he had opened the stall to try and bring in more money. Later, his father's market stall success allowed him to start a cash and carry. Through his father's hard work and determination, he learned some valuable life lessons. Helping his father also taught him how the business world actually works. At 16, when most students would be sitting exams, he opened his first discount store in West Bromwich, England. And here's what he did. What he did next was a real stroke of genius. If an item was damaged or had no packaging, he would price it at 10 pence and throw it in a box. So I don't know the exact laws in the UK, but as far as I know, if something is damaged in any way, you can't sell it for your full price. It has to have some kind of discount. So no matter what the item was, if it was damaged or missing packaging, he would throw it in a box and it was priced at 10 pence. The box became the highlight of his shop, and no matter what was in there, everything got sold. And what happened was that people would come to his shop and just go to the box rather than browsing the aisles. They didn't really care the packaging was missing or slightly damaged. They liked that they knew the price of everything and it was cheap. And this gave him a new idea. He convinced a shopping center in Burton-upon-Trent to open a store with his new vision. And on his first day, he sold £13,000 worth of goods. This is a brand new store, brand new name, nobody knows about it. he sold £13,000 worth of goods on day one. His store, Poundland. Every single item was priced at £1. Nothing more, nothing less. And if you're from the UK, you probably know this store very well. So here is Steve now enjoying his success. He later sold his share in the company for a cool £50 million. The company has continued to thrive, it didn't just die after he sold it, and this year floated on the stock market for a whopping £750 million. Now I know you're probably thinking, what does this have to do with building a marketing company? Well, on the homepage of Marketing Inc., where you found this video series, I cover HubSpot and Marketo, two businesses worth more than $1 billion helping clients with marketing. They are brilliant at what they do, but I don't want you to become anything like them. Instead, I want you to apply this single laser-like focus Steve had to your very own marketing empire and hone in on just one specific niche. And why would we do that? Why would we just target one industry out of the millions out there? Well, first of all, it's very easy to position yourself as an expert and authority. I can't topple HubSpot or Marketo's market share anytime soon, but I can become a marketing guru for a particular industry fairly quickly. And just think about this as well. Conversions come so much easier. So just run through this very quick scenario with me. If you owned a gym, which company would you hire? Would you hire the company that offers marketing services to anyone and everyone? Or would you go for the company that only work with fitness trainers and gyms and they have a lot of success stories to show working in that industry? And the irony is that people think offering everything to everyone will get them more sales. I certainly thought that when I started my own marketing company back when I was 16. I offered pretty much everything I could. My experience or research, however, shows me that this is not the case. So I just want to show you a few examples of what I'm talking about here. So a few examples from the Inc. 5000. We have rich dealers. What do? They create advertising campaigns for retail automotive dealerships in the United States and Canada. As you can see there, 3-year growth, 734%, 2012 revenue, 5.7 million. So they're very focused on the niche here. Zambezi, advertising services for sports, entertainment, and passion brands. 3-year growth, 761%, 2012 revenue, $13 million. Largetail, look how niche this is. You can't really get more niche than this. Custom marketing campaigns aimed at niche readers of digital arts, culture, and style publications. 3-year growth, 910%. Another one, I just have so many of these. I'm not going to go through too many though. They offer marketing and lead generation for niche markets in financial services and legal. And just look at that 3-year growth, 1,587%. And here's probably my favorite one, Auto Shop Solutions. They provide website design and internet marketing services to auto repair shops, tire dealers, collision shops, and transmission shops. Like, who would have thought of targeting the auto repair shops or collision shops? It's just not something you really think about. But look at that 3-year growth, 709%. So just think about this for a second. A website design company that is focused on just the automotive niche is making more money than pretty much any other website design company out there, even though those other website design companies are focused on offering their services to anyone and everyone. Why does this work? Well, once you've decided on a niche, potential clients in that industry naturally flood towards you because they want to work with someone who targets their industry. You don't hire a football coach to master your tennis serve. And just look at this from Business Week. The US market for management consulting grew 8.5% last year to $39.3 billion. The fastest growing areas, marketing and sales. And this article continues stating that while companies are trying to keep internal headcounts low due to an unstable economy, they're increasingly looking at outside specialist help. This is not a dying niche. And remember, this is just the US. I have clients in the UK, Canada, Australia who report very similar things to me. So I promise I'm going to show you some real world examples. I give a kind of brief background there. In some industries in the Inc. 5000, let me look at another company. This is one of my favorite examples, NPE, also known as Net Profit Explosion. Now the reason I like them so much is not because they're successful, and trust me when I say that they are, but they apply marketing techniques I think you can personally replicate. They have managed to build a multi-million-dollar marketing company and their only clients are fitness trainers and gyms. If you have a law practice or a private golf club or whatever, and you want more customers, and you go to them, they're going to turn you away. They've managed to build this huge company just targeting fitness trainers and gyms. And here's a look at their revenue growth for the last few years. So when they started out in 2006, they did a fairly modest $60,000 in revenue. The next year, $850,000. The year after that, $2.3 million. Their CEO, Sean Greenlee, says it just kept going from there, pulling in excess of $5 million in 2012. And what did they sell? Well, here's their coaching program page. You can see they have 5 different packages ranging from £500 per year to £25,000 per year, depending on which package you want to go for. And here's what those packages offer. Private membership site, private Facebook group, monthly coaching calls, a fitness marketing system, a fitness sales system, and a fitness business management system. There is absolutely no reason you cannot create a private membership site. I've done it for pretty much every product I sell. I use a $50 plugin for WordPress, and WordPress is free, to set it up. You could create a private Facebook group in the next 20 seconds and email companies about that group. Monthly coaching calls, buy a microphone and download Skype for free. What my point here is that everything is membership based. This is all primarily web based. Okay, they do offer seminars and in-person coaching for their very high up levels, but for the most part, this is all internet based and stuff I have no doubt you can do. Now, you probably want to know how they're getting people to their website. Well, again, they're just following very basic staples of internet marketing that people have been using for as long as the internet was around to get leads. These are tactics you've probably heard of millions of times before that work so well, and trust me when I say they work especially well for niche marketing companies. So just look at their traffic sources. They have AdWords, so they're running AdWords ads here. Keyword, how to sell gym memberships. Someone Googles that, you're probably going to be interested in their services. They're also running Facebook ads. You see there, one ad, they have 27,000 likes. They're doing blogging, so they're talking about their industry for people who may be interested in what they have to offer. They're not going to be a Technorati Top 100 blog, but that's not the aim. All they're doing is targeting their content towards their very specific industry and picking up leads that way. They run a Twitter account to show what they're working on, and they do webinars. So they did one very recently, Tuesday, May 20th, Real Marketing Ain't Cheesy. And again, they're just talking about marketing, but they're applying it to their specific industry. Just like that Auto Shop Solutions example, you want to go to a company who just focuses on your industry. Clients want that, and it works so well. So the main point here is that you can literally apply all of the main internet marketing staples to your own ventures. There is nothing here that I have just covered that you can't do or learn how to do very quickly. And this also becomes much easier when you're focusing on a specific industry because there's far less competition and you can target all of your messages to just one niche. And this is the agency funnel. Now, this is not just for people who want offices around the world and tons of staff. You can absolutely crush it on your own from your bedroom or home office if you wish as well. Take John Sonmez, for example, someone I worked with in March to help with his launch. His first ever product launch. He did $21,000 in his launch week and doubled his initial launch goal. And here is John's email to me. Hey Glenn, looked like the launch was a success. Made a total of 105 sales with a revenue of about 21K. Pretty glad to double it. Now to the next challenge. So I'm sure he is pretty glad to double it. And I may blow your mind a little bit here. What were his audience? Programmers. Who would have thought that programmers need marketing advice? Well, keep in mind, every single company in the world wants more leads, and this also applies to people who are building their own business like programmers and operating from home. Every company wants more leads. If you can help them figure out how to do that, they're gonna pay you money. So I'm just gonna show you John's funnel here. It was so simple. So here was his traffic source. He had blog readers, so he runs a blog about programming, just like NPE run a blog about getting clients for your fitness business. I helped him set up Twitter ads. I think we spent about $300 on Twitter ads, and we did Reddit ads. That may be surprising for anyone who's got into paid ads. Reddit ads can work very well in some industries, especially for programmers. And there we spent about $250. So around $500 in spend equaled more than $21,000 in 1 week for launch revenue. What he did was send that traffic to an email capture form. So he captured their email addresses, Then he sent 2 follow-up emails, so he's showing them, kind of giving them snippets about what he was going to sell, so clips of interviews and stuff like that. And then he pitched his product. There was nothing more to it than that. John will happily attest to this. Now, that's not to say it's easy. He did have to create a valuable product for his audience. Remember I said in video 1, I can't help people who have no value to offer. But the process is not technically challenging. Send people to an email capture form, offer them some value, nobody wants to be sold to straight away, and then pitch your product. And the reason, the number one reason it works so well, I'm trying to hammer home in this video, is that all of his messages are tailored towards his niche. He knows what makes programmers tick and can write a message accordingly. That's the power of laser focus on a specific industry. Now, just to kind of break things up again, this is very important. If anything is confusing, if anything doesn't make sense, stick with me. We're going to wrap everything up together at the end of this course. Creating a course like this is very difficult to organize. Because, you know, I want to show you examples, but at no point do I want you to be thinking, I can't do that, or that doesn't apply to me, or help, what is he talking about right now? So, you know, I really want you to be able to understand that I'm doing this for the neutral person. So the guy who's totally new to internet marketing and they want to jumpstart that success, and the person who may be running a marketing company already, or they kind of know a bit about SEO and getting leads, and they decided, okay, maybe I can do that for clients. I'm going to put this all together for you in the end. So with that said, here's what's coming up in the following few videos, not just the next video. In video 4, I'm going to show you a Google domination guide to SEO. There's a lot of information on the web about SEO. The majority of it is totally irrelevant. We're just going to focus on what matters and share how we can get even one-page websites. So websites is just one page of content, their homepage, ranking highly for profitable search terms. Video 5 is going to cover the SEO agency funnel and the secret funnel that I mentioned earlier. These 2 funnels are very much interlinked, so instead of making 2 very short videos, we're going to pack a lot of value into video 5 about these additional funnels which make up a large part of our revenue. Video 6, an advanced recon guide to winning clients. I'm going to show you how to use the agency funnel, and any funnel really, to pick up clients with ease by focusing on one specific problem that your niche has. Video number 7, how to build a marketing empire part-time. I know everyone is not fortunate enough to be able to start a new marketing project online full-time. So this video will really touch on exactly how I would do things given just an hour or 2 spare per day. I know you're not looking for another 40-hour work week. Then we have 2 bonus videos coming up covering the exact tools that myself and Diggy use to run our business and how to take this to the next level. So there's a lot of value coming up here, and I hope this interests you because I'm really going to pack each video with just examples and details and content and really just try and give as much information as I can. So on the next page you're going to see an offering for a free ebook. Just go download that, get some more examples of the examples I've talked about in this video. Then totally free, all of these videos are totally free. You're going to be sent to video 4 and we're going to go through the guide there. I hope you found this interesting and I will see you in the next video. Welcome to the next video, and this is the Google domination guide to SEO. So here's what we're going to cover in this video. I'm going to cover the most important Google ranking factor, my 9 rules for creating a private blog network, what to do if Google hit a tactic, so if you have something working and it stops working, what do you do in that situation, and why you don't need to be a quote-unquote SEO expert or SEO guru to get crazy rich with SEO. So I'm going to start really basic, and then it's going to get more and more advanced as we go through the video. Don't worry if there's something here that you don't totally understand. We will cover it later. I can get feedback and answer your questions and so on. So the most basic yet important ranking factor are backlinks. There are said to be over 200 variables in Google's ranking algorithm. There is also no doubt that the algorithm changes based on an industry by industry basis. But pretty much the thing that is required to rank in most industries are backlinks. And backlinks, again, just starting very simple here, are links. You know those little blue, usually blue hyperlinks that you click to get from one page to another or one website to another. The website with the most of those tends to rank higher in Google. And we're going to give you a better example to see that in action right now. So 8 years ago, I was introduced to the click here method, or the concept rather, which is still as relevant today as it was back then. And it still kind of blew my mind a little bit when I first heard of it, but it also made total sense. So maybe you've had a really good science teacher or maths teacher when you were in school, and they just explained a very difficult concept in a really good way. So maybe pretty rare that they did that, it certainly was for me, but sometimes they will just be able to explain a certain concept in a way that just clicks with you and you just get it. And regarding backlinks and SEO and Google rankings, when I first came across this, when I was first getting started out in SEO, this really taught me a lot, and hopefully if you're very new to SEO, it will blow your mind a little bit as well. So here are the Google search results for the search term click here. We can see Adobe Reader, adobe.com, W3, Apple with their QuickTime download page, Java, and Firefox. Now I know that is a particularly strange search term, but there's nothing really relevant there to the phrase click here. Maybe further down the page click here labs, but besides that there's nothing much to do with that search term. And just looking at the results here, so this is the first result. I have not cropped anything from the screenshot, so that is the entire website that ranks #1 in Google for click here. And what you may not have noticed yet, but is hopefully quite interesting to you, is that the words click here do not appear anywhere on the page, yet they're ranking #1 in Google for that search term. Another example, Java. Once again, the words click here do not appear on the page, yet they're ranking, I think it was 3rd or 4th for that search term in Google for the phrase click here. So just want you to look at these search results again. We have Adobe Reader, Adobe the PDF Reader, Apple QuickTime download, Java download, Firefox download. There's a lot of more downloads as you go through the search results. So why are they ranking? Well, here's what happens. When people link to these companies, they usually say click here, and click here is the link to download X. So download Firefox, download QuickTime, download PDF Reader, whatever it is. And the text click here is what Google read. Google's robots and spiders that go out and crawl the web. They're looking at the text, they see click here, and they automatically assume those companies should be ranking for that term. Right now, the Google algorithm is so focused, and it has been for a very long time, on backlinks that it is crazy. And they will be focusing on that for many, many years to come. Now, while backlinks can definitely be abused, other factors such as social factors and on-site stuff can be abused much easier, so that is why a large part of the algorithm is still focused so much on backlinks. People are linking with click here and they rank for that. And that's just one example. This is happening in pretty much every industry out there that Google cover. And this is exactly why once you've figured out links, again, you don't need to understand every aspect of SEO. Once you've figured out links, people will pay you thousands of dollars per month to share the knowledge. Again. It's not about figuring this out for every single industry in the world. You don't have to be the SEO Google guru. It's about doing it for your specific niche. It really isn't that difficult. Potential clients simply do not have the time nor the expertise and will pay someone who has either or both to figure out how to get links in a specific industry. So just an example search phrase for you here. Don't read too much into this. Dog training in Colorado. And just to get the point home a little bit further, now this is what I'm about to say is very generalized. Anyone who's been doing SEO for as long as I have will be like, Glenn, well, there's much more to it than that. Okay, I agree. Like I said, there are said to be 200 factors in Google's algorithm. However, backlinks still reign king. So I'm not even going to look into this, but I can just make a general observation, a general point that the website ranking #1 there has more links than the website in position #5, and certainly more links than all the websites on page #5. There are more factors that have to do with it, such as your on-site SEO, how long your website has been around, the quality of the websites that are linking to you, but as a general perspective, a general viewpoint, I can say that the website in ranking #1 has more links than any other website. And while I said it can be abused, it is an algorithm that works. Alta Vista focused on words on the page, Google focused on links. So Alta Vista, when they started out, they basically determined how many times the site had a word on a page. So maybe you had the word dog training Colorado 90 times on your page. If someone else had it 100 times, they would rank higher than you. That sounds very simplistic, but we're going back to the late 90s here when, people were still looking through encyclopedias and their yellow pages. So any kind of search result was better than nothing. Google came along, they focused on links. If you've used Google search more recently than you have Alta Vista, then you'll know that the Google approach won. People preferred their search results. They are still possible to manipulate, but it's much harder to do than just getting how many X amount of words on a page.
And here is Matt Cutts. So Matt Cutts is Google's kind of guru for SEO knowledge. So SEOs just love flocking to this guy, and a lot of them kind of take his word as gospel. Matt has his own bias to say what he wants people to react to, so I take his words with a grain of salt. However, on this point, I very much believe in what he has to say. So here's what he said. I believe this was early May 2014, so very recently. I think backlinks still have many, many years left in them. I would expect that for the next few years, we will continue to use links in order to assess the basic reputation of pages and sites. That's Matt Cutts, Google's head of web spam, pretty much their head of search, really, and organizing search results. So he's saying, the focus on links here is going to continue. And just another example, just to show how powerful links can be. Best railing design ideas after the Panda 4 update. This did change slightly, but House are still dominating the search result. I think now they only have the top 5 results rather than the top 9 or 10. But you can see they've just totally dominated the search result. And why is that? Well, Google just see them as a massive authority. They've built 39 million backlinks to their website. And a lot of these are genuine from authoritative websites because they do have a good resource. However, I recently outed them, quote unquote outed them on Vibechill. They are doing a lot of dirty, spammy stuff that Google just seem to be totally ignoring. And they're really hurting other webmasters with their widget links that they're putting links on other people's websites and they're not knowing about it. But it just shows again the power of Google backlinks. House are getting a ton of search traffic from Google just because of the links they have to their site. So that's the kind of basic stuff done. Now, the topic everyone is talking about right now when it comes to SEO is private blog networks. I just can't deny everyone is talking about this. I've blogged about it on multiple occasions and I get asked about this more than anything else. So here's a very simplified approach to private blog networks. What happens first of all is a domain name expires. So I don't know if you've ever registered a domain name before, but it is something like google.com, facebook.com, vibechill.com, marketinginc.com. That is a domain name. And what generally happens is when you register a domain name, it is not yours for life. So the typical period you buy for is 1 year. You can't buy them for less than that. If you think a site is going to be around for a while, you may register it for 5 years. And of course, you can set them on auto renewal as they're about to expire. But what happens is a lot of people don't do that. Maybe they just, they build a website, it didn't really take off and they just forgot about it. Or they registered the domain, they never got around to using it, it expired and they didn't think they were ever going to use it, so they didn't bother renewing it. And what happens next is that it becomes available for someone else to register. Now this isn't instant. So say one day you forget 1 week too late that you forgot to register your domain, it doesn't automatically go out there for someone else to take. The waiting period is about 30 to 60 days, so 1 to 2 months that you have the opportunity to fight back and get your domain back if you did forget to re-register it and you want it. So that domain becomes available, and the domain still has all of the factors Google loves. So it may be the case. Now this is not the case for every domain. As I just mentioned in the example there, maybe someone just registered a domain, thought about building a site on it one time, but never got around to doing it. But what some people do is they do get around to doing it. They build up a website, they get a lot of people talking to them, a lot of links, and they just kind of let it die, they forget about it. It may have been 5-6 years ago, and that's pretty much a long time, especially in the internet world. And that domain still has all of the factors Google loves. So it still had relevant content there, it may not have that anymore, but it still has links from other websites. If you link to a website from your site, you don't get a notification when that website goes offline, especially years down the road. So what happens is a lot of domains expire, websites don't exist anymore, but they still have links to them from a lot of other websites. And then the people who are building these private blog networks, and that's myself included, they go and purchase a domain. And what they will be looking for is a domain that expired that still had a lot of links. They will then build a website on that domain, and then they will link it to what we call a money site. They will link that expired domain, which has all those backlinks that Google love, to their money site and kind of pass on that juice, that benefit, that vote, that pass that onto the site they want to rank, and they help. And you can really scale this up by setting up more domains and more websites. I have spent a lot of money doing this. I have more than 1,000 domains right now. You definitely don't have to do that yourself. When I started, we just had about 15, 20 websites, and that worked really well for just dominating certain industries. But now it just works so well, we've built that up to over 1,000 domains. So someone asked me, when I first talked about this, someone asked me a great question. why don't Google just devalue expired domains? You know, if people are ranking so well and kind of manipulating Google a little bit and ranking so well in the search results, why don't Google just devalue them? Well, first of all, it's not fair on the original owner. So what would happen? Okay, now I'm at the stage with viperchill.com. I don't know how many links I have. I believe it's about 250,000 links from other websites. What would happen if I forgot to register that domain? I still had that grace period of about 30 days to 60 days where you can still register it if you forget to renew it. And when I go to renew it, let's say I want to put on my new address, my new email address, and I got married or something like that, and I want to change my domain. Of course, this is a very far-fetched example, but I'm just trying to get a point across. What would happen if I changed any registration details? Would it be fair that all of those years of hard work were lost and I don't get any traffic anymore, any benefit anymore from all those links I built just because I forgot to renew my domain? Would that be fair? Another example, new sites are being built all the time. You know, there have been millions, perhaps billions, I'm not sure, but hundreds of millions of domains that have been bought and they've been let to expire. A lot of people kind of hoard domains to see maybe they'll one day be worth something. It turns out they aren't, so they just let them drop. Would it be fair for Google to say, okay, well, that domain used to be owned by someone else a long time ago, now you're using it, we're never going to give you search traffic, or you're never going to get any benefit from the links that website has? So new sites are being built all the time on domains that were once owned by someone else. Maybe a lot of them, not even maybe actually, a lot of them are being built not even with the aim of getting the benefit from the links the site used to have. A lot of them are just because someone liked the domain name and it was available, so they went and registered. Marketinginc.com has had a lot of owners before me. I purchased it from someone who owned the domain. I didn't just get to register it for free on some marketplace. Someone else had it, I registered it. I don't care about the site ranking in Google. It doesn't rank in Google. I block search engines from even visiting the site. But if I wanted it to rank, it would not be fair that it couldn't rank just because I'm not the first ever owner of that domain. And finally, it's just not that simple. The reason Google haven't just put in one simple line of code in their algorithm saying if the domain is expired, don't give it juice, is because it's just not that simple. There are too many angles out there that people may be doing this in a legit way. And to be honest, Google just don't know who is building on an expired domain in a legitimate way and who is doing it trying to cash in on the links that the domain had previously. So some great sources for expired domains include GoDaddy auctions. These are domains that have expired. There's a lot of tools out there. You can see if they have PageRank and so on. Moonsy.com is another one. It's literally built for people looking for expired domains with all those links and trust that Google look for. And to be honest with you, I'm not going to cover it in a lot of detail in this video, but there are a ton of guides out there and a quick Google search. So I'm not too lazy to cover this, but honestly, there's just so much information about this topic that it would take, you know, hours and hours of video to cover in detail as it should be. There's a lot of guides out there online if you want to research more about that. So for people building their own network, I think now a lot of people watching this may be new to SEO. Hopefully you haven't been too overwhelmed and you're starting to get an idea of the power of links. Some people watching this will know about link networks, and some people watching this will have built their own link network. So for those of you who think you may be doing this in the future, or you're doing it already and you want to do a better job, again, I have over 1,000 domains. I've spent more than $120,000 on building this up, so I think I have a few valuable lessons to share. So first of all, rule number one, this is very important, block backlink checking tools. If you don't do this, you are crazy. So what I mean is, there are tools out there, just like I showed you earlier, that House have 39 million backlinks to their website. There are tools that show me that. Google doesn't tell me that, even though Google know about them. I have to go through some other service to find it. And what you want to do with your backlink, with your network, is make sure your money site is not in there, as well as your network websites. So block it from Majestic SEO, Ahrefs, Open Site Explorer from Moz, and just all of the main backlink checking tools. And why do you do this? Well, and you may get to the situation where you're ranking very highly in Google for a profitable search term. That is the aim, after all. We're looking to do this to make money with SEO. A lot of people don't like that. They kind of want to figure out their competition. So what they will do is they will take your website, they will go and throw it in Ahrefs, and they will see, how is this guy ranking? And if you haven't blocked it, they're going to find all of your network websites, and they have two options there. They can find what you're doing and basically duplicate the process and do a better job than you are, Or what some people do is they go and try and report you, like the little online snitches that they are. They go and try and report you to Google and get you taken down. So make sure you block those backlink checking tools. Rule number 2, this is so important, and this is kind of advanced stuff I mentioned earlier. No one is talking about this. Absolutely no one has ever mentioned this that I've ever said, yet it is super important. So you're going to get a lot of value from this. Remove RSS feeds immediately. So what a lot of people do is they build their network sites that on those expired domains when they're building new websites on them. They typically use WordPress, the free CMS. And what happens is that WordPress has RSS built in automatically, and it automatically kind of pings out your latest blog post. So if you write a new blog post linking to your site, people not only can they use backlink checking tools, but they can use like Google Blog Search and RSS search engines and all that kind of thing and find your links that way. And not only can manual people do it, but Google and other search engines can find this stuff as well. So make sure you're taking off your RSS feeds from whatever it is you're using. Otherwise, you're leaving a massive loophole open for people to find out your network sites. And rule number 3, I just mentioned WordPress. Don't rely on them. Okay, it's nice, they're simple to use, it's free, but there are a lot of other free platforms out there as well that do just as good a job as basically passing on link juice from the expired domain that had links previously. So Joomla is a good example. Drupal, drupal.org, Drupal, and Ghost. Ghost came out recently, I think it's ghost.org. It's another free CMS. So if Google are ever going to kind of look for some footprint, more than likely they're going to be going after people using WordPress, because that is what most people who build private networks use. Don't just use WordPress, there are other free CMSs out there. So next one, Clicky Analytics, or pretty much any other analytics program, is better than Google Analytics. So what happens is when you use Google Analytics, you get a certain ID. So you have I don't know if you've ever used analytics software before, so you can see how many people are coming to your website, where they're coming from, and so on. You have to put a bit of code on your website. And in Google Analytics, it has this little ID. Now, if you have more than one domain, if you have multiple domains in the same account, they all use that same ID. Now, Google can definitely split traffic from one of your websites to the other. They can tell which website is getting what traffic. However, it has that same ID in there. And there are tools, again, there's a lot of sneaky people out there. There are tools that can show someone all of the websites using the same Google Analytics code. Now, when I first mentioned this, someone said to me, oh, well, if you set up web profiler and blah, 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 and web tagging and tag manager in Google, then it doesn't happen. Really, I don't want to go through the hassle. I use Clicky Analytics for pretty much everything. And the reason I use them, first of all, is not even for privacy, but they were the first analytics program to show you real-time stats. So I know Google do that now, but you can actually see people live on your website right now and exactly what they're doing. So I love Clicky Analytics. There's a lot of other options out there. You don't even have to put analytics on your network domains. You're not really caring about who visits them. But for your money sites, don't use Google Analytics on all of them unless you do want to figure out that tag manager stuff, or unless you do want to get caught. And just to go with that very quick point, rule number 5, webmaster tools is pretty much irrelevant. It may tell you when you get penalized, it may tell you what you're ranking for, but you should be able to figure that out yourself in other ways. Don't do this for your network domains. Don't have to go and tell Google. It's like sending them a message saying, here's my websites. Don't go and do that. And rule number 6, 3 more after this one, is don't interlink your sites. A lot of people do this and I don't know why. You're basically telling Google, okay, here's one of, if you find one website, let me make it easy for you to find all of these network sites I have going on. So don't link them together even if they're on the relevant topic. So if you buy 5 expired domains, don't link from domain A to B to B to C to C to D to D to E and so on. I'm not going to elaborate more on that point. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Don't do it. Rule number 7, use multiple hosting companies. There are hosting companies that are built specifically for creating this kind of link network. And what you're looking for is different IP addresses. I don't want to get too technical or too boring here. You can contact me about this later if you are confused. You just want to basically don't want to have the same IP address for all of your websites. Again, it leaves a footprint that makes you very easy to be found. So there are companies designed specifically for this. One example is SEOhosting.com, which is owned by HostGator. Please do not use them. I use them and they're absolutely terrible. I don't use them for anything serious whatsoever at the moment. I just kind of have a couple of sites on there because I'm too lazy to move them across. SEO Host are pretty good. I do like them, SEOhost.com. And basically the best rule is just to use a lot of cheap hosting accounts. So DreamHost, Bluehost, HostGator, Host9, whatever it may be. Just find a lot of different cheap hosting accounts and spread your network across those. Rule number 8 is link out to authority domains. Now, I have zero proof whatsoever that this is important or you have to do it. It's just something I do. And the reason I do it is because whenever I'm building a link network, or not even link networks, just doing anything to try and rank better in Google, I try and think, if I worked at Google, what would I be looking for to find spammy websites or websites that have no kind of value? And one of the first things I'll be looking for is websites that only link to themselves or maybe one other website. That is not natural. If you go to the BBC or Reddit or CNN or anything like that, they link out to other sources. Pretty much any legitimate website on any authoritative topic, even Wikipedia do this at the bottom of every article, they link out to other websites. So what I recommend is you link out to authority domains. Now, of course, don't link to your competitors. We're not trying to help them rank in Google, but do link to relevant pages. So if you are running a website about a law practice, injury lawyer or something like that, link to the injury lawyer page on Wikipedia. They're probably not going to outrank you for whatever it is you're optimizing for. And other authoritative websites on your subject, again, but just not direct competitors. And rule number 9, PageRank is dead. So PageRank, very, very brief, simple background, is PageRank is Google's view of a website. So it has a score of 0 to 10. So something like Facebook and Wikipedia, they have a PR 9. Google values them very highly. A website like mine may have a PR 5 or 6. And when a website is new and it doesn't have any links, it is a PR 0. Now, Google are said to be updating PageRank all the time, but their public PageRank, the PageRank they show just average muggles like myself and like me and you, they update that very sporadically. So I think the last one was about a month ago, but before that it was about 10 months. So it's changing all the time, yet we can't really see how Google truly view a website. So I'd much rather focus on other factors like trust flow and citation flow from Majestic SEO.com. We can cover this in more information later if you are confused with anything. And the most important rule is keeping this all to yourself. There's really no benefit in showing off how many sites you have or showing the world all of your top rankings. Someone will get jealous. Instead, play your cards close to your chest, keep ranking websites, and make a ton of money in the process. And don't just have some document in your Google Drive account listing all your websites and admin login details. Use something non-Google related like Basecamp or other project management tools. Don't mess up a very technically sound process because you share too much with the wrong people. Now, I know some of you are probably thinking, a lot of you who are new to SEO especially, isn't this all super dirty like black hat stuff? Well, I understand the skepticism here, especially when I'm telling you not to go and shout from the rooftops about your websites and what you're doing. Well, the truth is, any SEO is manipulating Google. So people like to have this view of like white hat, which is the nice, clean, fairy SEO stuff you do with Google, gray hat, which is kind of slightly murky but not too bad, and then black hat, which is like spamming websites, throwing your links in there and around where they shouldn't be, and so on. I hate those labels, and the reason I hate them is because what was once white hat can suddenly be thought of as gray hat and black hat and so on. Guest posting is a great example. 3 or 4 years ago, I was guest posting like a beast. I was doing more guest posts than anyone else online and linking to my websites. As a result, I was ranking number 2 in Google for personal development, number 3 in Google for personality development, which actually got more searches than the first one, and just getting a ton of traffic from Google for all of the guest posts linking back to that personal development blog I had. Not one single person came to me and said, damn, he's doing some spammy SEO stuff, that's kind of dirty. No one I emailed saying, can I write for you, thought, oh, you just want links to your site and so on. However, these days, if you were to go and email someone for guest posting, there's a good chance you're going to get ignored. People get asked this all the time. People started manipulating it, doing it in a really dirty way. So people, no one really judged me for guest posting. Anyone would have said it's white hat, yet the people who would have said it's white hat now kind of think of it as gray hat and black hat and so on. So the real view on something changes, and it's just stupid to kind of label it. The same goes for infographics, these informative graphics that people use to share valuable information on a topic. They started out being done in a really good way, just having a lot of value. Then kind of SEOs came in, took over, started creating tons of them, automating the process, paying people to put them on their websites. it got labeled under another hat and people just stopped doing it. Or at least Google said, you know, be very wary when you're doing this thing, put a link condom and no follow on your link and so on. And the same went for widgets. This is going back a little bit further than guest posting and infographics. These were probably done a lot more prior to those two things. So basically showing, like, you could have a little app on the side of your website showing the weather, and maybe you're getting that from weather.com or Yahoo or something like that, and you can just want to display the weather to your website visitors. Then what people started doing is they started creating all these tools and widgets that you could put on your site, and then they would sneakily put in tons of links there. That is exactly what House have done, but they just haven't got caught for doing it yet. So all of these things could be seen as white hat and they could be seen as black hat. It depends how you go about it. At the end of the day, any kind of thing you're doing to get top Google rankings is probably going to be against their guidelines and seen as manipulating Google. And building a private network, which I've just covered, can be done in a really white hat way. You can put great content on those websites. You can make sure they actually offer value. You're not going to be scraping content from other sites or spamming other websites for links to your expired domain or anything like that. That does not have to be a loser in this situation. At the end of the day, the aim is to rank good websites so you can actually convert visitors from Google. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. So what do you do if rankings disappear? Well, first of all, you relax. It's very normal for Google rankings to fluctuate. They don't stay static, especially when new things, new news events and all that kind of thing are happening every single day. So don't panic too much if you notice you've suddenly lost rankings. The worst thing you can do is start making a ton of changes to your site, start disavowing your backlinks that you currently have, and so on. Also, relax some more. And why do I say this? Well, because you can always reverse engineer results. Why would I not be worried about SEO in Google when the big part of my income relies on Google? Well, because I always believe I can figure out what they're looking for. How do you do that? Well, you go to any industry you like. You can go to dog training Colorado, you can go to injury lawyer Houston, you can go to anything you want, and you go and research in detail the website ranking number 1 on page 1, and go research in detail the website ranking number 9, 10 on page 1, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on page 2, whatever it is, and go and look at what the differences are. Do they have links from certain sources? Do they have too many links of this type? Do they have too many words on the page that are relevant to what they're ranking for? And so on. Sorry if this is getting a little bit complex, but for those who are well versed in SEO, they will kind of understand what I'm talking about. Hopefully I can catch up a lot of beginners later on. So that you can really always figure this stuff out. It's not something I worry about. And one little thing you can do, and I'm going to talk about this later, is you can redirect the site. So it may be the case that one day you do something and you get hit with a penalty. Maybe you already set up a blog network, you've linked them all together, and Google found it and they penalized you or whatever. What you can do is you can actually redirect those penalized websites somewhere else, and those rankings come back really fast. Please don't share that outside of this video. I want this to keep working very well, because it does work very well. So if you want to know more about SEO, please keep watching this course. Sorry if I did lose any of you. Hopefully those of you who know a little bit about SEO already, you got something out of that. Please keep watching till we get to the next level video, which is right at the end, and we'll have a lot more value for you and a lot more explanation. And again, like I said in the last video, I'm going to bring it all together. So in the next video, we're going to cover the SEO funnel and the secret funnel and show you how to bank hard with SEO. We're going to do what we did for the agency funnel and show you real world examples of regular people just like me and you. You know, I'm not some superhero or anything like that, who are making a lot of money with SEO, and I'm going to show you how they and we are doing it. So if you're interested in that, follow me on the next video. So in this video, we're going to cover the SEO funnel, and finally we're going to get around to that secret funnel with real world examples. So the SEO funnel, or funnels you could say. Now, a core focus of our business is SEO. Now, people do tend to get scared to do SEO, especially when you're new to the internet stuff and you're like, wow, how does Google work? And you got to figure out links and all the technical stuff, on-site stuff, and it can get kind of scary. But the truth is, and while I have been doing this for a long time, I've taught a lot of people who are very new to SEO to have great results. So I very much believe it's really, really simple once you figure out just the core stuff. And as you know from the videos we've covered already, backlinks are going to be Google's primary ranking factor for a long, long time to come. So if you know how to build backlinks, you can worry about the other stuff later. Backlinks are going to do pretty much 80 to 90% of the job for you in the current Google algorithm landscape that we're dealing with at the moment. And once you have figured out how to build them, there's an easy way to get clients for life, SEO clients for life in this very saturated industry, and I will cover that way in a second. And as with the theme of this course, it works even better when you start providing the service just for one specific industry. So you can become the SEO guy for the automotive niche, the finance niche, for plastic surgeons, anything. Don't target the same keywords for each brand, of course, but figure out how to get links in just that one industry and sell that knowledge over and over and over again to different clients. It's not just people building, overarching marketing companies that offer a lot of services who struggle, they go through the offering everything to everyone. I see SEO guys doing that all the time. Very few SEO people actually just focus on one industry and become the go-to guy for that niche, and there's a lot of money they're missing out on. They have this problem of trying to do everything for everyone. Now, on the next page, what I'm going to do, on the next slide rather, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to Daryl. Now, Daryl is someone who just a few months ago did not know anything about SEO. Even at the start of this year, in fact, he didn't know anything. But he decided he wanted to start an SEO business because he had figured out just this core link thing. That was it. He didn't have to figure out every facet of SEO. He just figured out links, and he decided to start a business around it. So here's what Daryl said after talking with myself and Diggy personally. I'm an absolute SEO nerd these days, and it is incredibly fun to do. Not only did you give me everything I needed to know about SEO at the time, you got me back on track with building my business and even led into building a local SEO biz that is doing really well now. So he left us a huge review on our forum talking about all of his success, and that is just a very shortened down version of it. So what did Daryl do? Well, he honed in on a specific niche and became the go-to SEO guy for his local area. That's it. If you're in his local geographical area to where he's staying, he's interested in working with you. If you're not, he's not. So that is his niche. That is his focus. So he started out. He ended up getting one of his first clients in February 21st. Again, this is 2014. Daryl, thanks for meeting with me. I'd like to go ahead with your services. He ended up closing this client for $800 a month. Next one, a few weeks later, March 17th. Now he knows a bit more about SEO and a bit more about what he's doing. He can charge more money. So another client here, Kevin, he managed to close for $1,000 per month. And as time goes on, his skills get better, he's getting better results, and he can charge more money. So another one, April 5th, he sent me this 11 days after, he sent me the screenshot 11 days after the email. Once again, happy to go ahead with the silver package, as confirmed on the phone. $4,200 a month setup, $1,500 a month in recurring income. So he's growing every single month. Now, Daryl got each of these three clients, so he has more than these three, but these three clients, he got them a different way. So one of them was contacted one of them with a cold email saying, hey, do you want SEO services? While it is, most people are immune to it, it does work now and then. One of them was for running an ad on LinkedIn to local businesses, asking if they wanted better Google rankings. And one was something that has taken our business, our personal business, to incredible heights. So if you want to get rich with SEO, you've got to use our secret funnel, and that secret funnel is really known as R&R. That's how we refer to it, and that stands for rank and rent. So you rank a website before you pitch any kind of services, if you have to pitch at all, and then you rent out the website for a monthly fee. Every business on the planet has been pitched with SEO services a million times before. What they do not get is someone already ranking in their industry for the terms they want to rank for, and then offering to sell that website back to them for a monthly fee. So you get to keep the site, and they keep paying as long as the rankings are there. This is also ridiculously simple when it comes to local SEO for local businesses, and we're getting new leads. People are paying us thousands of dollars a month. We're getting new leads, new clients every single month with this strategy. And often this is resulted in clients coming directly to us without us even going out there and contacting people. That's why I said you frictionless close. You can sell without selling, convert without selling. So our process typically is that we, one day per month, we'll just throw up 5 to 10 websites. It literally just takes one day in different industries. Each website has clear text on it that it's available to rent out. So sometimes the case is that a website is ranking high in Google before we even know it's ranking, because we throw up a lot and see what sticks. And a lot of our rankings really do happen within a week or two because the competition is so low. So a lot of times we get clients without even knowing they come to us rather than we having to sell anything at all, because we're already ranking. Local businesses check their personal search results all of the time. Even if they don't understand Google, know how to figure it out, they like checking what is going on. So here's just an example for the search term injury lawyer Houston. I just wanted to show a local search result, so don't think too much into the specific phrase here. So we have Terry Bryant there. I don't know Terry. Please don't contact him and say, hey, Glenn's using you in his videos. No, I don't know Terry at all, so a little bit of free advertising for him here. But I wanted to use him as an example for a question I have for you. So, would a law firm in Houston want to be contacted by an SEO company who said they can get rankings for them? So all those people with the ads on the side there, would they want to be contacted by someone saying, I can get rankings for you? Or the person who says, look at me, I'm number 1 in Google, or number 2, number 3, whatever it is, already, do you want that site? Do you want the leads I'm getting from that traffic? It is so simple. The conversion rate is through the roof if you go through this model. So just give you an example, nothing huge figures here, not huge money. I just want to show you how clients of ours are happy to pay for long periods of time, and you can really stack up a massive recurring monthly income. So this is just one client. They paid us extra for a couple of months. We did a little bit of recommendation work for them, but generally we're just renting out the website. Actually, those 2 months, it was because it was ranking. The website ended up ranking for some terms we hadn't even focused on. We kind of got lucky there. But generally, it was $1,000 a month clients. And again, that's just one person. So you get 2, 3, 4 clients, and your income really starts to grow. And very recently, they sent us an email. You know, we offered to get another website ranking for them. Sounds great. And this is Diggy, my business partner. Hey, Dirk, sounds great. Let's move it to $2,000 per month. So here are 5 tips for running your own successful R&R, rank and rent website. First of all, your homepage text should be relevant to your industry that you're trying to rank in and to potential renters. So I'm not going to go into a lot of information here about on-site SEO, but of course some of the content of your website should be relevant to the industry you're trying to rank in. Just going back to the injury lawyer Houston, part of the content on your homepage should be relevant to injury lawyers in Houston and the area and so on. And just the reason for that is to show Google that your website is relevant to that topic. And also what you want to do, you want to have a clear message there. I prefer to do this in image form, a clear big banner on the page saying, do you want this website? Rent it out from us, contact us today, whatever it is. Nice big message there. As I said, local businesses, they check their local SEO rankings all of the time. They will notice a new website that has popped up in that industry. So just save yourself some kind of hassle and let them contact you if necessary, if they notice you ranking before you do. Then what you want to do is you want to build out a few pages on the site, but don't go overboard. So have your home page, about 500-600 words, have an about page, just some generic info, a contact page, maybe a privacy policy that you can generate for free online. Just a few pages to make it look like a legitimate site. This is more about in the eyes of Google rather than an actual normal person, but don't go overboard. Like I said, we can throw 5 to 10 in one day at the start of the month, and by the end of the month we usually have a few sites ranking that we can make thousands of dollars from. I know that sounds a little bit overly simplistic, but there's not a lot of competition, so it is something that's very easy to do, and it's why I'm more than happy to share it on this video course, because there's just so many industries out there in the world. So we have industry lawyer Houston. Think of all the states and areas in America, Canada, Australia, the UK, and then of course, you know, injury lawyer is specific in itself. So there's just so much potential here. It's absolutely crazy. Don't go overboard adding too many pages to the site. So the key is you have to remember, just a few people get confused when I explain this and they're new to the concept. You keep the domain name, so you don't give them the domain and transfer the whole website over. You just let them handle the content on the website. So maybe, you know, they change the contact form to link to their email address, they put on their phone number on the website and all that kind of thing, so they can get the leads, but you keep the domain, so they have to keep paying you. You're the one with the rankings. It's kind of like having your own apartment and you rent it out for a monthly fee. Well, here you have your own internet real estate that you're renting out for a monthly fee. You don't just hand over your apartment, you don't just hand over your website. A few people ask me, what do I do about leads? Like, how do I collect the leads and sell them to the client and so on? Honestly, I don't touch this whatsoever. There are some people that do focus on this, and they probably make more money if you do focus on leads and you're willing to set that up. I've got a good example for you coming up after this slide, actually. Just for me, I just don't like the hassle. I just say, you know, if you're willing to pay me X amount a month, $500, $1,000 a month, You can take over the website. I don't really want to know how many leads you get. I don't really care. They are going to know if they're getting more leads. They are going to know if it's worth it to them paying you $500 or $1,000 a month. And as a general rule of thumb, focus on an industry where there are a lot of AdWords ads. So going back, I'm going to cut back a few slides. I probably should have planned this earlier. Where are we? Okay, so you see, look at all the ads there on the top. 3 ads before the first natural search result, that little yellow box indicating they're an ad. Look at all those ads on the right hand side. Obviously, people paying money for this already, for those Google rankings, for those Google ad positions in AdWords. They're very, very likely they would pay for someone ranking for SEO, because they'll probably save a lot of money. So if there are a lot of AdWords ads for a specific term, it's probably a good industry to be focusing on. So just going back through those slides. So great example here. Absolutely love this one. Great screenshot from our forums, our private forums, from Ken Savage, who used this method to land himself a nice check for $110,000. He's a real genuine person. You can see he's made a lot of posts on our website, over 100 posts there. His Twitter handle is the same as his forum username there, @Ken Savage. So I don't know if you can see very clearly in this video, but what it says under that check: I've been working a side hustle, SEO techniques. After 2 years, I've been selling a company 20 to 30 leads per month in the Boston office space. So that's the industry he's going for, Boston office space. And what happened, he says, they brought me in 2 weeks ago and asked if I'd be interested in developing a similar site for them or revamping their website. So it's a huge post. I can show you how to access this later. But he goes into it a little bit more detail. And what he said, so they had some more talk and they weren't going to let him leave without making a deal. So what would it take? And he said, if you want to part with $100,000, I can deliver the site this week. And they seemed to jump at that, and we all shook hands, and I kicked myself quietly in the ass for not saying at least double that. So he thinks he probably could have got about $200,000 out of it. And that's how valuable it is. Okay, they're paying him a lot of money, but just think how much money they're going to be making. They're making through all of these leads selling office space. They're probably making millions of dollars. Actually, in the full post, he does say he's probably made them over $1 million already. Why? Because a potential client to them is worth a lot of money. An injury lawyer, of course, they have $500 to $1,000 per month to spare because they're getting $5,000 to $10,000 for one single lead. So I'm going to cover that and why that works now. So of course, only focus on industries where a client is worth at least $1,000. So a client to your client, a customer to your client. You don't want to be the SEO guy or marketing guy for your local barber. They're making $5 a haircut. If you send them one person, they can't pay you $500 for that lead because they only made $500. So what we're thinking about here, we're thinking about insurance, plastic surgeons, lawyers, private golf clubs, office space rental, real estate. Real estate alone can cover the entire planet. And the end result is that most people will only need 3 clients to replace their current full-time income. Now, if you are making 6 figures a month already, that's great. I'm very happy for you. Or 6 figures a year, that's awesome. However, for most people watching this, and it's very likely to be you, you could really replace your current full-time income that you get in work with just 3-4 clients. You know, if you're pulling in $1,000 per month per client, you really don't need a lot of them to be making a great additional income. And what you can do is you can outsource the SEO or learn it yourself. You don't, again, we covered this in a previous video, you don't have to figure out what Google thinks about every industry in the world. You can figure out how they, you can just figure out how they work in the plastic surgery niche, or how they rank breast augmentation website or rhinoplasty services or whatever it is, and just learn that. So the key to all of this is rank before you pitch. Focus on one specific industry and you'll convert so much better and figure out SEO for that niche super fast. Now, a lot of people are kind of worried that they need to reach thousands of people. So I'm kind of slightly off the rank and rent model now. I'm going towards, being an SEO agency and just selling SEO services to companies that want it for their actual website, not that they want to rent another website. You really don't need to reach a lot of people to make a lot of money. So just showing you an example here, our business we mentioned before is Private Ink. Here is my email list. How embarrassing is that? This guy called Vipachilla, who's supposed to be writing a book called Viral Marketing for Dummies, who I'm supposed to know how to reach millions of people. My email list is super small. There's only 1,000 people on my email list, growing by 30-40 leads per week. That's, it's just 5-6 people per day. That's it. So just growing very, very slowly. I'm not like, I didn't put this in a Vipachilla blog post or anything like that. I'm only offering it to people who are likely to be interested. So someone emails me out of the blue saying, hey Glenn, do you have this available? And maybe I'll send them to a page where they can sign up to learn when my doors open. As I said, I only open for 2 days a month. I'm going to talk about more about this in the part-time video that we have coming up, how to build your internet empire part-time. So there's really nothing overly special. I'm not reaching a lot of people. And just to show you, when we open our doors, again, how embarrassing is this for the guy who's supposed to be the guy about viral marketing? But really, it's because we don't need to reach a lot of people. So we're not even getting 300 people visiting our website when we open our doors. But look at that bounce rate, super low, and the average person stays on our website for more than 5 minutes when they do land on it. So we have a very high retention rate because we're reaching the right people. You don't need to reach a lot of them. So here's an income screenshot. I don't really like doing this very much, but I know people are kind of motivated, I guess. I know I was when I started out online, when I saw this kind of thing. So that's 12th of April to the 20th of April. That's 8 days. Some of the lower payments there are when we had different smaller plans at the start of our business. I'm not going to add that up there, but you'll be surprised to know that that's about $10,000, possibly a little bit more because there's a lot of 59999s there. Probably about $10,000 in that screenshot. This one, 22nd of April to 29th of April, that's 1 week. There's over $15,000 in that screenshot coming right into my bank account, and those are all recurring monthly payments. But remember what I told you earlier. Just remember this. This would not happen if we didn't provide value. So it's a $60,000 per month and growing business. We truly care about our clients, and we do all we can to help them. Again, this wouldn't happen if we didn't provide value. All clients would cancel, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. If we get rankings, our clients stay with us. If we don't, they don't. Fortunately, because we figured out backlinks, we know how to get rankings. And we don't have some magical website that forces people to give us their money. We're just using this super basic theme. The whole of Marketing Inc., actually the website where you're watching these videos, just uses this $50 theme for WordPress from Theme Forest. You can see that yellow box there. It says I purchased it already, and it has this nice little admin backend where I can customize anything like my logo and so on. I don't want to promise you any kind of income figures that you can make, although there is a lot of potential here. I'm just showing you that once again, there is nothing we are doing. We're not reaching a lot of people. There's nothing we are doing that you cannot do yourself. We're not, we're not overly technical here or anything like that. So in the next video, what we're going to cover is the advanced recon guide to winning clients. So here I'm going to show you a really powerful way to get leads, build upon the John Sonmez model and his $21,000 launch week. So if you're wondering how to convert clients, this will give you, especially for the agency funnel, this will give you all you need to know. So I really hope you're enjoying the course so far. Thank you so much for watching it this far with me, and I hope you're going to get a lot out of the next videos as well. And just to keep in mind, don't worry if there's kind of a lot of questions going through your head and things you don't know the answers to. Maybe I didn't cover something in as much detail as you like. Kind of write it down, make a mental note of it, whatever, and I'm gonna try and group everything together right at the end of the course, and if there's anything I haven't covered, let me know and I'll try and help you with that. So again, don't worry if you're a little bit like, what did this happen? How did he do this? What did he mean by this? Don't worry, we are gonna get there. Again, thank you for watching. Click the link. I'll see you in the next video.
Hey guys, Glenn here, back with another video. First of all, I just want to say something. I have moved condo. I've left my house and my awesome setup that I had for recording the previous videos, and I'm staying in a condo at the moment. There's a little bit of building and stuff going on, so I do apologize if you hear anything in the background. Hopefully you won't, but hopefully there's still going to be a lot of value to give you in this video anyway, and that won't be too distracting. So in this video, we're going to give you an advanced recon guide to closing clients. So we're going to go back to the agency funnel. So we talked about the 3 funnels, the SEO funnel, the agency funnel, and the secret funnel, which is rank and rent. In this video, we're going to talk more about the agency funnel to show the power of collecting leads. Before we do that, I want to go back to something I promised you in the first video. Remember, I asked 3 celebrities to tweet about my marketing company. So they were WWE Diva Maxine, Johnny the Unit from Jersey Shore, and Maria Fowler from the UK's The Only Wears Essex. So I got them to tweet about me. So for example, Maria Fowler, in her tweet, she said, anyone wanting more visitors to their website from Twitter, check out Private Ink. No, that is obviously not what I do. I don't do anything about getting traffic from Twitter. I just simply allowed these quote-unquote celebrities, I guess they're not really at the top of the game, not Hollywood A-list or anything like that, but I let them tweet whatever they wanted to, just because I really wanted them to approve the message. I didn't give them a strict thing that they might not tweet. So we did that, and honestly, I never expected to pick up clients from any of them. They just don't have the market, but you never know. And that's kind of why I show you this example, because you just don't know what is going to happen. Every single one of them send us at least one lead. And I want to show you an example here, and this is probably going to piss off a well-known internet marketer. So just an example, I use sponsoredtweets.com to get those tweets. And you can see here at the top, Maria Fowler, that is the girl from The Only Way is Essex. And she sent us 45 clicks. And there is John Chow, well-known internet marketing blogger, and he sent us 34 clicks. Now Maria was slightly more expensive, but I don't know if you can read this properly, but what happened is that Maria only made one tweet. Because John sent us so little traffic, the service made him send 3 tweets, and even after 3 tweets he only sent us 34 visitors. A girl who just tweets bikini photos sent us more traffic than a very well-known internet marketer, and he sent us 3 tweets rather, compared to her once. So I just thought that was pretty funny. Again, we didn't really expect too much out of this. It was just more of a case of maybe it would work, you know, why not try something? And that's pretty much how we build our business, and that is why we focus so much on the model we do with Marketing Inc. Because we have tested so many things, we've figured out what works, and it is highly profitable, and we can teach other people how to do the same. So we talked about it before. I'm going to show you the power of collecting leads. Now to collect leads, you need a lead magnet. A lead magnet is the most powerful way to get someone to give you their email address. A lead magnet is simply something that you give away for free in return for getting the email address of your website visitor. So just a few examples for lead magnets. They could be a free audio file. You have an internal mic on your laptop or an external USB mic like I'm using now. And you can use something like Audacity, which is totally free to download for both Windows and Mac. You can put together a free PDF or ebook guide. You just need some fingers and OpenOffice. OpenOffice is totally free, and you can produce videos with that. Again, that works on Windows, Mac, and Linux. You can do a free video series. I'm not doing anything technically advanced here. I'm just using PowerPoint and Camtasia, or ScreenFlow actually right now for Mac. Really nothing very technical here at all. Or you could offer someone a free consultation about their business, so you can just get them on Skype and have a call that way. So there's a lot of things you can give away in order for someone to give you their email address. The reason we focus on collecting emails is because they're simply more powerful than any other traffic source. I would rather have an email subscriber than a visitor from Facebook, a visitor from Twitter, someone finding me in Google search, someone clicking on a paid ad, or literally anything else. Why? Well, quite simply, they can't be ignored. People have to take action with your email. They can skip over a Facebook post or something in their Twitter stream, but even if they just delete your email, they still had to take some kind of action with it. It's also the most powerful and stable way to consistently reach your audience. So I just want to show you a few examples here. Here's Food Trucker, a website owned by my friend Pat Flynn of Smart Passive Income. Now this is the blog page. On the home page of the website, there's a huge, like the size of that full vegetable image there is just a huge box asking people for their email address. And look on the right hand side there. He's giving away a free ebook, 6 free social media tools to get people talking about your food truck. So he's helping food trucks, people who run food trucks and they go to events and they sell hot dogs or whatever. He's helping them get more customers, and he wants their email address before anything else. Another example, Timothy Sykes, millionaire Forex penny stocks investor. Pretty much everything on his website is designed to collect your email address. Another one from Neil Patel at QuickSprout. When you view his blog, you're reading his articles, this pops up. It takes up pretty much the entire screen. He wants your email address. And just to throw my own hat in the ring here, this is ViperChill, my main blog, and the entire start of the right sidebar is about collecting email addresses. I'm not trying to get Facebook likes or RSS subscribers or Twitter followers. Like everyone else, I want email addresses. You may have recently given me your email address on the last page, that little ebook I gave away. Thank you for that. I do promise not to send any spam. My emails have always been pure value and always will be. So if I do follow up with anything, it will just be pure value, nothing to pitch you with or anything like that. So that is the power of email. Pretty much everyone wants that. And if you're going to go down the agency funnel, you should be focusing on collecting email addresses as well as a primary part of the homepage of your website and other pages of your site that people may visit. So an advanced recon guide. So this is about researching your industry and having something that you can give away. Getting the knowledge. Again, we talked about in the previous videos, why are we able to do this? Why are we able to make a lot of money running marketing companies? Well, people who you're working for, the clients you get, They just focused on their business. They don't have time to go and research all these websites and all that kind of thing and work out what they could be doing differently. They would much rather go out there and pay someone else to do it for them. So you do not have to be the best in your niche. So whatever niche you're going to be getting into, you do not have to be the top dog. You just have to know more about that industry than the average person. It's very difficult to be the best. There's only one spot for that ever. But it's easy to be better than average. You just have to be in the top 50%. I know that as you're listening to this right now, you're in the top 50% in the world at something. Now, Brian Clark of Copyblogger, he introduced me to the idea of the 3-book expert. So you don't have, again, you don't have to be the top dog. You don't have to be the #1 in the world in knowing something about that industry. There's only one spot for that. But if you were to read 3 books on any topic, so let's just say you read 3 books on parenting, 3 books on yoga, 3 books on perfecting your golf swing, would you know more than the average person? Absolutely. You wouldn't know, maybe you wouldn't know more than the yoga teacher down the street, or you wouldn't know more about golf swing than Tiger Woods, but you would know more than the average person. So that's what we're trying to get you where you know more than the people involved in that business, the average person in that industry. This advanced recon guide that I'm going to get into on the next slides, it's about you finding those 3 books worth of value that you can share to other people in whatever format you want. If you do the recon, so if you're willing to do the work at this stage in the process, this is probably where it'll take a little bit more time. Not huge, I would say about 5 to 10 hours for the whole work. If you put in the work here and you actually put in those 5 to 10 hours and do the proper recon that I'm going to show you how to do, you will get clients. There are absolutely no exceptions to that, I guarantee it. And again, why are clients going to pay you money? Because they don't have the time. They're too busy working on their own business to figure out this marketing thing, and they will pay someone else who's figured it out for them. So 4 things you want to be looking for in whatever niche you've decided. Where do your industry people hang out online? What are the top websites in that specific industry? So this is slightly different to the first point because they may be popular sources, but not a place that people can hang out and discuss things together. What problems are business owners in that industry having? This is the most crucial one. If you don't write down anything but this from this video, just write this down. What problems are business owners having? If you can figure that out, you're going to make a lot of money by providing the solution to the problem. What are competitors? So if there are other people who have started a marketing company in that specific niche, what are they selling and how are they promoting themselves? If there aren't any, fine, but if there are, go and look into them in a lot of detail to see what they're doing. If you can answer those 4 questions in detail, I promise you'll absolutely kill it when you enter the marketplace. You would be amazed how few people actually enter an industry and do any kind of research into that industry. You do not have to start from scratch either. All of the answers you need, the problems people have, for example, have all been discussed already. It's all freely available out there online if you take the time to do a bit of sleuthing, a little bit of research. That is all it takes. So continuing here, when you know where people hang out online, you can infiltrate and learn from that community. So you can learn the kind of language and lingo they use. You can learn other sites you may have not found yourself. You can learn the kind of attitude people have to marketing and building their business and so on. Why did John Sonmez have so much success promoting to programmers? Because he understood what they would respond to and he could target every message towards them. He knew the lingo, he knew what their problems they had and so on. And that is why he made $21,000 in his launch week. Once you know the top sites, delve into their backlinks and traffic sources. So write this down. These are great resources. Alexa.com, Compete.com, Quantcast.com, Majestic SEO, and Ahrefs. These are great resources to find people who are sending traffic to the leaders of the industry already. And you're going to find more websites. So maybe more websites you could infiltrate with marketing, buy ads on, join the community, discuss in forums, and so on. And once you know the problems they're having, and this is the big one, you target everything with their problem. So do you need X? Get Y. Do you have a problem with X? Get Y, which is the solution. So for example, I would have big writing on your homepage. You could create an ebook with 10 problem solutions. So for example, car dealers may not know what people want on a website. So when someone's going to buy a car online, maybe they don't know what is the most important information. So obviously the model of the car is important. Obviously the price is important, but what comes next? Is it the size of the engine? Is it how new the wheels are? Is it that they have any damages or anything like that? Is it how many owners they have? So what you could do is find the websites that do that the best. Again, this is just for people in the automotive niche. I'm just trying to give you an example here. And you could create a quick ebook, put it together, say something like 10 things you must have on your website to sell more cars online. Just an example. It can be a really simple ebook with just 10 bullet points, but 10 powerful points that people will get value from, especially people who are selling their car online. Auto Shop Solutions, they're doing a great job right now with their website, but I think they could do something better by actually, having a lead magnet there, something that is going to get people to give their email address so they can market to them over and over and over again. In our business, the business that I run with Diggy, the problem is it's not easy for people to get backlinks to their websites and backlinks that they can trust. We address that head on. Before we collect someone's email address, we talk about that they need backlinks. We talk about that it's not easy to trust them because Google make all these changes and people talk about white hat and black hat SEO and all that kind of thing. We address that head on and then we collect the email address. So it's about finding the problem and you offering the solution. And also finding competitors. So if there is anyone else operating a marketing company in your business, in your industry, it gives you an opportunity to stand out and distance yourself from the norm. So look into other tools. Another example here is SEMrush. That's what I used to look into what ads NPE were buying on Google AdWords. It's a great tool to give you some more ideas. So NPE here, just going back to them, as I love them as an example. They do everything brilliantly. They show you that you don't need to be totally technologically advanced or doing anything crazy off the cuff to have success. They're just sticking to a fairly simple model. So just to give you an example here, what they have, if you click on that yellow button, the one that says request a complimentary diagnostics consultation, you will go to a form that asks for your email address. The webinar link there, the webinar replay, where it says click here now. If you click on that, you will go to a form, a different form that asks for your email address. The next one, free raising the rates report. Click here now. If you click on that, you'll get to a different form about collecting your email address. That is what companies want because it converts and it's just so powerful to have someone's email address. They can't ignore it like they can something in their Facebook newsfeed or a Google search result or something like that. If you're in their inbox, they will see you. So just kind of recap on this funnel. It's pretty simple and not too complex. So first of all, you want to drive traffic to your lead magnet. So traffic can be anything. You can be running Facebook ads, natural Google search traffic, Google paid ads, Twitter interactions. You don't have to spend money. Maybe you can just email relevant businesses and bloggers about what you're giving away for free, post on forums and so on. Then you want to provide value in follow-up emails. So don't just sell things to someone straight away. Just continue sharing information from the things you learned from your research. Those 4 questions I asked you, once you figured out that in a lot of detail, you can sell that to clients in your industry. So you give them the lead magnet and then you give them 2 follow-up emails that are just purely providing value, giving more ideas and more things from the research that you found that are relevant to helping them with their business. Maybe you found some other car website doing something that you think would work well for that car website. Maybe you found this private golf club doing something that this other private golf club would benefit from. You send that in an email, a couple hundred words, give them value, send another email, give them value. And then you sell, you pitch whatever it is you have to offer. Don't be afraid to sell. People love shopping. They just want to make sure that you're a good fit. So whether this is coaching, monthly phone calls, a private membership site, a product or an ebook. An ebook you can just put it together in an open office and you can sell that for a lot of money. Let them have it. So for the marketing, we covered there the agency funnel. This is how I would focus on the marketing. Focus on the problems people have. Create some kind of simple lead magnet. Again, it doesn't have to be like a novel or anything like that. It can be a 10, 15 page ebook max, a 30-minute audio file, a 10-minute video on PowerPoint, whatever you want it to be. However you want to package that information is totally up to you. And that is how I would start marketing myself and my services. For the secret funnel, the rank and rent model, your marketing will be done after you rank. So what we talked about here doesn't really apply to the secret funnel because you want to be ranking first and then contact businesses saying, hey, I'm ranking, do you want the site? Do you want to advertise on this website? And then you start making money that way. For the SEO funnel, you can definitely pick up clients this way. So you could do, maybe you're in the automotive niche, again, just picking very generic examples. You can obviously go with something that you're more passionate about personally. I would say something like how to get backlinks in the automotive niche, how to get better Google rankings in the automotive niche, how plastic surgeons can get better Google rankings for their practice, all of this kind of thing. And just give it a niche focus, give away that lead magnet, and then when you pitch your services, that's when you start pitching your SEO. It can be a great way. Of course, there are many other options out there to promote your SEO services as well, which we'll talk about later. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to put all of this together. I know we've had a lot of value and a lot of different complex, maybe complex ideas. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to kind of click that all together. I know you're not looking for another 40-hour work week, and I don't expect you to be either. Luckily, you don't need that much time. If you have a spare 1 to 2 hours per day, I'll show you how you can absolutely crush it with your own marketing company. So for the next video, I'm also going to focus more towards the agency funnel, but you can apply many of the principles I talk about to other funnels as well. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. So the number one question that I've been asked from people who have been through this video course is, how can I do this part-time, and can I do it? Is it possible to do this in my spare time? So it's very important for me to include this because not everyone is in the fortunate position that I am in to be able to do this kind of thing full-time. I truly value the situation I find myself in, even though it included years of struggle, as I love what I do. I want you to love what you do and be able to get to this stage as well, so I'm going to show you how to do it with an hour or two, just in 1 hour or two spare per day. And my good friend who I created this entire series for has a full-time accounting job. So the guy you see mentioned on the bottom left of every page on this website, Justin, is someone I've known for a long time, and he has a real desire to succeed. But he just needed a strategy to take that desire and be able to put it into action. I couldn't put together a strategy that requires 40 hours a week because he just doesn't have that. So before we get into the good stuff here, I just want to make a quick confession. My confession is that I never planned to start a marketing business. Hopefully none of my clients are listening to this and they suddenly start freaking out. So I didn't wake up one day and get on the phone with Diggy and say we should start a huge SEO company, a huge marketing inc. Instead, like all good businesses, it started by total accident. To cut a very long story short, myself and Diggy purchased a lot of domain names for a private blog network, a lot of websites for some of our SEO projects that we were running, and we ended up buying way more than we needed. So we ended up giving them to a good friend for a good price who runs an SEO company. What happened next after we gave him those domains totally blew us and him away. Every single client he gave new links to improved in rankings, even ones that had been stuck for a few weeks and clients who were considering not working with him anymore. Every single one improved in rankings. Of course, he then asked us for more links and has been buying them from us every single month since that day. So in this video, I'm going to cover how I get to 6 figures per month doing this in your spare time, or if I was doing it spare time like I was when we started. As mentioned in the previous video, I'll primarily be focusing on the agency funnel here, but you can certainly apply the advice to other funnels as well. For this video, I kind of zoned back into my old headspace when I was building a marketing business at 16. I was going to college at 5 days a week. I was working an 8-hour work shift on Saturday and Sunday in a clothes store. So I kind of zoned back into that headspace and figured out, like, remembering when I had very little time to do this stuff, what I would do. So I'm going to show you exactly what I would do if I didn't have a lot of time to put all of this together. So how did we grow a $60,000 per month business, which is growing while working part-time? Well, actually we didn't. The second part is a lie. However, it is not a lie that our first few months, getting up to about $15,000 to $20,000 per month, we were very much working part-time. Getting to 60K, that was not part-time. I'm not going to lie to you. I could bullshit you and just say, you know, it was all done with 2 hours a week. That's not the case. We put in more effort. But to get to $15,000 to $20,000 a month, we were very much working part-time, and then we dedicated more time to it to grow it further. These days, we work on the business as much as we can because we love it. I started a marketing company back when I was 16 years old. I just loved the whole process. At the end of the day, you have to have something to do with your time, something to do with your days, and this is what I personally want to do. Think of any successful billionaires like Warren Buffett, Steve Jobs, Richard Branson. Basically anyone who started their business and has made a lot of money, and they still continue working on their business. Even think of athletes. When they retire, they very often get into coaching and training because they love what they do. This is simply what I enjoy doing, and I enjoy teaching it and helping other people succeed as well. So what we did when we started our business to start with, to get clients and stuff like that, we simply started putting hints in emails about offering some kind of SEO service. And those who contacted us, so they had an idea that maybe we offered something, they got sent a link to a website. And the reason we did this, we didn't just go fully overboard with a launch or anything like that. The reason we did this is because we wanted to open things up, but we didn't want to do it too fast. So we had been having a lot of success with our own websites. The person that we gave those excess domains to, and he's been buying them from us every month, he had success, but we wanted to make sure we could just reach a large audience and make sure they would have success as well before we kind of went global and really scaled things up. After all, I want my audience to trust what I have to offer, and I can't do that if we open to a ton of people and things didn't actually work. So we want to start a bit small, make sure we could get results for more clients, and then open our doors up further. So this was the page, kind of embarrassing looking back at it now. Back in August 2013, this was the page that we first started offering our services on 8 to 9 months ago. It's literally a one page of a website, and this is very, very simple. Pretty terrible page, just showing our rules for people using the service, a few screenshots of the results we've been able to get, and then a box at the bottom with our pricing. And here is that pricing box from when we first started out. Pretty ugly. It's actually there isn't supposed to be that white gap between the pricing options, but I kind of suck with CSS, so I couldn't really get them aligned up properly, so I just stuck with that. So the pricing there: $99 a month, $249 a month, and $499 a month. And if you're interested, here is our pricing today. What is interesting is that our lowest price point that we offer today is higher than the middle price point we offered when we started out. I think that's a pretty clear sign of how far we've come with the results we can get for our clients and the kind of marketing angles that we've figured out that we want to teach you in order to get people happy to pay you more money. So it's a big difference going from our second price was $249 a month, and now that second price is up to $600, and it's even cheaper than our beginner price at the moment. If we were full, which we often were, we would often send an email like this. So unfortunately, this is someone called Andrea who contacted us, the private circle. That's how we kind of called ourselves before we went to move to private Inc. Maxed out, only package we have left is the most expensive one. It was totally true. Otherwise, I can email you in about a month. So I'm basically turning someone away. And I'm not turning them away as some kind of marketing gimmick. Turning people away dramatically reduced our workload so we could streamline processes. So just think for 1 second what we have to do when we get a new client. We want to think about which sites in our private network we should use to link to that specific client. The sites which are most relevant to their industry. We don't just have this list already organized and stuff. We want to get her links from sites that don't link out to too many other sites already, and so on. By the way, I just want to interrupt and say if you do hear any background noise, as in the previous video, I apologize deeply. As I moved into a new condo, there's a lot of building work going on around here, and there's really not much I can do about it. I like to think you would rather me continue with the videos rather than have a month wait before I get the next one out there. So, continuing. So what we have to do, we have to find out which sites we're going to get links from. We also have to make sure that we can actually rank them for the keywords that they want to rank for. We don't take on clients if we don't think we can have an impact for them. We also have to order and create content for them. So when we give links, we don't just throw them in a sidebar on some random website. They get put in unique 500-word articles relevant to the topic of their site. And then slowly, so we don't do all this at once, just to kind of keep things a bit more natural, we start putting their content on websites, and so on and so on. If we get people signing up at different points in the month, it's very difficult to do all of these things and deal with our staff and work this out. We prefer to do this all in one day for this client, all of this content ideas for this group of clients on this day, blah 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 on this day. So if we're getting people signing up on random days in the month, it adds to our workload. We don't want that, and it's worked really nicely. And it's good to have something like this because when your business partner's traveling the world, you have to become a bit smarter with your time. So here's Diggy driving a nice Ferrari that he rented out for the day in Paris. Here he is. I think this one is in Amsterdam. He rented a Porsche for the day, just driving around the track with his cousin. And another one here in the Bahamas. Reaffirm the point that we didn't get to stay together to build this business. He has been traveling a ton, yet still keeping up with his workload and being able to help grow the business. We split this business entirely 50-50 right down the middle, and there was absolutely no way he does less work than me. So for the majority of the business, the last 7-8 months, we have not been working together physically in person whatsoever, yet we've been able to grow this empire very much part-time. So we're really grateful that we get to do this stuff online. Because of our success already in various websites, we're able to work full-time on the internet. We don't have a job or anything like that. However, for this new project, for building a marketing Inc., when we started out, it definitely didn't apply. We definitely didn't have full time to dedicate to things. At the time we were growing this business, we were also building niche websites. So I guess for me personally, I'm very much known for having success with niche affiliate websites. It's something I've talked a lot about on my blog. I didn't want to stop that and, totally forget about it just because I had this new business going on. So again, even though we have this full-time opportunity available to us, we have other projects going on, so we could only dedicate a certain amount of hours to doing this. Another big one for me is releasing the next version of my plugin. I have a plugin for WordPress. I probably sold about $300,000-$400,000 worth of software on one plugin. It's a huge plugin. We've got thousands of customers, and the customers I have to take care of when we do a new update to the software. So it's very important to me, and that plugin is optinskin.com, by the way, opt-in plugin for WordPress. It was very important to me that we released a good update and didn't just rush it and it didn't start breaking people's websites and get a lot of bad press and so on. So I was putting a lot of time into that. And I was also getting into paid advertising. So I'm a member of a paid advertising community. I'm not really a big paid ad guy, but I've definitely been getting into it more. And right now I'm spending a couple $100 per day on Facebook ads and other networks and AdWords and so on. So it's also something I didn't just want to stop and cut off because I started this new angle and started getting into SEO again. And finally, also, of course, writing blog posts for VibeChill and my various other sites and their strategies and so on. So I was very busy. We had a lot of things going on. So some of the things we did to simplify the process and, take a bit of time off our hands include things like only offering one service. This is where I really messed up when I first started a marketing company the first time. I offered pretty much everything to everyone. This time we just offer backlinks and we just offer those links from one source. Also outsource all of our copies. So I mentioned earlier, when we get a new client, all of the links we get for them, they go into unique 500-word articles. We're probably making about 1,000 of these per month. Obviously, I don't have the time or really the willpower to do that. Diggy doesn't have the time to be writing, half that share, 500 articles per month. So we pay someone else to do that. It really simplifies the process for us. Also, we're buying our domains in bulk. So if you are setting up a little private network of 10, 20 sites, which does work very well, by the way, I think that's great. You can take the time out to really look into the domains, look at the GoDaddy auctions, look into the metrics and so on that those domains have. However, for our situation where we're buying more than 100 domains a month, we have well over 1,000 domains in our network, we cannot be dealing with that, going into a lot of detail with each of those criteria just for a single domain name. So as our business has gone on, we found a lot of connections, like people who are purchasing thousands of domains per month, and we generally make one transaction, and in that one transaction we will buy 100 or 200 domains and so on. So that really simplified the process. And as it pertains to myself and Diggy, we've almost McDonald'sified, wow, I really messed up writing that, even though it is not a word. We almost McDonald'sified our business. So from what I know of McDonald's, or at least maybe this is how they used to be, maybe they're not operating this way anymore, but they pretty much train each person to do one certain task. So it'll be someone's job to cook the burgers, someone's job to get the buns ready, someone's job to do the fries, and it meant it was very easy to replace people if they lost staff and they could pay them minimum wage and so on. So the way myself and Diggy have kind of done that is that he will handle room service. 1 second. The way myself and Diggy have done that is that he will handle dealing with our staff and getting all the content and organizing the network sites, and I'll handle all of the website design, the marketing, the emails that go out and so on. So we do not get in each other's way. There isn't a case or a day where he's made some change to the website and I'm like, damn dude, that looks terrible, what did you do? He won't touch that stuff. I put that in my domain. And also, when it comes to clients, I don't really talk to them. Not clients, rather our staff. I definitely talk to our clients. When it comes to staff, I don't deal with them at all. He handles all of that, and he handles, the network sites and so on. So as I mentioned earlier, once we got to around the $15,000 to $20,000 per month mark, which we were doing pretty much part-time, we had to start taking this more seriously. We wanted to take it a bit further, and we're happy to do that. We love doing this. We have to do something with our day, and this just happens to be what we enjoy doing. Growing a business that we actually care about, and we want to help other people do the same. So this isn't about us. I maybe rambled a little bit too much about our own stuff there, so sorry about that. This is about you. So here is the exact approach that I would take. 9 steps for crushing it with the agency funnel part-time. So the absolute first thing you should be doing, the number one thing you should be doing, is your research. So when you start out, forget about the logo, the site design, the domain name, the design of your website. Basically fluff, okay, it is kind of important, but when you're starting out, it is not important. What you want to do first is to find the problem that your industry has. That has to be step 1 because it's the most important factor. And the good news is that while you're doing this research, the other things will come to you. Like how maybe you solve things in the shower, like ideas come to you and you wish you had like a notepad to write things down. Or the one that works best for me is when I'm having a problem with how to do something and I kind of sleep on the idea and I wake up and it comes to me. So it's very likely that while you're doing the research and learning more about the industry and the niche that you're going to be getting into for your marketing business, and remember this just applies to the agency funnel here. It would be a bit overwhelming if I included every single funnel with this part-time angle. Hopefully you can apply this to yourself, to other ideas. Just make sure you're focusing on the important stuff first, and the other stuff is going to come to you during that time, or you can do it at a later stage. Step number two, get your lead gen set up off the bat. You know how powerful email addresses are. You can put together any ebook cover, any autoresponder, any website designed for opt-ins. Just get it all set up, the entire funnel. Your lead magnet. Get your lead magnet in place first. It doesn't have to be huge. So, just a quick audio file, a 10-minute PowerPoint video, a 10-15 page ebook PDF that you're giving away. This shouldn't take you more than 3 to 4 hours. People aren't expecting you to be giving away a novel, they just want value. And if you can get to the value quickly and get your point across, they're going to be happy with that. It's not about the length, it's very much about the quality. You don't have to be an amazing speaker or writer, just give value and just get that lead gen set up straight away. Then what you want to do next is you want to write your first follow-up emails. We talked about this in the previous video. Here is where you give value. So based on your research and all the ideas you find, all the sites you found, the potential solutions to problems, cool things in the industry. Maybe you found someone who did some successful marketing campaign on YouTube or on Twitter or on Facebook for their company in that specific industry, and you can share that with other people, with other potential clients and so on. So what you want to be doing is writing your first follow-up emails. So as you can see here from these 3 first points, it's all just about getting the core system set up into place. Don't worry about the fluff and the frills and all that kind of thing. Just get this done first. Step number 4 is pick only one traffic source. So there is a ton of traffic sources you can use when it comes to your agency funnel. We've covered these quite a lot throughout the course. It can be natural Google search traffic, paid Google search traffic, Facebook ads, Reddit ads, Twitter ads, interacting with people on forums, emailing bloggers, finding other communities where people hang out, groups on Facebook and so on that may be interested in this lead magnet that you have to offer. Now, there are so many options out there, but I just want you to pick one. Don't get too, confuse yourself with too many different sources of traffic. Just learn one and focus on that to start with. Then I want you to absolutely dominate that source of traffic. So if you decide you're going to run, maybe you have a couple $100 you want to put into Facebook ads, learn everything you can about Facebook. Try a lot of different little ad campaigns. Try like promoting posts, individual posts on a fan page, maybe ads on the side of Facebook that with clicks that go directly to your site and so on. Similarly, if you decide you're going to go a free route, like connecting with bloggers and influencers and just emailing them with outreach and so on, really own it. So don't just email 5 bloggers, email 50 if it's available, if there's enough people in that industry. Email journalists and so on, people who can help get the word out about what it is that you're offering. Just pick one source of traffic and dominate that source. And then number 6 is to start tweaking your offer. So once you have the lead funnel going on and you have more people and you have people coming to your website, then you want to start tweaking things. So maybe you can change your different ebook cover if that's what you're giving away. Maybe you can change the angle of the ebook if it's, if people aren't actually giving away their email address. This is where you start testing your ideas and seeing what people want. What kind of offering are you giving away that gets you the most email addresses? So you can just be testing this and seeing what's going on. You may get lucky and hit it right out of the park on your first try. You found an ebook, you put together an ebook or an audio file or PDF or video course or whatever it is, and people loved it and they downloaded it. If that is not the case, tweak your offer a bit and see what does work, see what your audience is interested in. Number 7, so now you've had a bit of practice, you got things set up, you had traffic, you've changed things a bit, reflect on what worked. A lot of people don't take the time to do this and it's quite amazing to me. Just reflect on what worked and what didn't, so you can know for the next time when you start doing more promotions, you're kind of ahead of the game now. You don't have to go through the same mistakes that you went through previously. Number 8, move on to your next source of traffic. So all those ideas I just listed, move on to the next one and then dominate that one. And number 9, create something to sell. So we talked about this also. Again, this is just for the agency funnel. So obviously for the SEO route, you'd be selling SEO services. For the rank and rent, you'd be selling space on the website that you're going to be renting out. And for this agency funnel, it can literally be anything. It can be, what I actually recommend is expanding your lead magnet. So let's just say your lead magnet is an ebook. What I would do is I'd create a much longer ebook to actually sell. So they already
interested in reading stuff from you, create something a lot longer and charge for it. Or if you did an audio file which is 20-30 minutes in length, maybe you can give away 2 or 3 which are an hour each. And similarly, if you did a video, you give away a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation or so on, or a consultation, whatever it was, expand the length of that, whatever you're giving away. Create something to sell. A great example is to go back, you personally take some time out to go back and look at people like Bob Phibbs, the retail doctor, look at NPE, look at the kind of things they're selling. It's really, really simple. If you do have any problems with this, you can get in touch with me and I can help you with that. So those are the 9 steps for crushing it part-time. Get it all in place, and then once you're at that stage, the whole system can take care of itself. You can kind of sit back, let that traffic source keep going, your funnel's in place, you only have to do that once. Okay, it is going to take a bit of work, 3-4 hours of work. I think I could get something pretty decent put together. But then that's it, you're done. You don't have to worry about that anymore. It's just about getting more people onto your list, giving them some value, and then selling whatever you want to sell. Once you've created your product, once the list is in place, you're done pretty much. You can do whatever you want after that. It's all set up ready for you. And obviously you just tweak things as you go on to get even more sales from the traffic that you're sending. So I hope, at least for the agency funnel, that's given you a kind of idea of how I continue, where I go with things. Now, if you want to take this to the next level, I'm going to show you that in the next video. The next video is huge, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you our private community where hundreds of people just like you who've maybe never done this stuff before, or they know a little bit about marketing stuff but they've never really put anything together and followed a proper strategy. I'm going to show you our private community, hundreds of people who are doing this exact same thing. They're all following these Marketing Inc. videos, and they're all putting the same funnels into action. And some people it's only been live now for a week. Some people have already made money. Someone emailed me today, so they landed 2 clients paying them $5,000 a month after 1 week. So it's pretty incredible. In the next video, I'm going to show you in detail what that is and how you can kind of have a support group to take you through this whole funnel. Hey, Glenn here with the next video. So if you want to take this entire concept of Marketing Inc., everything we've been talking about, if you want to take that to the next level and work with me personally, and I'll be helping you with the process, then keep watching. Because what we have done, myself and Diggy, is we have put together the internet's most epic private community, exclusive private access for people, solely for people who follow this Marketing Inc. strategy. In the first 2 weeks of this private community, there have been over 1,200 discussions, and of course, more importantly, people are having success. So here's a message I got from one of my friends in my Facebook account. By the way, after watching your webinar, so I did some webinars first and before I made this video series to kind of give me an idea and know what people wanted in the course. I reached out to some people, just got $5,000, that's a 50% deposit on my first job. Keep being a legend. Another one, guy in our forums, holy crap, it worked. That's from BPC. New member, you can see his join date there, May 2014. Overnight went from 200, ranking 200 plus in Google to #1 in Google, and then he got $750 pretty much instantly from one of his clients for being able to do that. And we just have tons and tons of success stories like this. For a lot of people, so a lot of people who've watched this course, what we've covered already should be enough for you to have some success. Take what I've taught you and put it into action. You're going to learn so much more from actually putting these things into action than you are just watching and gaining knowledge and not actually doing anything with that knowledge. If you feel there's something missing, then let me personally help you take this to the next level. So I just want to recap on those 3 funnels. So the first one was the agency funnel. $50 to $250 investment. Of course, you can spend more if you want to. That's just a base, what I think is required. 2 to 4 weeks to see results. Now, this is a lower figure than what I shared in a previous video. In a previous video, it was 4 to 6 weeks. However, now that we've had more people going through this course and having success, I've lowered that number because people are having success much quicker than my previous guideline on how long I thought this would take. For the client funnel, you can set this up free. You can get clients before you actually spend any money, or generally up to a $500 investment works pretty well, and you can get results very, very quickly, or generally a good rule of thumb is around a month mark to be having some success with this. And the rank and rent funnel, because you do have to make some kind of investment into building up your network, that will be more expensive, $1,500 rather, not $15,000 investment. 4 to 8 weeks to see results, because you have to wait for those rankings first before you can start selling them to other people. Interestingly, even though R&R is the most expensive and the one that generally takes the most time, a lot of people in our forums and who've been through our course, they kind of gravitate towards doing this model, and they're having a lot of success with that. It's totally up to you which one seems more interesting for you. And again, these time frames are based on having 1 to 2 hours per day spare to be able to work on your business and finally become CEO. So you've been through the video series. You're watching this with me on your screen right now. And you know that if you could run a profitable empire, profitable marketing empire, that would have a massive positive effect on many areas of your life. This is why Diggy and I have spent months building Marketing Inc., the ultimate guide to becoming CEO of your own niche marketing company. So if you want to spend your days working in an industry you're truly passionate about, serve businesses in your industry and really help them with their marketing, and build massive goodwill in your marketplace and still sell like crazy, then this is specifically for you. If you want to start a profitable and stable business that doesn't just rely on one client or one ad source or one traffic source, then allow us to give you a proven blueprint of the system that has been working very, very well for us. Here's what Marketing Inc., the product, specifically covers. Part 1 is what amazing niches are totally up for grabs. Part 2, how to sell like an expert, how to sell these marketing services like an expert, even if you're not one and you've never really sold anything before. Part 3 is going to be the ultimate guide to SEO. So we've covered it a bit in this video series already. We're going to take that to the next level, stuff that nobody else is talking about. And part 4, we're going to give you the entire system blueprint laid out for you with worksheets and all that kind of thing, step by step. So part 1, this is where we're going to cover the amazing available niches. We have handpicked over 100 industries for you where we feel there's a lot of money to be made, a lot of potential for someone to come into that industry and totally rock it with a marketing company, SEO company, or using the rank and rent model. We're going to show you our exact selection process before we enter a market, so you're not wasting time and you start a company in some industry and then don't know if you're actually going to be able to make money with that. So we show you our exact selection process. We also have in-depth case studies of existing businesses killing it. So we only scratched the surface with the previous videos that we've gone through. We're going to go into this in a lot more detail, showing you actual sites. So it's not just theory, it's literally seeing other companies who are doing very well with this. And I'm also going to show you why we have a vested, genuine interest in helping you succeed. So taking what we've already taught you in this video course to the next level. And I'm also going to highlight some of the key things that separate those who follow a course like this and don't really have success, and those who can use the exact same videos, the exact same knowledge, and absolutely kill it, quit their job, and make a ton of money. I'm going to show you what separates those people. So part 2, we cover how to sell like an expert. How to know exactly what your clients want and then being able to give it to them. We don't want you to offer something that people aren't going to be interested in, so we're going to show you how to figure this out. We're also going to help you position your new business, your new Marketing Inc. for success from the get-go. So like us, I had 8 years of failure. You don't have to go through that. You don't have to go through months of trial and error. We're going to show you how to position your business for success. We're also going to give you more detailed insights into how we grew our business with just a 1,000 person email list. So the exact emails that we send out to people in order for them to be ready and in the buyer's frame of mind to buy our products. So we touched on this already in the course. We're going to cover that in a lot more detail. And I'm going to show you my 2 favorite traffic sources that you are not using. I guarantee it, and they have nothing to do with Google. I'm going to show you the one thing that clients actively look for on your website more than anything else. So if you're missing this thing, you can still sell, but you're not going to be converting a lot of your traffic. If you're missing this one thing from your website, you're going to be losing potential. So we make sure you have this in place. And we're going to show you how to convert better than the competition, if there are any in your industry, overnight, based on us doing this over and over and over again for new clients every single month. So part 3 is the SEO tactics that rank fast. We're going to show you how to determine if an industry is worth entering within 60 seconds. The only thing that Google cares about. So we talked about this already in the series about backlinks, and we're going to go into that in even more detail, the history of SEO and so on. And more importantly, this is the big one. We're going to show you case studies of rankings that we've personally achieved in less than 2 weeks, and they're highly profitable. So we're going to show you exact websites. It's not just theory. It's like, okay, look at this domain, look at this ranking in Google, and so on. We're going to show you that in massive detail. And also we're going to show you proof and actual website examples of what clients pay us for. So if you're interested in the rank and rent model specifically, we're going to show you websites that we rent out and clients are paying us thousands of dollars per month for. The actual website, the actual URL, the domain, everything like that. We're also going to show you a redirect trick that gets a banned site back in Google in days. So remember at the start of this video I showed you BPC. He went from 200 plus in Google. Just one of the people who's followed this course went from 200 plus in Google to back to number 1 in about 3 days, and then his client paid him $750 for it and wants to be a long-term client, paying him even more money. I'm also going to show you more detailed insights from Daryl. So we talked about him in a very early video of how he closed clients and grew his business. Also going to show you how to outsource the entire process. So if you're interested in SEO but you don't really want to do it yourself, we're going to show you how to outsource that for a tiny fee if you don't want to lift a finger. Part 4, our entire strategy blueprint. I'm going to show you the exact advice I give to John Sonmez before his $21,000 profit launch. So you saw his formula. It was really simple. Didn't take a lot of technical knowledge or skills or anything like that. I'm going to show you exactly the advice I gave to him and what he implemented on his side to be able to have such a successful product launch. I'm going to show you a step-by-step video where I walk you through a live process of dominating a niche I know absolutely nothing about. It may actually be a niche that you're already interested in. It is pretty global, so that is going to give you a massive head start. I'm going to show you what emails, I mentioned this earlier, what emails we send when someone's on our email list. I'll show you the exact copy I use, which was aided by a best-selling book on storytelling. Now I want to apologize. I know I could just record this video again. There's wind going crazy through my window right now. Sorry if you do hear that, but it's almost like the weather knows what's going on here. I'm so crazy excited about this to share this with more people. So I'm really not some master copywriter. It's just about knowing what makes people tick and how to get quickly up to speed on services that clients want and then offering it to them. Some people watching this may be worried you can't offer a good service to your clients. I totally understand that, and it's a rational worry. We've already talked about how important it is to offer value. So we're going to show you the exact services to offer, how to give value to your clients, and just basically bring massive goodwill to your marketplace. What you're getting is our entire exact system that will pass $100,000 per month this year. And as you know already, we're more than halfway there. The price? Well, some of our earliest clients are paying us $3,000 per month plus for marketing advice. Our average income from SEO site rental is $1,200 a month, and that's just one website. What we're about to teach you is equally as valuable as what we do for them, but way more affordable. You can enroll today for just $697. Our price for everyone else, we've been selling this course usually for $997. It gets even better. Every month for the next 6 months, we're giving away $1,000 to anyone who makes the most progress. You don't have to create the best website, you just need to make the most personal progress. So maybe you've never created an email list before and you get 20 subscribers. Maybe you've never set up a website and you managed to do that. So whoever makes the best personal progress, we're going to give you $1,000 straight off the bat. If there's a runner-up, and I'm sure there will be, we're going to give them $500 as well. So you got 2 chances there to win some money. All you have to do is go to marketinginc.com/special to get the special price for those who have followed this video course. What happens when you go to marketinginc.com/special? Well, first of all, you'll choose your payment options. So there's a direct payment, you can pay all at once, or you can pay in monthly payments. You'll also see that our price is going to increase. You will immediately, after payment, you will immediately be emailed with your login info for full course access. So we're not just going to give you one module this week, one module next week. You're going to get it all. Go through it in your own time. You can rush through it if you want. You're going to get access to everything. That is it. Super simple. The ultimate guarantee. Take this product, totally use and abuse it. Take full value out of the course. Every last drop of information and value you can get to them from the content, take it. Literally tear it to shreds. Then give yourself another month to put all of that information you've gathered into action. Make sales, even make a profit, so get clients paying you money. And if you want your money back, it's yours. All we ask is that you put our advice into action. If it doesn't work for you, you put it into action and it doesn't work, we will give you your money back. It does not get any fairer than that. Let me repeat that. We are essentially giving you this for free if it doesn't work for you. Maybe you don't like the font I use, or you're pissed off because my videos aren't in Ultra HD 4K resolution.
whatever it is. If you put it into action and it doesn't work, let us know and I'll give you 100% of your money back. And everything here is going to be taught in a really low-tech way. So you don't need to build or buy any custom software. If you don't like WordPress as a CMS or whatever, setting up a website, use Ghost. Use pretty much anything you want. Use any lead capture software you like, MailChimp, Aweber, some free plugin for WordPress. Whatever you like, it will all still work. This does not work because we're technologically advanced in any way. It works because we have the strategy in the system and the blueprint. That's pretty much it. So it gets even better. We have a private forum that Diggy and I post on daily. Diggy has over 1,000 posts. I have about 600 posts, but I'm catching him up. And the entire forum has over 6,000 posts. So you can see there, Private Inc., Marketing Inc., SEO HQ, Introductions, everything else. They all have thousands of posts in each category. And you can see here, look at this, Inside Marketing Inc. These are all from today. Look at that right-hand side column, all from today, all different people posting. A lot of the threads, like that top one, has 17 posts, 3 posts, 2 posts, 6 posts, 6, 17, 23, tons of replies, tons of threads going on. People, and this is all just from today, like we have them for going back weeks now. So it's going to be basically hundreds of people who have went through the same video series as you and they want to work together and we all want to have success and we're basically all helping each other in this private community. No one else gets access to this community, only paying customers. There's just tons and tons of SEO guides there, pure value, great community. Everyone wants to help each other. So just to recap what Marketing Inc. covers. Part 1, which amazing niches out there are totally up for grabs. So that includes those 100 handpicked industries listed for you. Part 2, how to sell like an expert even if you aren't one. Even if you don't know much about marketing, this is where we go into massive detail about clients, what clients want you to offer them and how to offer it. Part 3, the ultimate guide to SEO, stuff that nobody is talking about. These aren't black hat tactics that aren't going to work in a month after the course is over or something like that. They've been working for years, and if you do it properly, it can be done in a way that even self-professed white hat SEOs will look at you in awe. Part 4, the entire system blueprint laid out for you step by step with exact examples. So it's over 50,000 words of original content and over 3 hours more of exclusive videos. So I've just given you 2 hours of video for free. I'm going to give you another 3 hours of video going into this stuff in a lot of detail. You'll also get private forum access and that ultimate guarantee. If you put it into action and it doesn't work, you're essentially getting this for free because we're going to give you your money back, no questions asked. The price is $997 for everyone else. You can go to marketinginc.com/CEO. If you don't believe me, you can see the price there, $997. I don't know how long this discount will last, so please do go and check it out for your special discount price. Now just picture this scenario for a second. Out of all the amazing niches we're going to show you with millions of potential customers, you just need 2. If you can get just 2 customers paying you $500 a month, you've paid back the price of the course, and of course you're making $1,000 a month. I'm sure you're starting to see the potential here. We've helped a lot of people already. It really is a no-brainer. If you're not happy, keep it all for free. marketinginc.com/special. Join myself and hundreds of others doing this live today. If you log in, you sign up today, no matter when you're watching this video, even if it's 2015, there will be people posting on the forum right now talking about this funnel and getting success with it. It's about time you finally became CEO. I really truly hope that I see you on the inside. If not, thank you for watching this series and I really hope you enjoyed it. There is one more video after this one. But hopefully a lot of you, I want to see you in there and I want to help you out personally in the forums. And again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you have enjoyed this series. So we got 4 cards here. I want you to pick one and really focus on it. So real quick, pick one of those 4 cards. Okay, now think of that card. Think of it very, very clearly in your mind and it will disappear. Did your card go? The point of that little trick was to emphasize that what is coming up is not crucial to your success. Using the funnels we've outlined in Marketing Inc. already, this course is the crucial part. These tools that I'm going to cover, so it's pretty cool actually. I do have some cool stuff to show you. They're just the icing on the cake. So I genuinely hope you find this useful. They're cool tools. You probably haven't heard of some of them and they may help what you're doing online, which will be awesome. But they're just the icing on the cake on top of the funnels that we have going on. There are alternatives to everything we cover here. I'm not claiming this is the best list. Everyone has to use it. That's just my little disclaimer before I get into it. This is just what we use. So getting into it, no more rambling, Glenn. Number 1 is SERPbook, SERPbook.com. SERP stands for Search Engine Results Page. And what happens is you get to do ranking reports, so you get to track your rankings. Now, every few days, actually, whenever it's up to you, this is what we send to our clients, and we do it through SERPbook. This is just our message that we send to our customers. That isn't the standard message, but they can send you a PDF whenever you like, showing your rankings for your websites. And I'm just tracking ViperChill here, and you'll get an email like this. So inside the PDF rather that they give you, you can see here I'm 4th for WordPress SEO, 10th for viral marketing. Guest blogging, I've like totally dropped off the map for some reason, and nowhere right now for Make Money Online, which would be awesome because it gets like 200,000-300,000 searches a month, but I don't optimize for that. I just decided to track it, and you can see a little graph there. There is more in this PDF. I can't really fit it all into the PowerPoint, but just cool information emailed to you whenever you want, or you can log into their website, and you can do it for clients as well. So if you have SEO clients, you can email them ranking reports, put in your own logo like we have there, and it's really cool and really professional. So number 2 is Help Scout. This is an absolute lifesaver. Help Scout is basically a way to manage your email. So you can see here we have a number of email addresses for Backlinks XXX, a product that we used to run, we don't run anymore, for our private ink, our link building service, for Opt-in Skin, a plugin of mine, a WordPress plugin. So all of these different inboxes I can use to deal with different things. And what's also great is that you can have staff and you can assign them to different inboxes. So maybe I have a programmer for Opt-in Skin, he has nothing to do with our link building stuff, so all he will be able to see is Opt-in Skin. I can assign emails to him, he can assign them to me where relevant. You can see there it says mine with the icons and so on. And another cool thing you can do is you can generate reports. So you can see, I believe this was for 1 week, yes, June 10th to June 22nd, so 22 days, 3 weeks of data here. We dealt with 312 customers, we had 581 conversations, average response time is 22 hours, average handle times of someone replying to an email was 38 minutes. You can track that. And more cool stuff that you can do with the Help Scout. I actually don't know the price. I think it's $15 per month per user. Obviously you could use Gmail, but that's just, that's good enough for you. But for this, I have a lot of staff answering emails and so on. As you can see, we're sending like more than 100 emails a week. Or dealing with more than 100 customers a week, so it's important that we have something that can help us manage this. So if you are going to build up a marketing company and in the future you want to scale it up and work with staff and so on, this may be something useful for you. Number 3, Hushmail-like service. I say Hushmail-like service because I don't want to say which service I use. So you can go with Hushmail, that's totally fine. There are other services like this which I use, a different one. I don't want to mention it, and that is not because I'm being an asshole, and it's just because you'll understand now the whole point of using this is it's private. It's private, there's no ads, you can have email aliases and so on. So what it is, what I do is, we talked earlier about private blog networks. What I will do for my Whois information, so sorry if I'm getting a bit too technical here, Whois information is basically the information you give when you register a domain. So you have to have some name, some email address and so on. Obviously, I don't want to use hello at Private Ink or Glenn at ViperChill or whatever, because someone can go and find that and find my whole network. So I use a service like Hushmail, totally private, secure email, unlimited email aliases, so I can register Whois info and so on. So that's pretty cool to have if you do want to be a bit more secretive about your networks and your sites, and just to have a kind of private email address that Google aren't displaying ads next to every email that you receive. So tool number 4 is Basecamp. Probably may have heard of this already. It's a very well-known tool, and basically what it does is allows us to discuss things with our staff and have everything in one place. So you can send files, you can have to-do lists, text documents, you can have different projects within Basecamp and so on. And just another example here, you can upload PDF files, you can assign them just to certain staff. So I might, maybe a staff has written articles for our clients, they will assign it to that client within Basecamp, and it makes it really easy for us to organize everything. As you can see here, you can see text, documents at a glance, and so on. Really love Basecamp, great tool. Number 4 is Alexa Sparky for Firefox. This is pretty much the only reason I don't use Google Chrome. Actually, that is not true. There is one other reason I don't use Google Chrome, is that for Mac, you can't make it like really private, and I like that. I'm doing a lot of SEO stuff, proxy stuff. I don't really like having to fiddle with Chrome settings and go in incognito and all that stuff all the time. But getting back to the point, number 4, Alexa Sparky for Firefox. And what this does, hopefully you can see properly in the screenshot, probably the one to the bottom right there is the clearest one. When I am browsing the web
this is what I see in the bottom right hand corner of every website. It doesn't really slow anything down. It's super fast to update. I can kind of see a traffic graph. I don't use it all the time, I just find it very interesting. So maybe I want to get a link from someone, or I found this new website and I want to see if it's popular. I can look at the Alexa ranks, so the lower the number the better. 1000 is like one of the top websites on the internet. And I can kind of see the traffic graph going up and down, how well they're doing. It's not totally accurate, don't rely on it too much, and marketing blogs and tech blogs tend to have a lower score than they should have, like a better score, because they're the kind of people who will be using this plugin. But I really like it, so it's pretty interesting, and it's just something I like to have as I'm browsing the web. Totally free, as well as Firefox, of course. Number 5, semrush.com. It is a paid service, but there are free options where you get not huge amounts of data, but enough data to give you some interesting results. So for example, as you can see here, vibechill.com, SEMrush, SEMrush seems to think I get around 2,000 visitors per day from Google and all of my organic keywords and stuff. I don't have any ads, which is correct. They think I'm totally organic. I do not run any Google ads for Vibechill. And you can see here where they think I'm ranking. So I'm ranking WordPress SEO, viral marketing. Number 1 for how to create backlinks, 10 for backlinks, 1 for backlink building, 7 for write an ebook, 4 for how to backlink. Obviously, been talking about this topic way too much. But then you can see what percentage of the traffic they think it is, how much search volume these terms get, and so on. And it's really interesting. Of course, I don't do this to look at my own website. I can go and find those in my analytics. What I do is I do this to spy on competitors. So I'll put competitors in there, see what ads they're running, see what they're ranking for that I may be able to rank for, maybe find some keywords that get a huge search volume that I've never thought about or come across before through other keyword tools. So it's really interesting to do a lot of competitor analysis. Not exactly relevant to Marketing Inc. I would say for the agency funnel, definitely, it's definitely a good tool to use. For the other funnels, it's probably not that relevant to you, but maybe for some other projects outside of Marketing Inc., you would find this useful. So go check that out. Again, there is some pretty decent information with the free account. This information in this screenshot was all found on a free account. I do have a paid account. This data is from when I'm not even logged in to my profile. Next one, ahrefs.com. So just to explain the name there, ahref is part of the HTML code when you do make a backlink to another website. So you do the little arrow, ahref, and then do the link and so on. So that is where the name comes from, and as you can probably guess, it's about analyzing backlinks and very much to do with SEO. So this is for Vibechill here, URL rank 40, domain rank. Have 175,000 backlinks apparently, which is pretty cool according to Ahrefs. And you can kind of see how my links have gone over time. That big drop there, by the way, is someone was doing mass negative SEO on my website, like spamming me across the internet. I obviously pissed off the wrong person, and all those links have kind of started to disappear. Not anything that I have done. It's just kind of normal for spammy scraper websites, kind of drop links and so on. So it's pretty cool to do a lot of analysis on your competitors. And you can obviously go into a lot more detail, so you can see where those links are coming from. It's kind of useless if you just say have 100,000 backlinks. You can see here content marketing up, point blank SEO, some Russian spammy looking website. Apologies if they aren't spammy, but I kind of that's my default status when I see a backlink from a Russian domain. But you can just see, so 173,000 links there, government links. I have educational links, and so on, and you can go and look into those in a lot more details. Very useful. Look at your own site, look at your competitors, and so on, and find places you can get links for your own website. Number 7, very, very, very similar to Ahrefs. It's pretty much use one or the other. So this is Majestic SEO. The reason I use Majestic, it just gives me a kind of better analysis. Maybe one of the tools kind of missed something out. Ahrefs sometimes has things Majestic misses. Majestic sometimes has things Ahrefs misses, and so on. So as you can see, Majestic SEO thinks I have way more backlinks. I think it was 175,000 on that last screenshot. Yeah, 173,000. Majestic SEO is pulling me up at more than 500,000, which is pretty cool. But again, it's picking up the government and education backlinks. And you can also do this cool breakdown, so I can see, you know, if my links are followed, no followed, what kind of text on the right hand side there, anchor text. What text are people using when they link to me? Are they just calling me Vibechill? Are they calling me Glenn Allsop? How to build a bill? I don't know what billion-dollar SEO empire. I think that one would have been. It's a cool blog post, by the way. You should check that out. And other anchor text. So that's basically everything else that maybe the words people use when they link to me. Just cool stuff. You can go and look at your competitors. Maybe you can use it to analyze penalties and so on. Often people have too much anchor text for a certain key phrase, which gets them penalized, because it's very unnatural to have a certain amount of links with the same words in it. It's just not natural. It's obviously some kind of gaming going on in the system outside of brand name. So another tool, there's tons of features to this, but I just don't want to bore you with like a million screenshots of it. So next one, 1Password. Super useful, super safe. Go and check this out. It is free to use. They do have a paid version, but pretty much all the paid version does is stop you getting a message saying, hey, we have a paid version. So 1Password. Keep all of your passwords in one place. Super secure, makes them really strong. Very, very useful if you are doing a private blog network and you have tons of WordPress admin logins or Joomla logins or whatever it may be, different email accounts and so on. Really useful. You don't want to be using the same password everywhere. Go get this. It's free. It's super cool. Man, even the video, like just go to this website, 1password.com. I don't know why I'm sending you away from this website. Please do this later in the day. Go to their website, click on Mac and watch that video. It's like the coolest marketing sales video ever for a free product. Very cool. So just going into the basics, I do have another big one for you after this. Super basics. If I'm registering domains, I go with Namecheap. Always go with Namecheap. They have free WizGuard. Very cool. If I'm going with hosting, you can just use something simple like HostGator and Bluehost. If you're going the private blog network route, I use dozens of different companies. But if you're just getting started, SEOhost.com are a great one. Not to be confused with SEO hosting by HostGator, which is by far the shittest hosting company I have used in my entire life. Stay away from SEO hosting, which is by HostGator. SEO hosts are actually a pretty good company. For checking traffic and kind of estimating how much traffic websites are getting, you can use Alexa, Compete, and Quantcast. So one bonus tool, I've only been using this the last few days, and it is absolutely incredible. So what it does, it allows you to go back in time and look at the search results for certain terms you want to be tracking. Now, so this is the tool when logged in. I know that looks very, very strange and kind of complex. So just to give you an example, look at line number 2, that slightly dark greener one. Halfway, a third of the way it goes down, goes up. So this is basically the Google rankings for different sites, and you can hover over every line and it will show you their metrics. So you see that little black box at the bottom there, the URL that is ranking, the Moz authority, Moz rank, if they have Facebook lags, how many links to that page, and so on. So why is this useful? Well, basically what it allows you to do is you can see new competitors in your niche very quickly. So if someone has a sharp rise, you know they're going up, and I do have better examples, someone just totally going up in the rankings, you can go and check what they're doing before, you know, you want to see it as it happens. You don't want to find out a week later that, oh shit, a competitor's just taken over me. You can watch someone going up the rankings through time. Of course, it doesn't apply to every key phrase. You will have to track your own, so they haven't like just documented Google for the history of the world. History of Google has been around, but you can start tracking your own terms. So I'm looking at kind of brand terms, spammy keywords. I want to see spam sites that are ranking fast, and then you go and look at their backlink profile and Ahrefs and so on, see how they're ranking. And just this is the same tool, just shows you, okay, number 1 here, it's been ranking for 82 days, ranging from the 1st to 3rd position. Number 4 there, it's been ranging from the 4th to 16th position over 52 days. If you want to know what this is and you want to see my case study on it, sorry for this one, I'm not going to give you the name. It's only been around a couple days. Very cool. Come join me inside Marketing Inc. So I just want to show you, this is not just about me. Look at the success that we're having for the people who are following our paid premium course. Number 1 here, boom, just received first payment of a whopping $362. So just to clarify, by the way, this is a screenshot from our forums. We have a private forum for all of our members. So everyone who's going through this Marketing Inc. funnel, all of these videos, you are going to get to join like people who are doing the exact same thing, trying to make money and actually having success. So I kind of blocked out this guy's name. That's not because it's not a real screenshot or anything like that. He's actually made almost 200 posts on our forum. Just you will find him inside. But you can see his blurry image there. Now look later on, just a couple weeks later, pumped, sharing a screenshot of his inbox, more than $1,000 he got from one of his clients. So people having success with this course really, really quickly. Another one here, I think this was the quickest one ever. I think this took about 6 days after he purchased the product. He got a check for $750 straight into his PayPal account, literally a couple days after buying the product. Another one here, just landed my first 2 clients, $1,000 down and $500 a month from each client. Not bad for starters. Another one, it's not just the guys killing it, we've got women in the forum as well. Closed my first client, he runs a rank for keyword city. He says money is no question. How cool is that? Another one here, I found a niche in the real estate. My client is signing up. We have made a nice deal to move to the rent and rank model. Rank and rent? How am I talking today? Rank and rent model once we've established ranking and worked out the bugs. Another one here, good thing, he gave me $500, built PBN, $1,500 value. I won a case study, so I guess I made $2,500 in 1 day. So these are people who have went through Marketing Inc. videos, they watch videos just like this one that you're watching now, and they came into our forums and they're having huge success very quickly. I could honestly share these with you all day. This is not just something all theory and fluff. It's like giving you an actual business where you can be the CEO of your own niche marketing company. So you've just learned about some of the most valuable tools we use. You know that you don't have to be some SEO or marketing expert to make a ton of money online. You know that if you could run a profitable marketing empire, that would have a massive positive effect on many areas of your life, right? You know that. Not only in terms of freedom, but the value you're giving to the world as well. It just have a huge impact for you. And that is why Diggy and I have spent months building Marketing Inc., the ultimate guide to becoming CEO of your own niche marketing company. Marketing Inc. shows you exactly how to make sales without being salesy. I hate selling stuff, and then, you know, even talking about this product now, I don't really like doing it, but I like to think what I'm doing to you now, I'm not pushing it in your face. I provided some value for you. If you want it, great. If you don't want it, that's fine. I hope we can still be friends and connect somewhere else online on the internet in the future. We're going to show you how to do that, how to make sales without being salesy and pushy, how to get clients coming to you rather than you going out to them. Trust me, we really can't do this. We have clients coming to us trying to get our services, and they've never heard of us. They don't know anything about us, and we're going to show you what that is and how we make that happen. We're going to show you how to find a niche that you're going to dominate. So we're going to have a list of hundreds of industries that fit that magic $1,000 mark we talked about in an earlier video. So if you want to spend your days working in an industry you're truly passionate about, serve businesses in your industry and really help them with their marketing, and build massive goodwill in your marketplace and sell like crazy, then this is specifically for you. If you want to start a profitable and stable business that doesn't just rely on one client or one ad source or one traffic source, then allow us to give you a proven blueprint of the system that has been working very, very well for us, and clearly a lot of others, as you saw in those forum screenshots. So here is what Marketing Inc., the paid, so you've gone through the 2 hours of videos now, hopefully. Here's what the paid program covers, where we go into this in more detail. So we show you part 1, which amazing niches are totally up for grabs. Part 2, how to sell like an expert even if you aren't one. Part 3, the ultimate guide to SEO. This is stuff that nobody is talking about. And part 4, the entire system blueprint laid out for you step by step. Part 1, so those amazing available niches. We have handpicked, literally gone out there and found all of these great industries that we think people can make awesome marketing companies around. Obviously one of them is going to be interesting to you. You know, you don't just have to build a marketing company for fitness trainers and gyms. If that isn't your interest, we've handpicked tons of these for you already. And we're going to show you our exact selection process before we enter a market, and most importantly, in-depth case studies of existing businesses. So we've only scratched the surface today and kind of the tools we use, and in previous videos we're showing you examples of companies doing well. We're going to show you in-depth case studies. Again, this is not about fluff and theory, which I hate. This is real actionable stuff. Because you have a genuine interest in helping you succeed with this. And we're going to show you what separates those who succeed, so someone who maybe buy our product and don't do anything with it, and those who buy it and they, you know, that guy's making $2,500 in 1 day. So we're going to show you the difference between those kind of people and how you can be the guy who makes the $2,500. Part 2, selling like an expert. How to know exactly what your clients want and then giving it to them. So we want to help you position your business from success from the get-go. You don't have to go through months, actually years in my experience, of trial and error to figuring out what your clients want, what kind of services they want. We're We're going to show you how to position yourself for success from the get-go, right from when you start. You don't have to go through the pain and the struggle that we did. We're going to give you detailed insights, more information, how we grew our own business with just $1,000 subscriber email list, not $1,000 email list, which has helped us generate more than $60,000 a month in revenue. And I'm going to show you my favorite traffic sources that you aren't using, and this has nothing to do with Google. So continuing, we're also going to show you the one thing that clients actively look for on your website more than anything else. So if you don't have this on your site, you are missing out. It's so crucial. You're going to lose a lot of conversions if you don't have this. And we're going to show you how to convert better than the competition overnight. Again, you don't have to go through the struggle and the trial and error that we did, and so on. So part 3, SEO tactics that rank fast. How to determine if an industry is worth entering within 60 seconds. We don't like wasting time, and we don't want you to be wasting your time either. Very, very quick process how to know whether you should be focusing on something for SEO or not. We're going to show you the only thing that Google really cares about. So we talked about links already in this video course. We're going to go into that in a lot more detail. And this is the big one. This is the huge one. We're going to show you actual case studies of rankings that we have achieved with our personal websites in less than 2 weeks in profitable industries. So we're going to show you the exact URLs of our websites. We're not just going to say, oh, we had a site in the health niche. It's going to be like, no, health.com, whatever. We're going to show you the website. You can go check it out. You can go verify the rankings for yourself. And we're also going to need proof and actual website examples of what clients pay us for. So that rank and rent model, if you want to see the kind of sites we're selling and how much money we're making, we're going to show you some of the client sites that we have, that we own, that people are paying to rent from us. Again, exact URLs, exact industries, and so on. Very, very transparent stuff here. I'm going to show you a redirect trick that gets a banned site back in Google in days. I'm really not joking about this. I don't know if you remember just a couple of minutes ago that $750 screenshot from someone in a forum. He made it in 4 or 5 days. Why? Because he knew someone with a banned website. He did this trick, got them back in Google, and they promised to pay him that money. If you know someone who's banned, you can do this for them and make money as well. I'm not joking. Take a screenshot if you want. This is all genuine stuff. I'm going to give you more detailed insights from Daryl of how he closed the clients and grew his business, and how to outsource the entire process. So maybe you do want to get stuck into this SEO and do it yourself. That's great. If you don't, I understand that mindset as well. If you don't want to lift a finger, we're going to show you how to outsource everything. So part 4, our entire strategy blueprint. I'm going to show you the exact advice I gave to John Sondermans before his $21,000 profit launch. You know, he sold marketing services to programmers. Who would have thought that they needed marketing? Well, everyone does. I'm going to show you a step-by-step video where I walk you through a live process of dominating a niche I know nothing about. There may just be a niche that you're already interested in. It is pretty global, so that is going to give you a massive head start. I'm going to show you what emails we send once we have someone's email address. I'm going to show you the exact copy I used, which was aided by a best-selling book on storytelling. I'm not some master copywriter. It's just about knowing what makes people tick. And I'm going to show you how to quickly get up to speed on services that clients want and then offering them. So some people watching this may be worried that you can't offer a good service for your clients. I totally understand that, and it is a rational worry. We've already talked about how important it is to offer value, so we're going to get you up to speed on the exact services your clients want and how to do those services yourself, or again, outsource them for a small fee. What you're getting is our entire exact system that will pass $100,000 per month this year. I have no doubt about that, and we're already more than halfway there. The price? Some of our earliest clients are paying us $3,000 a month plus for marketing advice. Our average income from SEO site rental, so that rank and rent model, is $1,200 per month. What we're about to teach you is equally valuable as what we do for them, but way more affordable. You can enroll today for just $697. Our normal price for this course, we have sold it at $997. It gets even better. Every month for the next 6 months, we're giving away $1,000 to anyone who makes the most progress with this. You don't have to create the best website. You just need to make the most personal progress. We'll even throw in $500 for the runner-up. So we already did this for the first month already, so you can still get in on this. We gave away $2,500. So we only promised to give away a $1,000 prize and a $500 prize. Actually, I'm wrong. We gave away $3,000. We had one $1,000 guy
and four $500 runners up. So we give away over $3,000 this month already. I want you to be in on the next one. So just go to marketinginc.com/special if you want to join us in the private community, get the course, everything like that. Come and join us at that link. So what happens when you go to marketinginc.com/special? Well, you will get to choose your payment option. So you're going to see that the price is going to increase. And then once you've paid for the course, you'll be emailed your login info with full course access. So I'm not just going to give you module 1 and make you wait a week or two before I kind of drip feed you the content. That is not going to happen. You're going to get everything at once, full course access immediately. It's all automatic. You don't have to wait for me or anything like that. And that is it. Super simple. There is no step 3. So the ultimate guarantee. I want you to take this product, totally use and abuse it. Take full value out of the course. Literally just take a month to do this. Really take your time, take full value out of the course. Every little drop of value you can get, take it. Then give yourself another month to put all of that knowledge into action. Make sales, make a profit, get clients paying you thousands of dollars a month, post in our forums, get personal advice from us. And if you want your money back, it's yours. All we ask is that you put our advice into action. It doesn't get any fairer than that. So let me repeat this. We are essentially giving you this for free if it doesn't work for you. Maybe you don't like the font I used, or you're pissed off because my videos aren't in Ultra HD resolution, whatever it is. Let me know and the money is yours. The only caveat, the only thing that we ask is that you've actually put something in action. If you put something in action and it didn't work, we'll give you the money back, no problem whatsoever. And more importantly here, everything is going to be taught in a really low-tech way. So you don't need to build or buy any custom software. If you don't like WordPress, you can use Ghost or static HTML or anything like that you want. You can use any kind of lead capture software you want. Literally anything you want to use, you can do it. I'm really not a high-tech guy. Look at this presentation. It's just a very basic PowerPoint presentation. I put together some slides. Pretty much how I run my business. I care more about the results I get rather than how cool and how flashy we can do it. Again, don't have to build or buy any custom software, anything like that. And it gets even better. As we showed you earlier, we have a private forum that Diggy and I post on daily, and it has over 6,000 posts already. And you can join us and everyone else who's going through Marketing Inc. I showed you those successful examples before. So just to recap what Marketing Inc. covers. Part 1, which amazing niches are totally up for grabs, including those 100 hand-picked industries we listed for you. Part 2, how to sell like an expert even if you aren't one. Even if you don't know much about marketing, this is where we go into massive detail about what clients want you to offer them and how to offer it. Part 3, the ultimate guide to SEO, stuff that nobody is talking about. These aren't some black hat tactics that aren't going to work a month after the course is over or whatever. They've been working for years, and if you do this properly, it can be done in a way that will make even self-professed white hat SEOs look at you in awe. Part 4, the entire system blueprint laid out for you step by step. We're not just leaving you with some theory, we show you how to implement every step of the equation so you can start landing clients and growing a solid monthly income. So what you get is over 50,000 words of original content and over 3 hours of video. So you've had 2 hours of video now with Marketing Inc., the free series. In the premium course, we go into this so much, more than 3 hours of video, and of course that private forum access and that ultimate guarantee. So this special price will not be around forever. Before you leave me, just consider the scenario for 1 second. Out of all the amazing niches we're going to show you with millions of potential customers, you just need 2. If you can get just 2 customers paying you $500 a month, which many people have done, you've paid back the price of the course and you're making $1,000 a month. And again, that's just 2 customers paying you a very small amount of money. We've helped a lot of people do this already. It really is a no-brainer. If you're not happy, keep it all for free. If you don't see any success, we will give you your refund, no questions asked. So if you do have any questions you want to ask me about the product before you purchase it, you can go to marketinginc.com/FIN. There's comments there. I've answered a lot of comments already, over 70 questions. If you want to get in, if you want to join us in this private course, I'm not going to be sending out any more free videos. This is it. If you want to join a private community where everyone's helping each other, working together, come and join us. marketinginc.com/special. That price is not going to be around forever. And if you want to see that you are getting the discount, you can go to /CEO and you can see we're selling the product there for $1,000. So you went through the video course, you went through this video. I really appreciate that. I hope you got a lot out of the series and the videos we've been sharing. If you want to take your online income to the next level. So if you're a beginner and you want to jumpstart your success, if you're an intermediate or advanced marketer and you just want a lot more income you want more income opportunities, this is for you. marketinginc.com/special. I really hope to see you on the inside, being one of our next forum members who are posting success stories. We've had a lot already, and I have zero doubt, I will put my life on it, that we have a lot more to come. Either way, thank you for watching, and I truly hope that I can see you inside there. If not, best of luck still with your online ventures. I hope something else works out in the future where we can work together. If you do have any questions, /Finn. If you have any questions and you want to join everyone else on the forum who's having success and get all those hours of video, 50,000 words of content, marketinginc.com/special. Thank you very much. Hey there, Glenn Alsop here. First of all, I just want to thank you so much for registering for the webinar. I'm so happy that I now have your email for the rest of eternity and I can send you whatever I like. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to email you one time and one time only, just to let you know when the webinar starts. So you're all set, you're all ready to go. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. So you're probably wondering, what is this live webinar? So I'm not just going to be pre-recorded. I will be there live chatting with you. What is it going to cover? Well, in essence, we're going to give you I'm going to give you two high converting funnels to build your own marketing empire. And they're really high converting. They're really very much to the point. And to give you a little bit more detail, what I'm going to cover is the fastest growing business model in 2014 that I think you should be following. So even if you don't consider yourself a marketing guru or expert, maybe you've never even contemplated starting your own marketing business, I'm going to show you why I think it's a great area to get into, especially in 2014 and all the opportunities that are available there. I'm also going to show you the secrets behind building a $60,000 a month marketing empire in 8 months. This is exactly what I did. And it's not just going to be, build a website, give value to your clients, and all that kind of just boring step-by-step stuff. It's going to be actual vivid detail of what we did, emails we sent, and so on. So a lot of information there. And the step-by-step that I am going to take is just showing you how you can do the same things. A step-by-step approach, and it's going to be in a really low-tech way. Like, I am not the most technologically advanced guy out there. I'm choosing a simple PowerPoint presentation to make this video for you, and the marketing structure that I follow, it's really not that techy either. I much prefer something that works rather than what is the most technologically advanced. And it doesn't stop there. I'm also going to show you detailed case studies of people that I've helped achieve massive success. So this isn't just me and I got lucky and I managed to build some business. I've managed to show other people what I've learned and help share it to their projects. And one example is a guy I worked with in March. I worked with him for 1 or 2 weeks, and in April he made his first launch and he made $21,000 in 1 week, and that was his first ever launch. I'm going to go into that example and a few more in the webinar. I'm also going to show you marketing companies who are making millions of dollars that you have never heard of. So some people listening to this right now will be thinking about starting a marketing company. Some people will have one already. Even if you are obsessed and been in marketing for a long time, you will have no idea about these companies making so much money. And there is a lot of them on the Inc. 500, Inc. 5000 that I'm going to show you in a lot of detail. Just because they found a specific way to implement a strategy that I'm going to cover, and it's exactly how I managed to build my business as well. And finally, how to build a stable list of high income clients. So we are not going to be targeting your barber down the street who wants more people paying $5 for haircuts. We're going to be targeting people who have enough money to afford your services and the value you have to offer. Now, this webinar is about you, but just to give a quick background on myself. So I'm that Glenn Alsop, that unfortunate looking guy in the top left hand corner there. Very, very quick now. I moved to South Africa at 18. I left my home in Newcastle, England, and I left my accent there as well. I've totally lost it. I managed to work with Land Rover, Hewlett Packard, and a lot of other large corporations. So I was a social media manager for their country-specific campaigns. So, for example, Hewlett Packard in South Africa, or a campaign for Land Rover UK, or something like that. I did pretty much all of their social media campaigns, and learned a ton in the process. Just something more recent, just last year, I was contacted by Wiley to write Viral Marketing for Dummies. It didn't really work out. I didn't really like the structure of how they do their books, so I did end up turning that down. But I'm not just a random guy who came in off the street. I do have a slight, tiny bit of credibility somewhere in this field, and most of that comes from running viperchill.com, which is one of the biggest marketing blogs on the web. It's a Technorati top 100 blog in small business. It's been featured in multiple New York Times bestsellers. We have over 50,000 subscribers there who want to sign up for the latest posts that are coming up. So again, I hope I do have some value to share, and I'm not just coming at this from an angle of someone who doesn't really have experience doing this before. And final point is that this will not be recorded. I much prefer speaking to people live. So please take note of the specific time the webinar is running. You can see it right under the video. I don't know why I'm pointing down with my hands right now. I don't know why you can't even see me. But right under the video, you see the time that the webinar is starting and where. It's going to be around 60 minutes in length of pure value. So if maybe you've never read Viperchill before, but for those who have, they know I pack a lot of value into my blog posts. They're not just some 200-300 word articles. Most of them are 3,000-4,000 words, and they get a lot of comments. This webinar is going to be basically the live video equivalent of my blog posts. So just pure value for around 60 minutes, and I really want to help you here. I've had a lot of great feedback about this webinar already. And finally, I will be around for a live Q&A if you have any questions. The whole webinar will be live, and I'm going to stick around for the last 20-30 minutes to answer any questions you have about anything, basically. Even if it doesn't have to do with the webinar, if I think it will help more than one person, I will answer that question. If you just want me to give you a live shout out or something like that, I'm happy to do that as well. So thank you. You're all set. Please do make note of the time underneath this video, and I'll be speaking with you live very soon. I can't wait for us to have this call together. Speak to you soon. Hey everyone, Glenn here, and back with another video for you today. So I just wanted to thank you so much, everyone who joined me yesterday on that webinar. It was crazy. So we had a 1,000 person limit, and we got up to about 980, I think was a maximum, and we stayed at well over 900 for the hour and a half of the call. So thank you for everyone who joined us. Now, we covered a lot of information. Like, I don't want it to be, in the hour and a half I was talking, we covered a ton of stuff. And I know there was one thing that people had a lot of questions with. So let's just scale back in this video, just pure value, pure teaching. Let's scale back onto one of those things and just focus on one aspect. So many of those questions we had at the end, they pertain to SEO. So two questions I kept getting over and over again. Now, Marketing Inc. of course covers a lot more than just SEO. It really is a huge overarching business model and how you can be at the top of your industry with a specific niche marketing company. So those two questions that came up over and over again, they were, number one, I'm not an SEO expert, can I still do this? At least the SEO kind of aspect of it, can I still do this and make a lot of money? And the second question was, I already know a lot about SEO, will this help me? So there's two questions there that are really at the opposite ends of the spectrum. So I'm a beginner, can I do it? And I'm an expert, will this help me? How can I apply that to building a successful business? And I'm going to start with this webinar. I'm going to start with some very basic SEO stuff, basic SEO training, and then we're going to scale up into some very advanced stuff. So here's what that free training will cover today. I'm going to cover the most important Google ranking factor and show you exactly what that is. We're going to cover that in a lot of detail. I'm also going to show you my 9 rules for creating a private blog network. Now, if you do not do some of these rules, you're going to screw up, you're going to lose a lot of money, especially for those of you who are doing private blog networks. If you miss even a single one of these rules, you're going to waste all that money on domains that you've set up to have your own network. I'm also going to show you exactly what to do if Google hit a tactic. So a lot of people in the questions at the end of the webinar, they were a bit worried about this. What if something stops working in Google? What do we do? I'm going to tell you exactly what to do in that situation in this webinar. And finally, why you don't need to be an SEO expert at all to get crazy rich with SEO. So I'm going to cover that in a lot of detail. Now, I did say we're going to start with some basic stuff. So the most basic stuff, and I promise we're going to get more advanced for those of you who are like, duh, I know this already. The most basic yet important ranking factor is backlinks. There are said to be over 200 variables in Google's ranking algorithm. There's also no doubt that the algorithm changes on an industry by industry basis. So just showing you a basic screenshot here. Don't read too much into the phrase I've used or anything like that. Dog training, Colorado. Now, the most basic thing I can teach you, the most basic example to simplify is the reason the website in number 1 is in number 1 and not number 5 or 10 or page 10 is because it has more links than other websites. So what I mean is that, you know, there's clickable, getting super basic here, there's clickable blue links here when you're browsing the web to go to another page or another website and so on. That website in number 1 has more links than the website in number 5 and a lot more than the ones on page 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have a joke in the SEO world, the best place to hide a dead body is on page 2 of Google search results. No one goes there. So again, that is simplified. There are a lot of variables, but the most basic and the most important is that the website ranking number 1 generally, not always, but generally has more links and better links from other websites than websites in position number 2, 3, 4, or 5. That is how Google organizes its algorithm for the most part. Now, just another example here. So if you go to Google and you type in best railing design ideas, this has been happening for a few months now, you will see tons of results from the same website. It's terrible. It is a terrible search result. And this company, I don't like this company because they do pretty much the most shady stuff you can think of. And I did out them on VibeChill a few months ago. They do all this widget spam. So if you include some of their stuff on your website, you don't know it, but you're linking to them with like 30, 40 links. Now we're getting a bit off track here, but yeah, so Google just loved this website. And why do they love them? Well, a clear part of it is because they have millions of backlinks. Just a screenshot here from Ahrefs showing that, you know, a lot of people are linking to this website, and Google are just overvaluing them so much and just ranking them for pretty much everything, and just dominating some search results pages for certain phrases, as you can see here. So how did this all start? Well, Alta Vista focused on words on the page. What they focused on was if someone had the word dog training Colorado on the page 90 times and someone else had it on the page 100 times, the person with it on the page 100 times ranked better. They ranked higher. Now, of course, that sounds very easy to abuse and very simplistic. But you have to think back, when they started out, there wasn't a search engine. You were just happy to get some kind of results instead of flicking through the yellow pages or going through next encyclopedia. So that was their model, and it worked pretty well. When Google came around, Sergey Brin and Larry Page, they decided to focus on links. And if you've used Google search engine more recently than you have Alta Vista, then you'll know that the Google approach won. People preferred Google search results. Now, they are still possible to manipulate, so it's a lot easier to manipulate words on a page, but it's a lot more difficult to manipulate links and getting links from other people. So here is Matt Cutts, Google's head of web spam, and just people kind of take his word as a bit of a gospel. I'm a bit wary of the kind of things he says, but here's what he said, just literally in the last 2 weeks. He said this: I think backlinks still have many, many years left in them. I would expect that for the next few years, we will continue to use links in order to assess the basic reputation of pages and of sites. So Matt is really downplaying it, I think, here. Just links just have huge value. Myself and Diggy, we're ranking websites with just 1 and 2 pages in industries where people have thousands of pages on their website, just because we have more links and better links. So again, this is a simplified approach, but it's pretty much all you need to know. People get too scared about SEO, they worry about too many things, when at the end of the day, links are what you should be focusing on. Now, when it comes to SEO, the topic that pretty much everyone is talking about is private blog networks. I can't deny it. Like, I've talked about this on multiple occasions, and I get asked about it more than anything else. So if you don't know what private blog networks are, I'm going to show you that very quickly. If you do know what they are and you want to build a better network, stay tuned, because I'm going to talk about that in a second. So a very simplistic approach to private blog networks. I'm not dumbing this down because I don't think you're smart enough. It's just that people, they want to take in too much information where it doesn't really matter. You can get to the heart of this and still have effective results. So what happens is a domain name expires. Now, I don't know if you've ever bought a domain name. So a domain name is google.com, vibechill.com, marketinginc.com, whatever it may be. You register them generally for 1 year at a time. You can register them for a lot longer if you want, but it's up to you how long you want to register it for. If you stop paying for that domain, eventually it will expire, meaning it becomes available for someone else to purchase. And it usually goes through a bit of a process. So if you forget to pay, it doesn't automatically go up for sale for everyone else. you get about 30 to 60 days to kind of realize the mistake you've made and rectify the situation. Otherwise, it does become available for someone else. Now, what happens in a lot of cases for domains, if they have all of these things that Google loves, so that they've been around for a while, they had a lot of content, and most importantly, when someone else owned the website, they did the work to get backlinks to the website. So they build a legit, genuine website. Now, this isn't always the case for every single domain. Some people just let them expire and they never did anything with them in the first place. But a lot of domains, they have content on them, they have a real community there, and they had other websites linking to them. And what happens when the website expires isn't the case that all these websites know about it and they stop linking to them. Maybe they linked to them a few years ago and they just left those links up on the website. So Google are still seeing all of those backlinks. So what the SEO goes and does, and this is how we do this private blog network thing, is that we go and find these domains that have expired, meaning no one owns them anymore, and they have a lot of backlinks that Google like to look at. We will then build a website on that expired domain, and we will link to it. We will use it to link to our other websites. So we know Google assumes it has some power in some way, and we'll link that to a website we want to rank in Google and we want to get traffic for. So I know I said I'm going to start out some advanced stuff. I hope I've just covered that, the real basic simplistic approach for the process for private blog networks. And you can scale this up by setting up more domains and more websites. Myself and Diggy, we have more than 1,000 domains, but we do not need that. That's because we have clients and a lot of people who want to use our domains. When we started out, we had a very, very small network, maybe 20, 30 websites. It does not have to be huge. This is just what we do. We definitely have a special case scenario. So a great question someone asked me, brilliant question. Why don't Google just devalue expired domains? If people are doing this tactic and ranking well, and kind of doesn't fit exactly in the Google website guidelines, why don't Google just value domains that have expired? Well, first of all, that wouldn't be fair on the original owner. So let's just say, for example, okay, Viperchill gets a couple thousand people coming to the website per day from Google. What would happen if I forgot to re-register my domain, it expired, and then I picked it up again? So they would see that it expired, maybe I changed my name, maybe I've changed my contact details since I re-registered it. Would it be fair for Google to say, oh, well, it's an expired domain, now he doesn't deserve any traffic, all of those links he has shouldn't count anymore? So now this doesn't always happen. It's not always the case that it's the original owner picking up the domain, but I'm just showing why they can't just put one little rule in their algorithm saying domain expired, don't count it anymore. And of course, new sites are always being built on. So for example, what would happen if someone had used Viperchill a few years ago and they let it expire, and a couple years later I go and pick that up? Then what happens is I build my community, I get a lot of links. Would it be fair that Google have said, well, someone used it a few years ago, this guy can't get any value in the future? Every single day, millions, at least a few 100,000, if not millions of domains are being, they're having websites being built upon them that someone used before. Not everyone is doing it for SEO purposes. Someone just likes the domain and they want to build a website on it. So again, that's why Google can't, it's not that simple. That is why this private SEO network stuff works with expired domains, because it's such a difficult job for Google to figure out who is building a legit website on a domain that just expired, or maybe they're the original owner anyway, and who is doing it for SEO purposes. It's pretty, I'm not going to say impossible, but it's pretty much nearly there for figuring out who is doing it legit and who is not, who has ulterior motives. So if you are wanting to build a network, and sorry if I'm getting a little bit too advanced for you, I'm gonna dumb it down and go back more advanced and dumb it down and get more advanced as we go along this video. So 9 rules. If you're building your own network, here are 9 rules that you must follow. Rule number 1, block backlink checking tools. So what can happen is, if I showed you some websites have more links than others. That's a general, basic, simplified rule of why one website ranks higher than another. What people can do is you can go in and you can go look at House, that example I showed, totally manipulating Google. I showed you how many backlinks they have. I can go and check that out. I can also see where those links are coming from, so I can see all of the websites that are linking to them. What you want to do with your network, and especially the websites that you're trying to rank, we call them money sites. So the money sites you're trying to rank at the top of Google that are going to make money and get targeted traffic for whatever industry it is you're targeting. You don't want someone to see your website and go into Ahrefs or Majestic SEO or SEO Moz Open Site Explorer. You don't want them to go and see, oh, he's just set up this link network. Look at all these websites he has. I can go and report him to Google, or I can go and duplicate the process or whatever it is. So what you want to do is you want to block backlink checking tools. If you don't do this, you make it very easy for your competition to rat you out, be a total snitch on the internet, or just give your competitors a good upper hand on what you're doing. They can duplicate the process, so make sure you block that. There's a lot of main ones you have to cover. Number 2, no one talks about this, so this is really advanced stuff here. I've never seen anyone talk about this, but it's super important. What you need to do when you set up a new website and an expired domain, especially if you're using something like WordPress, which has RSS feeds built in, delete them. So even if someone cannot find your links from backlink checking tools, what they can do is they can scrape RSS feeds and find information that way. So your RSS feed is already going out there automatically. So it's going out in Google Alerts, it's going out in Google Blog Search and that kind of thing. Someone can search for your domain and find all of the ways you're getting backlinks. So if you're using WordPress or any kind of CMS website software that has RSS feeds built into it, take them out. And rule number 3 is don't just rely on WordPress. So my own network is built up with a lot of different systems. We use Joomla, which is free, just like WordPress. We use Drupal, which is also free, and we use something called Ghost, which is very new, and it's free as well for you to set up. And the reason we do this, and just we're just thinking about safety here for the future. If Google were to ever focus on something, it's kind of obvious they're going to go for WordPress. They're going to go for what everyone is doing, the most simple basic process. So definitely you can set up some websites on WordPress, but don't rely on that for your whole networks. Those are the first 3 main rules. I'm going to continue with 6 more now. Next one, rule number 4, clicky analytics or pretty much any analytics is better than Google Analytics. Do not use Google Analytics on your network websites or on your money website. Now, why am I telling you to do this? It's not because I totally hate Google and I'm totally scared of them and I think someone's going to go manually check your account. However, there are tools available out there. Now, I don't know if you know, but Google Analytics, you have to put some kind of tracking code on your website to see where visitors are coming from. What is out there is that this tracking code has an ID in it. So if you have 10 websites on the same Google Analytics account, they all have that same ID built into the code. And there are source code search engines out there. And again, people are very sneaky. When they want to figure out SEO, when there's a lot of money to be made, they will use all of the tools at their disposal. So Google Analytics is really going to give away your entire network. If you're putting Google Analytics tracking software in there, people are going to be able to find it out. Don't do that. Use something like Clicky Analytics is free. If you have to use something, you don't really have to, or any other analytics software out there which people aren't looking for so openly. Another one, Webmaster Tools is irrelevant. So someone asked me, should I go set up Webmaster Tools for all of my domains? No, you're not going to put anything on them that people are actually going to be reading about. So your expired domains, it's really about using them to link to a money website which you want to rank. No one is really going to be finding the expired domains there that you purchased and built websites on, so you don't really need to set up Webmaster Tools. For your money website, if you want to do it, that's fine. Maybe you could get any warnings about penalties, anything you could be doing to improve the crawling, the search crawling of your website. But Webmaster Tools is pretty irrelevant. Don't set that up on your network sites. And another one, hopefully this is fairly obvious to any of you who are doing this, setting up network websites, do not interlink them with each other. You're not going to get some benefit from buying 10 expired domains and linking them all to each other. All you are doing is making it very simple for Google and any competitors to see all of the domains you have. Do not do that. You're just leaving a great, very simple footprint for them to follow. It's like saying, hey, I got this website, I got this one, I got that one, I got that one. Don't do that. Don't interlink them with each other. The reason you're getting the expired domain in the first place is because it should have some sort of link value. So don't try and increase it by interlinking your websites. You can increase it by doing tier 2 backlinks or something like that, but not from interlinking them. I hope that point is clear. So, next one, also something that should be fairly standard for people who are doing this, is use multiple hosting companies and even multiple SEO hosting companies. So there are some companies out there like SEO hosting, which I highly recommend you don't use. SEO Host, which I think are a good company. And the difference is that they give you all of these different IP addresses. I hope I'm not getting too technical here. So you can host your websites on. So people can't just say, oh, he has 100 websites on the same server. What we do is we find a lot of different hosting companies, so cheap packages, $5-6 a month, and we'll put, say, 5 to 10 websites on every different hosting company, again, so that we're not leaving a footprint and they're not linked to each other in some way. And I hope this all makes sense. If not, I'm happy to answer any questions later on. So rule 8 is to link to authority domains. This is not proven in any way. It's just a theory that myself and Diggy have, rather, not Google. I'm not that close with them. So what we try and do when we're doing anything related to SEO, we try and think of it from a point of view as someone who works at Google. Like if I wanted to find a spammy website, what kind of things would I look for, and what kind of things would a spammy website not have? A spammy website probably wouldn't have links to good websites. It wouldn't be linking to Wikipedia and relevant videos on YouTube and other authority encyclopedia websites or whatever it may be, dictionary sites and so on. So what we do is we make sure every money site we have, a site that we're trying to get ranking, it does link out to these authority websites. So we're not going to link out to someone who can rank higher than us in Google like a competitor, but we're going to link out to relevant pages on Wikipedia, YouTube, dictionaries, thesaurus websites, and so on. Not in a huge amount, just 1 or 2 links per page, not more than 5 links on your entire website, just to show, again, if it is a ranking factor, if it is a kind of something that they look for in the algorithm, just to be safe, that is something that we do. And rule number 9, PageRank is dead. I will be very surprised if after 2014, Google show you PageRank of domains. So for those of you who don't know what PageRank is, it's a scale of 0 to 10 on what Google think of a domain. So something like Wikipedia will be 9, it's not even a 10, it's very difficult to get a 10. VibeChill is a 5, I'm kind of slap bang in the middle there, and new websites generally start out at a 0 if it isn't an expired domain previously. Now, this Google PageRank changes all of the time, but what doesn't change is toolbar PageRank. So there's little plugins for Firefox and Chrome that show you the Google PageRank of a website. This very, very rarely changes. I think the last one, there was maybe one a month ago, and before that it hadn't changed in about 11 months. Sorry if you do hear that plane coming past my window right now. So it had not changed. So instead we focus on different factors. We focus on things like trust flow and citation flow in Majestic SEO. And the most important rule, so there's nine for you there, is keeping this all to yourself. There's really no benefit in showing off how many websites you have or showing the world all of the top rankings you've managed to achieve in Google. Someone will get jealous and try and rat you out and try and take away that success from you. Instead, play your cards close to your chest, keep ranking websites, and make a ton of money in the process. Also, don't have some document in Google Drive listing all of your websites and their admin login details. Use something non-related like Basecamp or another project management tool. Don't mess up a very technically sound process because you shared too much information with the wrong people. So some of you, if you know about blog networks or you're not too familiar with it, you're probably thinking, isn't this all super dirty black hat stuff? And I totally understand that skepticism, especially when I'm telling you not to go out and tell everyone you're doing this and shouting it from the rooftops. Well, here's my theory. I really don't like the black hat, gray hat, white hat argument. Here's what I say. Any SEO is manipulating Google. Anything you do to get better rankings in Google is pretty much manipulating the algorithm in the search engine. After all, you're only doing those things to get higher search engine rankings. So, guest posting. This is something I was doing a lot a few years ago and it worked very well. No one ever called me out that I was doing anything spammy or black hat or shady, whereas today when Google put out an announcement a few months ago saying, guest posting, be very careful about writing articles for other people's websites and getting a backlink, now people look down on it. Another example, infographics, the same. When it started out, everyone's like, create infographics, get backlinks, create these great images that have a lot of good information, get other people to share them on their websites, and get backlinks because they link back to the person who created the infographic. These days, Google also have the message out. You have to be very careful if you're doing this. Kind of follow your links. Don't get them any benefits, any link benefit. And finally, widgets. So when people started out widgets, it was a pretty legit way. Widgets being something you can put on your website, maybe a little weather app to show the weather in someone's local area, a time app, coupon codes or something like that for a website they may be reading about. These days, people have really abused it. They get people using their widgets and then they link to 100 pages on their website. So anything, pretty much any tactic, I can cover a lot more here. Anything that did once have a good reputation pretty much has a bad reputation today. So is now guest posting suddenly black hat, even though it was white hat? Like the white hat, gray hat, black hat argument is just stupid. And what I want to say is that anything can be done in a white hat and black hat way. So guest posting, you know, I can hack people's websites and throw my articles up there, or I can write, you know, a really great article and I have a link to myself at the bottom of the post, and I've only given that article to one person. So there's definitely good ways and bad ways to do any tactic regarding getting better rankings in Google. And building a private network is no different. It can be done in a really white hat way, and I put white hat in quotes there because I don't really like this term whatsoever, but it is a good description of what you can do here. So you can put great content on the websites, make sure they offer any potential visitors some value, so you're not scraping content or spamming other websites to get links to your expired domain. That does not have to be a loser in this situation. At the end of the day, the goal is to rank good websites so you can actually convert visitors from Google. Like, you don't want to rank something that doesn't have value, it couldn't actually make you money. So really doing this, I do not see anything wrong with that at all. And you don't need a huge budget to put this all together. $200 will get you started, will get you going. Or you can outsource the process, so you don't even have to go and buy your own domains. People are worried that they need some huge, crazy huge budget to pull all of this together. That is not the case at all. You just have to pick the right niche where there's little competition. For that amount of money, you can get 1 or 2 okay domains, good domains, or up to 5 average ones. Set them up for something very particular, very specific. Just a few hundred, something that gets just a few hundred searches per month. And you can use the Google keyword tool to find out terms that are getting those search volumes and see what happens. You're going to learn a lot in the process, I promise you that. So another great question I had: what do you do if rankings suddenly disappear, or Google hit a certain tactic, or that, you know, they figured out how to do this expired domain stuff and figure it out? Well, first of all, relax. Rankings do fluctuate on a daily basis. Go and watch any industry. Make a note if you're writing things down here. If one industry you're going to watch every day, you know, once a week, go perform the same Google search result and notice where websites are ranking. You will see that they fluctuate pretty much in every industry, and it's not just going to be for your website. So if you suddenly notice a bit of a ranking drop or a little bit of a disappearance, don't actually do anything. At least give it a week to make sure you can see if you've been penalized, or Google don't like the strategy you're doing, or you need to do something in a different way. So relax. Rankings do fluctuate, so give it a bit of a break before you do make any changes. Second of all, relax some more. And why do I say this? It's because you can always reverse engineer search results. So if Google changed something, we can figure out what they changed. All we have to do is perform a search for whatever it may be, and we can look at the website that's ranking in number 1 and the website that's on page 2 or 3 and look at the differences. So did they have more links? Are they using too many links with the same text? Are they getting links from spammy domains or certain countries? Did they get too many backlinks at once? Like, we can monitor those things and you can reverse engineer it. So don't worry if you get involved in SEO and what you did wasn't working. At the end of the day, it's all about links, and you can reverse engineer it very quickly. It just takes a day or 2 to figure out what Google changed in their algorithm. And also, we have this awesome little redirect trick, which works super well. I'm going to talk about that later. So, you're watching this video with me, sitting in front of a computer screen, and you know that if you could just get links, if you just figure out how to get links that we've been talking about today, you could be running a huge marketing empire that would have a massive positive effect on many areas of your life. Not only in terms of freedom, but the value you could be giving to the world and clients and your own, the people around you as well. That's why Diggy and I have spent months building Marketing Inc., the ultimate guide to becoming CEO of your own niche marketing company, which covers SEO among other things in crazy detail. So I know a lot of you missed the webinar yesterday, even though you did sign up for it due to technical difficulties and so on. Honestly, you did miss a ton of value in the webinar, but I just want to show you what we promoted at the end of there. We had a ton of value there, and we have a ton of value in an offering we have for you today. So let us show you what's inside, so you can see if it's potentially for you. If it's not for you, that's fine, but we would love it for you to be for you. We'd love that to be the case. So if you want to spend your days working in an industry you're truly passionate about, if you want to serve businesses in your industry and really help them with their marketing and their SEO and help your own websites with SEO, and if you want to build massive goodwill in your marketplace and still sell like crazy, and I promise this is possible, so if you want those three things and still sell like crazy, then this is specifically for you. If you want to start a profitable and stable business that doesn't just rely on one client or one ad source or one traffic source, then allow us to give you a proven blueprint, losing my voice there, a proven blueprint of the system that has been working very, very well for us. So here's what Marketing Inc. covers. Part 1, we go into amazing niches that are totally up for grabs. In part 2, we show you how to sell like an expert, a marketing expert, even if you aren't one, whether it's about SEO or any other facet of marketing. Part 3, we go into crazy detail about this SEO stuff. So if you have any questions when you're watching this, we go into a lot more detail about that stuff that nobody is talking about. That redirect trick I covered, I'm going to show you that in a lot of detail, step by step. And we also have our entire system blueprint laid out for you step by step. So the amazing available niches, part 1 is what we cover. We have handpicked over 100 industries for you. Also going to get to see our exact selection process before we enter a market. Now I know you want to see real world stuff, so we're going to give you in-depth case studies. Sorry for the plane again, flying past my window. I'm going to give you in-depth case studies of existing businesses that are absolutely killing. So we're only scratching on the surface in the webinar, in this video, only really just scratch the surface. So I want to go into a lot of detail here. And I want to show you why we have a vested, genuine interest in helping you succeed with this. And I'm also going to show you what separates those who get this kind of strategy and absolutely don't do anything with it and don't make a penny, and those who kill it and make a lot of money. Part 2, so selling like an expert. I'm going to show you how to know exactly what your clients want and how to give it to them. This means you'll be positioning your business for success from the get-go. So you don't have to go through months of trial and error. Let us show you what you have to do. We're also going to give you detailed insights into how we grew our own business. So that's that's over $60,000 a month right now with just a 1,000 subscriber email list. So you do not need to be reaching a ton of people. I'm also going to be showing you my favorite traffic sources that you definitely are not using, and they have nothing to do with Google. And continuing with this, there's more. I'm going to show you the only thing that clients actively look for on your website more than anything else. So if you want to sell SEO, if you want to do SEO, if you want to sell any form of marketing and you do not have this on your website, you're going to be really missing out. And if you include it, you're going to be converting better than the competition overnight. So part 3, SEO stuff. I think this is where we really shine. I've given you a lot of value in this video, hopefully so far, and I really want to take that to the next level and give you even more. So we're going to show you how to determine if an industry is worth entering within 60 seconds. You don't want to be wasting a lot of time figuring this stuff out. We really want you to get right into it. We're going to show you more information about what Google really cares about, and as you know after watching this video, it has nothing to do with your content. We are going to show you now, this is where it gets awesome. We are going to show you case studies of rankings we've achieved in less than 2 weeks. So the actual website we've managed to rank, and they are highly profitable. And we're going to show you proof and actual website of examples of what clients pay us for. So if you're wondering how I make thousands of dollars per month with our clients, we're going to show you the websites and examples. And this continues. We're going to show you the redirect trick that I was talking about. So you can redirect and get a banned site back in Google in days, and the rankings stick. You can take a screenshot here. I'm totally serious. There's no jokes here. I'm going to show you detailed insights on how Daryl, so Daryl is someone we helped mentor him with the SEO business. We're going to show you how he closed clients and grew his business. He's pulling in thousands of dollars a month now from his local SEO business, and he's going to show you exactly how he gets clients and exactly, proof that clients are paying him and so on, what he's doing for them. And if you don't want to do this for yourself, sorry, another plane right now. If you do not want to do this for yourself, you can outsource the entire process if you don't want to lift a finger. And part 4, this is where we really kill it for you and help you crush it. The exact advice I gave to John Sonmez before his $21,000 profit launch. So John, he sold a marketing product for programmers, that is his target industry, and I'm going to show you the exact emails we sent back and forth and the advice I gave to him before he did $21,000 in his launch week. I'm going to show you a step-by-step video where I walk you through a live process of dominating a niche I know nothing about. So how to set up a Marketing Inc., an industry I don't really know about. And this may just be a niche that you're already interested in. It is pretty global, so that's going to give you a massive head start. I'm also going to show you what emails we send once someone is on our email list. I will show you the exact emails I send when people sign up for our SEO services, and they have been aided by a best-selling book on storytelling. I am not some master copywriter. It's just about knowing what makes people tick. And I'm going to show you how to quickly get up to speed on services that clients want and then offering this to them. Some people watching this may be worried that you can't offer a good service for your clients. I totally understand that, and it is a rational worry. We've already talked about how important it is to offer value. So we're going to get you up to speed on this, what to offer them and how to offer it to them. So what you're getting here is our entire exact system that will pass $100,000 per month this year, and we're already more than halfway there. So what is the price? Well, some of our earliest clients are paying us $3,000 a month, more than $3,000 a month for marketing advice. Our average income from SEO site rental is $1,200 per month. What we're going to teach you, what we're about to teach you, is equally valuable as what we do for them, but way more affordable. You can enroll today for just $597. On Monday the 19th, that price is going to go up to $997 and will stay there. Just go to marketinginc.com/CEO to enroll today. So what happens when you go to marketinginc.com/CEO? Well, you're going to choose your payment options. So we have PayPal there. You can use a PayPal account, or you can use a credit card with PayPal. You'll also see a countdown timer which shows you the price is going to increase. You'll immediately be emailed login info with full course access. So right as you're watching this video, if you go and purchase right now, we're going to give you access to the full course immediately. You'll get all of that information. It's not just part of the course and you've got to wait a week until we send you more of it. You're going to get it all together. That is it. Super simple. Now, we also have an ultimate guarantee here. So here's our guarantee. We want you to take our product, totally use and abuse it. Do whatever you want with it. Just take full value out of the course, tear it to shreds, and even take a month to do that if you like, totally up to you. Then give yourself another month to put all of this into action, everything that we're teaching you, so you can make sales, get clients, do awesome SEO, make a profit, and if you want your money back, it's yours. All we ask is that you put our advice into action. It does not get any fairer than that. So let me just repeat that. Essentially, we are giving you this for free if it doesn't work for you. Maybe you don't like the font I used, or you're pissed off because my videos aren't in some Ultra HD 4K resolution like those new Samsung TVs. Whatever it is, as long as you've tried to put something in action and it doesn't work for you, the money is yours. And everything here is going to be taught in a really low-tech way. I'm much more about, the strategy and getting to the point and being efficient rather than being the most technologically advanced guy. So you don't need to build or buy any custom software. If you don't like WordPress, you can use Ghost, or you can use static HTML website, whatever you want. And you can use any lead capture software you like for collecting email addresses and that kind of thing. MailChimp, Aweber, some free WordPress plugin, whatever you like, it will all still work. So just a recap now. Oh, sorry, actually not a recap, it gets even better. We have a private forum that Diggy and I post on daily, and it has over 4,000 posts already. So you'll see in that screenshot, we just added a new section for Marketing Inc. This is just launching, this is all new stuff. And that's gonna get very busy very fast. You also get access to the 4,000 posts we have on there already. Just tons and tons of SEO guys and pure value with a great community. So we're not just gonna leave you with some product and some theory, you're gonna get direct access to us. So just to recap what Marketing Inc. covers. Part 1, which amazing niches are totally up for grabs in our 100 hand-picked industries we've listed for you. Part 2, how to sell like an expert even if you aren't one. So even if you don't know much about marketing, this is where we go into massive detail about what clients want you to offer them and how to offer it. In part 3, we're going to give you the ultimate guide to SEO. So hopefully we've shown you a bit about what we're talking about in this video, and we have a lot more stuff that nobody is talking about. There aren't any black hat tactics that aren't going to work a month after the course is over or something like that. These have been working for years, and it can be done in a way that will even make self-professed white hat SEOs, give you a nod of approval. And in part 4 is the entire system blueprint laid out for you step by step. And this results in over 50,000 words of content and over 3 hours of video. So you're also going to get that private forum access and that ultimate guarantee. If this does not work for you, you get the money back. So just consider this scenario for a second. Out of all the amazing niches we're about to show you, over 100 hand-picked industries with a ton of money to be made, all you need is 2 customers. So out of the millions of potential customers and all of the industries are out there, all you need is 2. If you can get just 2 customers paying you $500 a month, you've paid back the price of the course, and of course you're making $1,000 a month. Now this is not an income promise, it's just an example, but I'm sure you already see the potential here. I have to be honest though, if my training is not good enough to help people build a successful marketing business, then something must have went very, very wrong. We've helped a ton of people do this already. It really is a no-brainer. If you're not happy, keep it all for free. Just head on over to marketinginc.com/CEO, and I hope I'm going to see you inside there today, and I'll be there on the forums if you do have any questions. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate your time, and I hope you got a lot out of this.
So in this video, we quickly want to show you how to set up a form that you can use as an application for your client form in your funnel in using Google Documents. And this is very easy to do, and it still looks professional. That way you can set up your funnel in such a way that you have a squeeze page, you have a free report, you have a webinar, you have those kind of things. And afterwards, when you direct your clients somewhere to give their information to you, they can fill out a form, like an application form. So basically it's making them come to you instead of you trying to close them. So by them coming to you, by them submitting an application form, by them filling in details, making them jump through your hoops, they're coming to you, which gives you the ultimate kind of sense of authority. You are the expert in the marketing niche that you are going to be providing them with the service, and that is why it is much more effective. You have a much higher chance of converting and closing clients when they come to you rather than you coming to them. So that's why we create forms, and this has been a good experience for us as well. We've had a lot of positive results from this. So basically you go to documents.google.com, docs.google.com, you click on create, and you click on form. So with the form you can kind of choose a format as well if you want to do anything like this. Basically we just want to fill in the kind of application form over here. So what we'll do is we can give it a name, so you can be experts marketing authority, and then you can kind of insert all these different things. So you can have a question. So for example, what is your yearly turnover? And the question type, it can just either be a paragraph text or it can be multiple choice. You can just give them options. Multiple choice is always easier because it just gives them the chance to either click a button. Paragraph text is maybe a little bit off-putting if they have to write in it. So again, these are things that you'd all need to test. Multiple choice, for example, you can have option 1, which would be greater than 50,000, and then you can have option 2, which could be greater than 100,000, and things like that. And you can play around. You can make as many questions as you want. You can add more. So for example, you can add another question. So what is your yearly turnover? What is your average customer value? And again, you can just add all of these. You can ask them for their email address, where best contact address, best times to contact them, if they've had any SEO done in the past, what their expectations are, that kind of thing. So it's going to take a bit of time to come up with the right kind of questions, but depending on your model, depending on which niche you go for, all those sorts of things, you can take some time to come up with an ideal kind of application form where you ask the right questions, where you'll have the exact information that you need to come back to the client, either when you do a consultation call or maybe if you go visit them in person. You know exactly what they're looking for, what their turnover is, what they're expecting, their client average value, what niches, what keywords they want to rank for, all that sort of thing. And when you have that information, you can come across much more professional because you're providing a solution exactly for them, tailored to their kind of business, and you're just able to give them all that information. So after you've created this form, all you need to do is you click on Send Form. So this link you can share with your clients anywhere after a webinar, on a squeeze page, on an autoresponder, on a sales page, whatever it is. You can direct your traffic there, your clients there, to click on this form to submit their application form. And after that, you can get back to them. You can schedule a consultation call, you can get in touch with them, and you can just follow up and hopefully close the client that way. Okay, so in this video, we quickly want to show you how to set up a squeeze page with lead pages. So once you have your lead page account and you log in with that, the home page will look something like this. And basically here you have all your different templates. You have your sales page templates, your opt-ins, your webinar pages, thank you pages, so whatever you want to do here. So depending on the kind of squeeze page that you want to set up, you're either going to go for an opt-in page or you're going to go for a webinar page. We're just going to show you the opt-in page quickly at the moment. It's all kind of the same process. These are all templates that you can use. They're all pre-designed. All you need to do is you need to edit the text, the content, the headers, the logo, and for the rest it's all super easy to use. So for example, let's just choose, it doesn't really matter. These are all different templates that you can use. And let's just use this one. Frank Kern is using it, so you know Frank Kern is highly successful in the marketing industry. So let's just choose this template and let's just show you quickly what you need to do in order to set this up. So this is the page that loads, and this is just an example of a squeeze page. This is obviously for the fitness industry, and everything is very simple. There's no coding or editing or any of that kind of thing that you need to do. Quite simply, all that you need to do is you need to click on the various sections and you need to edit it. So for example here, you click on this and you can put anything over here. So let's say this is the hottest thing in 2014. And then we click on OK, and that's basically that. Then you can just change this. You can add in all the kind of covers. So this will make you rich. And you can change everything from the text on the button to get the free report to obviously you can change the kind of images over here. You can change it to anything you want that you've uploaded. You simply upload an image and you can do that over here. You can see a nice little beach image, and then you can go ahead and you can change your sales letter, you can change the images, all that kind of thing. Very simple, very easy. Now all that we need to do is we need to go back and click on OK there. All we need to do is we need to set up the opt-in form integration as well. So this is something that you need to have an autoresponder for. So that's typically going to be Aweber. Aweber is one of the easiest. There are different ones of course as well, but you would use Aweber, and within Aweber you would just create a new list. So you would create a new web form. So from within Aweber, you can use any of your web forms that you've already created. It will automatically sync to your Aweber. It will pull in the code. So you can just choose whatever it is. You can customize the form, and it will automatically integrate with your Aweber so that the squeeze page, whenever someone enters their email address in it, that email lead will go into your Aweber list, and you will be able to either send follow-up responders automatically. You will be able to do a whole lot of things that way. And this is really how simple it is to set up a squeeze page. Once you have it set up, all that you'd have to do is you click on save and you click on publish. Once you have your page set up and you've got your autoresponder settings filled in, all you need to do is you give it a name, you click on save and you click on publish, and that's your squeeze page. And you'll get an ID for the lead pages, and then you'll be able to use that URL, so whatever it might be, whatever the page name is you give it. It'll be something like leadpages.net/marketing, and you'll be able to use that within your Facebook ads, within your LinkedIn ads, all that kind of thing. Now another really cool thing that you can do is once you've created this whole page, what you can very easily do is you can create a split test. So you can create a variation. So what this does is basically it duplicates the entire page that you've created, and on that duplicate you can go and you can change images, you can go and change headlines, all that kind of thing, without having to rebuild the whole page. So it's super easy. If you just want to change the headline, you add a new variation where you just change the headline or you just change the image, and you'll be able to split test those different variations from the same URL. So whatever the URL is that you choose, so for example, if it's leadpages.net/marketing, whenever you're sending the traffic there and you're directing it to that URL, Leadpages is automatically going to split that traffic up according to how you set your settings. So if you have 3 variations or 2 variations, let's say you have 3 variations, you want them to go equally, so 33% to each one. If you're going to get 9 leads to your URL, leadpages.net/marketing, then Leadpages is automatically going to take 3 of those leads and send it to one squeeze page, 3 leads to the other one, and 3 to the other one. And then it's going to give you conversion statistics, so you're going to be able to see, so squeeze page number 1 received so many visitors and it converted into so many opt-ins. And that way you'll be able to see which squeeze page is going to give you the maximal kind of opt-ins. So you can keep testing that, you can keep tweaking it, and you can get the maximum opt-ins from the same amount of traffic. Whereas, for example, if you have your first squeeze page and you get 10 opt-ins for every 100 visitors, that's 10% rate. That's not very high. But just changing a few simple things might bring it to 50 opt-ins per 100 visitors, which is a 50% opt-in, which makes a huge difference on your overall cost, on your overall conversions, all that kind of thing. So Leadpages is just really cool to work with. It's really simple to work with. You don't need to have much technical expertise or anything of the sort. And this is how you set up a squeeze page within Leadpages. Remember, there's lots of different options for webinars as well, for thank you pages, all that sort of thing. So feel free to play around with it. This is the basics of how to set up a squeeze page on Leadpages. Alright, so in this video, quickly want to show you how to create your own custom audiences using a tool called Social Lead Freak. So we're going to go in here. This is my Facebook ads account. So pretty much if you have a Facebook account, you are able to run ads from your Facebook account. You just got to add your billing method and then it's all set up and ready to go. So basically what we need to do if we want to import and create custom audiences is we need to use the Power Editor tool, and this only works in Google Chrome, not in Firefox. So be sure just to open the Power Editor. So when we have the Power Editor over here, this we open like this. Then what we can do is we go to Add Tools and we go to Audiences. And in a minute after we have all the various lists that we can import, we can go ahead and we can create custom audiences. Now Social Lead Freak, this is basically a tool that allows you to scrape Facebook pages, groups, to search for very targeted audiences that you can use to target with your ads. Now it's a one-time payment of $97 for a single license key, which is enough to get started with. So let's jump on over into Social Lead Freak and let's see what it does over there. So this is Social Lead Freak. It works on Adobe Air and it's very simple to use. So basically once you've logged into the system, once you've activated it, you have your options here of groups, events, places, pages, all those things that you can search for. So for example, let's go and look for pages, and you can either type in the keyword or you can type in the exact page. So for example, if you wanted to type in Viper Chill and you click on go, it's going to return the Viper Chill fan page right over here, and this would allow you to target everyone in the Viper Chill fan page that you're able to extract from this. But we're not going to do that in this case. So for example, if you're looking to target nurses, you could type in something like nurses, and it will return a whole list of pages that are relevant to nurses. So for example, nurses, funny nurses, nurse labs, American Nurse Association. So okay, for example, let's take this and let's say we want to target American nurses for CNA training, certified nursing assistant. So for example, let's say if that's something that you want to run, simply what we'd click on doing this is we'd select this page and we would select something like extract comment and like UID of posts. And then what it would go and do is it would go and harvest the UID, that's a kind of user ID of the people who like this page. And then it'll create a list of very targeted people from this specific page that you can then go and target with your ads. And your ads will be super relevant because they are only targeting the American nurses that you want to target with your certified nursing assistant kind of offers. So while we're just waiting for this to finish up, this is something that you can do, and you can literally go and create dozens and dozens and dozens of different industries, different audiences, whatever you want to target. So for example, let's say you're targeting something in the lose weight niche, which is very cliche and probably not something you want to go after because it's usually competitive. But let's say you're targeting something in the lose weight niche, then what you can go and do is you can find all the major pages all the major kind of authority figures in the lose weight niche. You can go and target their pages, and you can go and scrape their user IDs and build a very, very targeted audience in the lose weight niche. You can go and find other pages, you can go and find groups, you can go and find events, and that way you can go and create highly specific and targeted custom audiences that you can use to target with your Facebook ads. Okay, so now this has finished downloading. So what we want to check, I can just show you, it creates a CSV, which is a Microsoft Excel file with all the user IDs that it's created. Now, the American Nurses Association, this page has 132,000 likes, and it has 9,500 people talking about it. But the thing with Social Lead Freak is it only takes a very small percentage of those people it's actually able to harvest. So this is basically the Excel spreadsheet that's been created from Social Lead Freak. It doesn't mean anything to the naked eye because it's just all a bunch of figures and numbers that don't really make sense. But what we need to do now is we need to go to the Power Editor, and we need to import this list so that it can create a custom audience that we can target. So here we'll hop over to the Power Editor, and we'll click on Create Audience, Custom Audience, and then all you need to do is you need to upload the data file that has been created by Social Lead Freak. So in this specific case it would be American Nurse Association. And here you can add a description just to keep track of everything. And for example, what we had is we had the user IDs. So now we go ahead and we create the audience, and it's going to add people from this file and create the custom audience. So now it's gone ahead and it is going to create a custom audience for me in the American Nurse Association niche, and we have 8,000 records from that fan page that have been added that I can then go ahead and target. Now it does typically take about 30 minutes to prepare that custom audience, and Facebook will notify you when your custom audience is ready, and then you can go ahead and you can go and target whatever you want. So for example, these are some of the lists that I have when we were creating ads with SEO kind of things and internet marketing. And you have SourceWave, Money Mindset, Moz.com, Black Hat World, those kind of things. These are all custom audiences in the SEO and internet marketing niche that I can go ahead and target, and they're highly specific to the kind of offers that I was running at the time. So that's really how easy it is to use Social Lead Freak to create highly targeted custom audiences for the industries that you want to target. And after you've done this, you can very easily go and create your ads and be super targeted, and you can get the maximum kind of ROI and click-through rates from your ads.
So welcome to the strategy guide for Marketing Inc. Now this section is kind of going to be split into two parts. So part one, I personally, that's me, Glenn, I'm going to show you how to build a true marketing brand that dominates a niche. And in part two, Diggy is going to show you how to grow Marketing Inc. primarily focused on SEO. So you don't really have to go all the branding route that I'm going to cover. You can focus on the SEO stuff that Diggy's going to go into. Now originally I planned to make this one video. I expected it to be around 30 to 40 minutes long. What I'm actually going to do now is I'm going to split that up into two parts. So I have a real strategy outline for you. I'm going to half that. So I'm going to have two videos for you for my part of that, and Diggy's going to have a big word guide written out for you. So just letting you know about that. Now, I'm excited to do this section because I can finally show you some exotic cars, and I will explain what I mean by that in a minute or two. And over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to show you how to build a huge empire. So taking everything we've gone through so far in Marketing Inc., I'm sure a lot of it was maybe difficult to process, just a lot of information to really get into your head. We're kind of trying to hammer into you, not only to inspire you, but to have you take action and actually do something with the advice that we're sharing. So this section is basically about putting it all together in one thing. Now, just a word of warning before we get into it. I may cover some topics in less detail than you would like me to cover them. So for example, when I say start a website, I might not cover exactly what that website should cover. I'll give you advice on it, or I'll tell you where to go get a theme and all that kind of thing. But I won't say you need this host, you need to go to cPanel, you need to go and do this and add your domain this way. If there is something you don't understand, please come and ask it on the forum. That is why we have the forum. I will be there every day. Diggy will be there every day. there's already 4,000 posts there from our SEO company, so you're not going to be alone. People are going to be there to answer your questions. The reason I'm not going into such huge detail in this video is just because I don't want to overwhelm you. I don't want to bore people who know it. So if someone knows how to set up a website already, I don't want to spend 20 minutes going into that and, you know, have them kind of tune out in the video. That may be you. So again, if you do have any questions about specific points that you feel I didn't cover in enough detail, please do ask on the forum. And I'm not covering them because I'm lazy. It's just because I don't know which stage some people are at. So I'm kind of sticking at a bird's eye view, overall view of the strategy, how I think it should be implemented, rather than going into everything in huge detail. So now that that's out of the way, let's get into this by starting with the basics. Now, the first one is your niche, which is possibly the most difficult aspect of this whole course. So just a few things to keep in mind that we covered earlier. A client must be worth more than $1,000. That's pretty simple. When you get a client for a customer, when you get a client for a client rather, that should be worth at least $1,000 in business to them, preferably that is profit. So you don't want to promote the local barber down the street who's charging $5 a haircut, but maybe there's a salon or someone who does wigs who makes a lot more money, and they're more of the kind of market that we want to target. And you must care about the industry in some form. I did cover this in the niche section already, but that is for things like, you know, if this doesn't work out straight away, you're going to have the drive, you know, to keep going because you care about the industry. You're also going to be more interested in learning about it and talking to companies in this industry. They're going to see it's something you care about, and so on. So if you don't care about it, don't do it. Don't just do this for the money. If you just do it for the money, you're not actually going to make any, which is kind of ironic, but it's totally true based on my experience and the experience of pretty much anyone I've ever talked to who is doing something online. Now, everything else is secondary to those 2 points, but what you read is a great starting point. So if you're totally lost on what kind of angle you should be covering, what kind of niche you should be covering, and I know some people are probably listening to this thinking, well, I just want to know where the money is. I just want to know how to get the quickest cash and so on. Like, that is, you know, maybe there is some industry I can tell you. For example, solar panels is a pretty hot industry. But if you have no interest in that, don't go and focus on it. You know, don't try and be the #1 marketing guy for solar panels if you have zero interest in technology and solar technology and harnessing power from the sun in terms of batteries and so on. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So a great starting point is where you find yourself reading, and I do not mean your Facebook newsfeed. I mean just general magazines. Maybe you like, you're a woman who likes reading beauty magazines and makeup guides. Maybe you like reading books on technology and Forex stocks and so on. What magazines do you read about? What kind of blogs do you follow? And these are things where you're not wasting time, but it's a general interest of yours where you may be taking action, or just hobbies and that kind of thing that you read about. So maybe you read car magazines, tennis magazines, maybe your thing is snooker and pool, whatever it may be. There's a great starting point for you to get ideas about the kind of industry that you may personally be interested in. Okay, so for this example, I'm going to go with the automotive niche. And I joked earlier that I can finally show some exotic cars. Just a quick backstory on that. Myself and Diggy, I designed the whole website here for Marketing Inc. Please don't tell me you hate it. But the homepage was really difficult for me because I wanted a graphic on the homepage, but I did not know what to put under the logo. So we have the text there, become CEO in one of the world's fastest growing industries, and then we've got a world map there on marketinginc.com if you're not logged in. And I really didn't know what to put there. And I found this image one day of this luxury car. It just looked so good, exotic car, like a PSD file I could mess around in Photoshop, and it just looked great in that header. And like it had the license plate like CEO. But we pretty much decided that's kind of not the angle we want to come from. Like, it's a bit spammy, it's a bit of the slimy internet marketer style, like, oh, you're going to be driving around in the Lambo after 1 week. So sadly, I didn't, even though it looks so good, I didn't get to put that in the website. We just had some kind of moral issues with that. But now I can talk about it, which is cool. So I finally get to cover this topic. Now, there are a ton of angles just in the automotive niche that I could take. For example, exotic car rentals. Diggy Diggy paid 80 euros to rent a car for 15 minutes when he was in Paris the other week. He rented a Ferrari, 15-minute drive, 80 euros. Now I know that is not an example where someone's making $1,000 in profit, but there are exceptions to this. For example, one exception would be gym memberships. People might only be paying $50 a month, but over the lifetime of the customer, you know, to a gym, that could be worth $1,000 or more than that. So this kind of example where you can get a lot of people to go to a business, for example, exotic car rentals, they're not paying, you know, $1,000 a time, but they're making 80 euros in 15 minutes. They're still making a great profit edge, and they can still probably pay you a lot of money to do work for them and get them more customers. Another example, limousine services. I'm sure popular in some states in America and elsewhere in the world, Vegas and so on, people wanting to rent those out. I have no idea how much they cost. I'm guessing they're at least a few $100s an hour. Usually take them for a few hours, so there's definitely profit potential there. Only take this on though, of course, if it's something you're interested in, and unlike me, you'd actually know how much money the customer is actually worth to the limousine service. Another one, high-end mechanics. Another one, used car dealerships. You know, they may be selling cheap cars, but they're making a profit on every car they sell. And also professional dealerships, like someone has to do marketing for Nissan. I did marketing for Hewlett-Packard. I did marketing for Land Rover. Like, those companies are still paying outside resources to their marketing for them. So just because Nissan is some huge brand, don't think that your local Nissan doesn't want someone to design their website, get them more customers, and so on. Nissan do provide support, so they're like franchisees, or however you want to phrase it, but it's kind of up to them to get all their stuff, their website and so on built. They need someone else to do that for them. Now, what I want to target for this example is I'm going to become the marketing guru, quote unquote guru, for car dealerships. That's what I'm going to talk about. For the rest of this strategy, that is, I am the man. I'm going to make so much money with this. I'm just going to totally dominate the market, and here is how I'm going to do it. Now, it's not like these people don't know how to sell. Like, you always read, if you ever read sales books or marketing blogs, whatever, like the best salesmen always seem to be guys working in car dealerships. Like, they can't sell anything, and then they just get better, and like they're like the man. They have all these NLP techniques, they know how to sell, and so on. So why would I build a marketing company for a client that probably knows how to sell way better than I can? Well, that's pretty simple. A large majority of these people have no idea how to transfer their offline selling to the internet. That goes for pretty much every industry out there. They don't know how to convert the offline stuff to online, and that is what you're going to do for them. That is what we're teaching you in Marketing Inc. Oh, so I just pretty much covered my next slide already. That's where we come in with our advice for the niche we want to dominate. We fill the gap in the problems they're having. So once you've decided on a niche, it's really good to see what's out there. Now, this is one of those industries, you know, the automotive industry. I don't really have to research it to see if there's potential. Why? Because pretty much everyone wants a car around the world. You know, people are always going to be buying cars. I don't have to go into Google Keyword Tool and see if there's at least 1,000 people looking for a car in Utah or Idaho or I don't know my American states too well, Missouri, Mississippi, whatever it may be. Like, you don't really have to think about it. There's a market here. If that is your passion, you know there's going to be an industry there, especially used car dealerships, which I'm focusing on for this example. I know, like, becoming the marketing guru for them, I know there's used car dealerships everywhere. Like South Africa, England, Germany, Canada, France, Italy, wherever you are in the world, there's someone selling used cars, and they want to sell more used cars, and that's where you come in. So I don't really have to look into that too much. For everything else, Google is your friend. Some very simple searches. Your niche, so whatever it may be, website design. Your niche, whatever it may be, marketing. Your niche, whatever it may be, SEO. Now, there's a good chance you're going to find other companies who are doing what you want to do. That's okay. That shows you that there is potential in this industry, and you know, someone else is catching on to this idea that there's a lot of money to be made. What you're going to do with our help through Marketing Inc. is you're going to do a much better job than them. So I'm just going to go over to Google now and show you some examples for this. Website design. See my nice little tie ad at the top here. We got 20 automotive designs. That would be pretty cool for later to look at. Creative automobile websites. And here's one. Automotive websites and marketing. Dealer Fire. That's a good example. Optima Automotive. They do social media management for the automotive industry. DigiGo. Car dealer website design. So there are people in this industry who are already starting to look at it. Now, Dealer Fire, this actually looks like a pretty great website. It's mostly one page, but just want to show you an example. Look at some of their clients: Nissan, Fiat, Mercedes. Now, you may think Mercedes is like this huge German billion-dollar company, whatever it may be. Same with Fiat and Nissan, obviously not for Germany. But they are paying companies, outside companies that are not working for Nissan directly, to go and do the work for them. They are pretty much, these dealerships are pretty much left to themselves to go and do all the websites and the marketing and so on. So you can just see from their client list, and they have a really good website. I can see these guys have done a very good job here. You can see from their client list, you know, they have a good success, and it looks like they're doing well. They've got a really nice website. So just going through here, and we can just let you know, we'll kind of come back to this kind of thing later in the second video, where I'm going to show you how you set up your website and so on. So the next one, what did I search for? Car dealership marketing. Just didn't know really exactly what to type because I don't actually know this industry. So we have dealermarketing.com, drivingsales.com. That's a pretty awesome name. The Dealer Geek, so internet marketing tips for car dealers. There are people targeting this industry. Why? Because there is money to be made. Never worry about an industry being saturated when you want to be the top dog in that industry. It just means there's a ton of potential. How many cars are there on the road today? I don't know. Is it more or less than the human population? You know, it's like billions, right? There has to be at least 1 billion cars out there, and people are buying them all of the time. So it's just a huge market, and a lot of people are trying to cover this. This one example, Dealer Marketing Magazine. Looks like the Lex is quite good. Looks like we're getting quite a bit of traffic. This is a pretty ugly website. And this is the kind of thing where you see it, and I instantly know anyone who's following this course, they can do better than these guys. They can do a better job than this website, but it's probably a good place to get ideas for the niche. They have a forum. You can find problems with the industry that you can solve, where companies have problems with marketing and so on. Just going through now, car dealer SEO. We have Dealer On, don't know what that is. Digigo again coming up. Drive Dominion Dealer Solutions SEO. Again, driving sales is coming up. Driving sales is obviously be a good one to check out. So Digigo, what was an example now? Increasing market share for auto dealers. So they do, I'm not going to open that. Oh, can see there, the solutions. They offer websites, marketing, social, and services. Exactly what I would do if I'm going to target this industry. So the website's pretty nasty. Like, they have this weird transparent bar thing going on. I can barely read the text. Random YouTube videos. Some of it actually looks nice. But for the most part, it's the exact opposite of the kind of website I want to build. It's the kind of website that looks nice, but I bet it does not convert as well as it could. Just some other examples. Driving sales, cool thing here, they got a forum going on. So you can kind of discuss with other people in this industry how you can market your business. So really, last example here, Auto Revo, which ranked for a few things. Car dealer websites, automotive SEO, internet marketing. It's quite a nice looking website, but they don't really show too much about what they cover. Like, it's just, man, I really got to click through this. Do I want to request a demo? Live chat would be cool, but I bet it doesn't even work. Where are you taking me? Contact@once.com. Thanks for your interest. Like, okay, look there. Like, there's no one online. Like, it's just a website they clearly haven't put a lot of thought into. Instead, I would want a lead magnet right here. Bam. Your car dealership isn't selling something. Here's 10 tips to change that around for you. Bam. Ebook, opt-in. You've got them on the email list. You're going to sell them something else down the line. So there's people who are trying to latch on to this industry, but they are not converting. They're not setting up their websites in a way I would do it, where there's a lot more conversions, and basically they're not taking all of the solid internet marketing tactics, for example, that MPE have done, and putting that onto their business website. They're kind of just generic looking sites. Going back to my slide now. So one of the companies I did find in my research was Auto Shop Solutions. So just look at this. Look at what they're promoting. They provide website design and internet marketing services to auto repair shops, tire dealers, and collision shops. Now, remember when I showed the examples before of all the industries you can cover in the automotive niche? I did not even cover, sorry, I got a plane going past my window right now, if you hear that. I did not even cover this kind of industry. So I said the limos, the exotic cars, the used car dealerships. I didn't go into repair shops, tire dealers, collision shops. Every industry especially huge ones like auto, the car industry, there's very niche angles you can zone in on. And where are they? There's 647 in the Inc. 5000. They have grown 709% in the last 3 years. They did 2.2 million in 2012. No doubt probably going to be in the 3-4 million mark for 2013, 2014. They only had 275k in 2009, so they've really grown a lot. 23 employees, they've added 18 jobs. So they only had 5 guys working. If I'm reading that correctly, they only had five people working for them when they did 275k in their first year back in 2009. And just looking at their website here, the #1 automotive aftermarket's website design and internet marketing industry. I kind of messed that up there, but you can see like, it's a good looking website. You can go check them out. The domain here was autoshopsolutions.com. And that's just a great example of someone making millions of dollars in this industry and doing it right. So there's definitely a lot of potential here. And that's the kind of thing you want to be looking for if you aren't sure if there is potential in your industry. Go out and Google, go check it out, and just basically go and do some research. Now just picture for 1 second that you run an auto repair shop. So you got a physical business. You need a new website, you need marketing, you need Facebook, you need new clients, whatever it is, and you come across Auto Shop Solutions. Would you go with the guys who have a website like this where they're just focused on you and they've had car clients and stuff before, or would you go with a generic marketing company? I don't even need you to ask that. I know you are not stupid. You're going to want to go with the guys who do the auto shop websites because they know the industry, and that is why customers are going to come to you, because you are focused on a specific industry and not just so much on marketing in general. Now I know this is kind of something we've repeated a lot in the course, but I'm really passionate about it. It's really important to me that it kind of sinks in for you, because I just think there's so much money to be made. And just look at that auto example now. Like there's a lot of websites, I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of competition, but none of them seem to be doing a great job. They're not like the NPE of car solutions. Auto Shop Solutions is a good example, but even them, I went through their website before doing this recording, and they could do a better job as well. So I'm really hoping you can see the potential here, and using our angles and how we promote things just to really rock it out of the park and, you know, become CEO or really dominate your industry. I really want that to happen for everyone listening to this. So the next part is your domain. Wow, I took a lot longer than I planned to for your niche. So my simple rules when it comes to a domain name: no hyphens, that's those little dashes. .com or .net only. Don't go with country specific unless you have a very good reason for doing so. For example, you're doing SEO and it makes a lot more sense to have a .co.uk domain than it does for .com. Generally, please do go with .com or .net. No .info, no .biz, none of that shit. Just keep with the standard domains that work well and people are going to remember. And your name should be short and memorable. A brand with words that make sense is better than a descriptive name every single time. Do you remember shoppingforbooksonline.com or amazon.com? Do you remember searchengine.com or google.com? Like, look at my blog, viperchill.com. What does that even mean? Like, I can happily joke about myself that it means nothing, right? Like, viper is a snake, chill is cold. I was 16 years old, and yet here I am, and I've got like thousands of people reading my website every day. And that name has nothing to do with marketing, but it's short and it's easy to remember. 2 words that make sense is better than a descriptive name. So internet marketing blogger guy or whatever, right? VibeChill is actually better than that, even though it has nothing to do with the niche. Examples in this industry could be AutoDub. Funny story, actually one of my first websites was a car website, and it was actually called AutoDub. AutoFit, so like I'm just kind of thinking of a slogan here, you know, we'll get your car business in fit fighting shape. Auto Fox, Auto VIP, like just become the star in your town for selling cars. Auto Brand, like we help grow your brand online. Car Superstar, I'm sure that's probably taken in .com and .net. Just another example. Like, don't stress about this. I for one should probably take my own advice because I do worry about this too much. But don't overthink the process here. Just get something out there. If you do get stuck and you are overthinking the process, nameboy.com or thesaurus.com, just go run in some words, start getting some ideas for names. I register all domains with namecheap.com because you get free who was, who is God. And what that means is when someone goes to a who is search engine, they're not going to go find your name, your address, and your telephone number because it's protected. So Namecheap, I think it's about $9.69 or something like that for a domain name. Now your logo, next part. Option 1 is graphicriver.net. So I'm just going to quickly show you that now. So Graphic River, it's a marketplace. You can see I've got $17 in my account. I've bought a ton of things here. Just go in, car logo. I prefer the grid view, and there you go. Just look at all these logo designs. You will need to know Photoshop or know someone who knows Photoshop, but all of these cars are done for you. So I can just change the writing there where it says car show. I can just change that to Auto Dub, Auto Fit, Auto Fox, Car Superstar, whatever I would have decided on. Some of them don't look great, like this one. There was one I really liked, this one. I absolutely love this one. And you know why? Because when I look at this, I'm just going to load that up. When I look at this, I automatically think like Auto Empire. Like you have a car and you've got the kind of empire building CEO style going on there. Like if I was going to do a company, I wouldn't even go and pay someone to do a logo. Like I found this one, it's what, $29. I already purchased it, so I'm going to show you an example later. But I really like this one. So nice and simple. Yeah, just an example. And you can go through the list there. There's like thousands of domains on this website. Option 2 is 99designs.com. Just gonna go over there, 99 Designs. So Marketing Inc., the website you're on right now, the logo was found on 99designs.com. Now it is more expensive. This cost me $800, and I actually paid more than that because I bought 2 logos. First of all, this was the winner. Like I totally love this logo. I didn't love the colors. But I hope you can see this clearly on the video. Basically, it's got the M there. It's got the I there, the dot of the I. And also what it looks like, I hope you can see this, and again in other colors it's a lot clearer. Like it looks like someone's wearing a suit. So we really thought, damn, this is cool. Like the dot of the I is the head. It looks like someone's wearing a suit. It looks professional, and then it's even got the name built in there as well. It's awesome. I loved it. I bought it. It won, but you'll notice it's not on the website. And the reason it's not on the website is because it looked terrible on that red leather background. And I was more willing to give up the logo than I was the red leather background or any color leather background, because the 3D logo just did not look right on there at all. So you'll see now. I don't know if it's here, but you can see a lot of entries ahead for the competition. Some of them very good, like this one I think is quite nice. I don't really like the colors, but it's nice in 3D. Just tons and tons of entries people will do for you, and you only have to pay for one. So here's the winning design that we picked in another color. I also like this one. I thought this was pretty cool. And this one's quite nice as well. So you're going to get a lot of entries. You kind of rate them yourself, and then you pick which one is the winner. And just to let you know that the pricing, I think the cheapest pricing for logo is $300, but you will get, you'll get 20, 30, 40 entries to choose from, so you can pick your favorite one. Another option is 20 seconds work in Photoshop. So what you do is you go over to a website like myfonts.com. You can just do bestsellers. And this is a paid font website. There are free ones. I just want to show you an example. So let's just say I'm calling my website AutoDub. You can type that in my fonts, and you can see how that logo looks with all of the different fonts. So some of them are pretty similar, other ones are a bit crazy. Like I think this one's cool. It's kind of rusty, kind of like a garage. Yeah, so a lot of different designs here. Like I said, those ones are paid. Another one is dafont.com. You click whatever you want. Say I'll go for some sans serif designs. I'll put in my word, AutoDub, submit that. And now all of those fonts are going to show with that word in there, so I can see how they look. And these are all free. Everything on dafont.com is free to download. I really like this one, Harabara. I've used that for a few websites. I think that looks really cool. And then you go into Photoshop, and there's like 40 pages here. So there's a ton of design ideas. Go into Photoshop, just create a new file, which I've done here. And this is, if you never used Photoshop, you might be a little amazed how simple this is. My computer's slow right now because I'm recording and I got the PowerPoint, and it's live recording my screen. AutoDub, and that's it. This is actually using a free font. Bam, I have my logo.
Like, it's not a great logo, it's not the best logo in the world, there are competitors with better logos, but the aim is just to have a logo that is there. You know, don't overthink this. You can go and improve it at any time. I don't want you to slow down, you know, taking action and getting your website built just because you want the world's most perfect logo. If I want to be a bit fancy with that, I can go add some gradients, and it's nothing more difficult than what I'm doing in this video. So you can see the colors changing there as I change the gradient. These are kind of preset designs I've saved from other work. So that one looks cool. If I'm doing a blue website, add a bit of shadow on there, change it to 90 degrees, which I always do because I'm stuck in my ways. Bit of outer glow, and that looks funky, it looks nice, it stands out a bit. And this would actually be perfect for a Facebook profile picture. Just nice and simple, put that on there. So if you don't have Photoshop, there are ways to get it. So Adobe CC Cloud, I think it's called, something like that. It's $49.99 for 1 month. You can cancel after the month. If you don't have it, I bet someone in your family does. So if you just want to, you know, the cheapest option is to get a website, a font from dafont.com, totally free, 20 seconds in Photoshop. You saw how quick that was. I just clicked on the T tool, write something, and it's there. If I want to change the font, I just go here. Coco FY is one I purchased recently, which does not seem to be, oh, I don't have it installed on this computer, it's on my PC. Classic is the font I want, logo here. I like this one, this style, and that's it. Very simple, just type it out and you're done. Okay, so go back to my PowerPoint. So someone will have this in your family for sure. Now, your website. My favorite resource is themeforest.net. It's the same guys who own graphicriver.net, the logo website. ThemeForest is perfect for WordPress sites, but you may need some skills. So I highly recommend everyone just starts on WordPress. There's so many plugins that let you do everything, contact forms, RSS, blogging, and so on, and just people who you can pay to help you customize WordPress themes. You may need a little bit of skills. This very website, Marketing Inc., is using a WordPress theme from ThemeForest, and I just want to show you that. Where is it? Okay, so here it is. I'm just going to click live preview so you can see it. I think this was $35. Okay, so this is exactly what this is what the website looked like. You may recognize my homepage. So you see this footer here. This is the original one, and then I go to Marketing Inc. homepage, and here's my footer. So I've changed some parts of the design, but it's very similar. And you've got the widget stuff going on here. Also, I tweaked that with these logos here. So I put them in, I did the Inc. 500 thing. You know, it's there in the design, the basics, and I just tweaked it, and I changed the graphic for the world map. Sadly, I couldn't put in my luxurious cars, which we talked about earlier. And then I put my logo there, I got rid of the navigation bar. And it's pretty simple. So I got the dashboard here of Marketing Inc. You just go over to Appearance and Theme Options, and you will get this page. So basically, this theme comes with a ton of settings that you can customize very easily. So you can make your logo plain text if you want. You can upload a logo. So I uploaded this one in the back end. Don't have to touch any code. You can put in your email address because it has a contact form built in. You can have a message that appears across your whole website, a tagline, tracking code for your analytics. Like, you really don't have to touch any code. Homepage options. So you have a nice little slider that transitions with cool effects. You can click all your different colors. So I want it green, I want it red, I want it orange. If you need to make any changes, or a designer has to, they can just put them in here, and so on. There's a lot of features here, so you don't have to really tweak too much. And just another example, so going back to my homepage here, you see this. You see these little boxes here, they're pretty cool, and I have a little effect, like why you're clicking here, sign up for the webinar. And all this, like, this didn't take any crazy code. All I do is you go over to Appearance Widgets in WordPress, and you'll see here homepage featured left. So that's what this widget is, featured left. And then they have all these custom widgets. Just drag and drop anything you want to go in anywhere. I just take that out. So I have small screenshots widget, and then I have HubSpot 90% 3-693 growth. So you can see that there. Wrong page. my little thumbnail image, my short description, and then you got the U elephant. It's actually underground elephant. I just couldn't fit that in my design on one line, and I'm such a perfectionist, so I didn't do that. Thumbnail image and the full size image. So it's just widgets. I'm not coding. I don't really have to learn anything, and yet I've been kind of praised on this design. I hope I don't sound cocky here, but I think it's a nice looking design, and it was very easy for me to achieve because of all the widgets and the built-in customizations that this theme allows. If you want more from the same guy who built this theme, and he kind of does the same options panel for all themes, go check out themezilla.com. That's a great resource. And finally, another option, if that's not really your thing, is optimize press. Go through a little video here. So you can see all of the options here. You can really tweak your website very easily. And there's a lot of famous internet marketers here. I've used Optimized Press for a while now. You can just create very simple websites, totally different designs that collect email addresses, that sell products. You can create membership sites, whatever you want. It's a one-off payment. I think it's $197, and you can use that on up to 10 websites. So sales pages, landing pages, membership portals. I'm not going to give you an affiliate link or anything like that. It's a total genuine recommendation. OptimizePress.com if you want to, if you're not too comfortable with WordPress and you kind of want something else that will give you a lot more control. So the next part of the strategy guide, I don't know how long this video was yet, but it's coming up. I just didn't want to overwhelm you with too much at once. So that's now Diggy is doing his strategy guide, but that's not the same as mine. His is focused on the SEO stuff. So he has half of mine done. Now in the next video, I'm going to go into the next half. I hope you got a lot out of this. And again, if there's something I went over in too much detail, or not enough detail rather, please do just post in the forum. We're going to be there every day. I just didn't want to overwhelm people with too much information. Thank you for watching, and see you in the second half. So welcome back to the next video in my strategy module. I hope you enjoyed the first one. I just want to say I kind of missed this in the first video. It's a really super quick point. It's only going to apply to a tiny majority of people, but I just want to say it anyway. For the domain section, one thing I missed out was cdo.com and buydomains.com. Now some people will have more than a $9 budget. I have a feeling some people are coming at this course with $20, $30, $45, $40, $50,000 budgets. So if you have a bit more cash and you want to get a domain that is amazing, buydomains.com or cdo.com. It's definitely not required. You know, like I said, I built a huge brand with a name like VibeChill, which doesn't really mean anything. But if you do have a bit more budget and you want something that's going to wow people when they hear it, buydomains.com is a good option. You can get domains for starting at around $500, and they go up to the $1 million mark. So there really is a huge amount of options there. So what I want to talk about here in this part of the video is something you may have been asking through the entire course, which is, what am I going to sell? So I hope I haven't left it too late at this point. You're not too confused. We're going to get into that now because it's really simple. It's not complicated. The answer is this: exactly what we've been teaching you so far. You now know enough about SEO to give advice to others, and Diggy's going to cover this in a lot more detail in his strategy part. If you can apply paid ads to your own marketing, then you can do it for others. You can also sell template products. Now this is really the key here, so I really want you to focus in on this. You can sell template products all IM guys promote under the angle of being at the top of your niche. So this means things like you can sell ebooks, you can sell membership sites, you can sell video courses, webinars, seminars. There's guides on how to do this all over the internet. We can help you any step of the way. Now these are base products. You will see that IM guys sell these to other IM guys all the time. So the make money online niche, the irony there is that make money online guys keep selling these kind of products to other make money online guys. What they're missing out on is that other industries want this, but they're not getting it. So the guy who runs the limousine service, the guy who runs the private golf club, whatever it may be, he's not getting ebooks, membership sites, video courses, seminars, webinars. He is not getting those targeted to him, yet he has all this money he can spend on something like that. So these base template IM products, like I said, you can do the SEO stuff, this slide in the PowerPoint. You can do the SEO stuff. We got a lot of information on that already in this product. You can do the paid stuff. If you can do it for yourself and get yourself leads,
which is the aim of what we're teaching you here, then you can definitely do that for others as well. You're going to learn from your experiences doing it for yourself. And the template products here, ebooks, membership sites, video courses, webinars, seminars. It's not difficult. They just want it to be targeted to them and relevant to their niche, and that is why you pick something that you're interested in. If there are other companies in the niche that you've chosen, look at what they're selling. So if there is someone else doing this auto stuff like I want to do for used car dealerships, I'm going to see what they're promoting. If they're promoting something, it's probably something they're selling. And if they're not promoting something, either they didn't think of it or it's not something that their industry wants. So, go out there and get the research and see what other people are doing. A good example here, just going back to NPE, I kind of think they're the perfect example. Like, there are a lot of fitness companies trying to do, a lot of marketing companies rather, trying to promote themselves to fitness companies, and they're just not having anywhere near the success of NPE. They're doing such a great job with their leads and their offerings and their videos and everything like that. There's just a great case study that I loved showing you at the start of this course. Now let's look at what they're selling. What do they sell? 6 different coaching programs that start at £495 to £25,000 per year. In dollars, that's probably $800 a year to $34,000, $37,000 a year. My conversion may be a little bit off there. So $800 a year to $34,000, $37,000 per year, 6 different programs that they sell to their customers. And you can see them all lined out here. So they've got the Backstage Pass, which is the cheapest one, EA Trainer, Evolution Accelerator, VIP program, and their Platinum program. And they each include different things. So their plans cover membership website access with 100+ articles, a private Facebook group in one plan. In one plan, they have a product showing you, a sales guide, how to sell to your customers. They have a guide on marketing campaigns. They have a guide on staff training. They have 2-day in-person workshops. They have a done-for-you marketing campaign. They sell goal-setting software. They have private coaching calls. Now, you will get access to different ones based on which plan you cover, which plan you take. So, for example, Backstage Pass, you can see slightly in my picture here, they get access to a membership site with videos and audios, and they're paying $800 a year for that. So that's something that they're offering to all of their clients. And there's just a lot of options here for the different plans that they offer. The majority of their offering, and I hope you notice this, is not in-person consulting. It's all web-based. And it's all things you can replicate and you can do from your house. Like, you don't need to go and do some seminar. Personally, I will probably never do a seminar for as long as I live. I'm not too bad at speaking in front of audience. I've been to a couple of Toastmasters meetings, but I just have no desire to go and organize some event and get all these people to come out, fly and see me and doing seminar. Maybe some people want me to do that, but it's not for me. I much prefer doing this web-based stuff, having people consume my content over the internet, just like you're doing here with Marketing Inc. So what you can see with them is that the majority of what they're doing is also this web-based stuff, which you can do yourself. Again, we are just following solid marketing principles and applying them to our specific niche, whatever that may be. It's not complicated. I'm not dumbing this down at all. It really is a very simple process. But it's just amazing to me how many gaps there are in this market and how much money there is to be made, especially from people following this course right now. You can pull in people in a private Facebook group. Tell me you couldn't do that. You couldn't go to Facebook, create a group, and tell people, okay, now if you're a client of mine or whatever, you can now communicate in this private Facebook group or this private forum with other people. Anyone can go and do that. And that's one of the things NPE and other companies sell. They create a product with research on the niche. Like, you can go create a PDF, a video course, just recording the screen like I'm doing here, just recording a PowerPoint. Like, there's no reason you cannot do that. You don't need like years of training to get to a level where you can teach someone. If you care about the industry, you're constantly going to be finding holes, ways to market, ways to advertise the brand that other people haven't thought of, and they want you to teach them. You can put that in a product very easily. Okay, can you host monthly coaching calls? Of course you can. You can use Skype. You can use GoToWebinar, which I use to get people to find this website. You can use whatever it is you want. All you have to do is buy a microphone, a $100 microphone, and talk down the phone on Skype. Can you create marketing articles about that industry? Why not? Okay, maybe you're not the greatest writer. Pay someone else. You go do all the research, pay someone else $50 to go format it, put it all nicely for you into a little PDF you give away as a lead magnet. or something like that. So all of the kind of things that these companies are selling, and again, I'm just using NP as an example because I think they're doing a great job. There's nothing they're doing that you cannot do. You know, Facebook group, creating products, monthly coaching calls, webinars, marketing articles. There's no reason you can't do that for the industry that you've chosen. Another example here is Bob Phibbs. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And he is the retail doctor. Now, what you might not know about me is I recently opened a physical retail store. Well, I guess my girlfriend did, but I'm kind of helping out with the marketing. And I don't know anything about retail, and neither does she. It's kind of a test project. You know, if it goes well, great. If it doesn't go well, you know, shit happens. We can learn from it, and we'll do something else. We'll probably keep selling her stuff on the internet, which is what we were doing before we opened the store. So I found this guy, Bob Phibbs. I was doing some research online, basically advice on using Facebook, getting more customers. But more importantly, how should I set up the retail store? Like, I don't know what should go at the front of the shop, what should go at the back of the shop, what kind of prices and markup should I give for certain items. I really didn't know too much about that. And then I came across this guy. So Bob Phibbs, what he is, he's the marketing guy for retail shops. Like, what a cool angle that is. And you can see here, he's your retail expert. He's branding himself. He's not claiming to be the guy who's going to get more customers for private hospitals or private golf clubs or private gentlemen's clubs, whatever it may be. If you have a retail shop and you need help, this is the guy to go to. You can clearly see that from his website. Now, so you can see the little... first of all, what I love here is, like, okay, you see him speaking. And like I said earlier, it's not the kind of thing I would want to do. Maybe you would love to do that, and that's great. I would definitely encourage you to do that if it's the kind of thing you want to do for your business. But look at that. Bob Phibbs is your retail expert, a couple of bullet points there. And what does it say? What is his main selling point on that page? See how Bob can virtually train your crew. So he's also going for the internet angle where you can teach people over the internet. Why? Because it's easier, there's less costs involved. Another reason is that more customers want it. You know, you can't reach everyone when you go to a physical location. If I did a seminar in Thailand or back in my hometown of Newcastle in England, 95% of the people listening to this could not make it. So the virtual stuff really gives you a much bigger audience to work with. And just Bob's products here, he's got two options. So he has a book. I noticed the book before I noticed the retail sales training. And I don't know why, it just stood out to me more, even though it's further down the page. And when I saw that, I don't even know if he has a publisher or anything. It could just be an ebook that he's published himself on Amazon Kindle or whatever. But when I saw that, I'm like, damn, this guy looks like an authority. Like, that is something, when I see that and you think, oh, I noticed that, maybe I can apply that to my own business. Maybe I can get someone to create a professional book cover, and it makes me look like an authority because I've authored a book on this topic, even if I am just publishing on Amazon Kindle. But at the top there, you will see he has retail sales training interactive program. So it's just a membership website for that industry. He is a marketing guy for retail stores. And what is his pricing? Well, it's not that cheap and it's not that expensive either. $200 a month, $400 a month, or $600 a month. I don't know how much money he's making, but I bet he's killing it with the angle he's taking and the kind of approach he's taken to getting customers and the products he's offering them. Again, a retail company is not just going to want to go to a random marketing company. They want to go to the guy who's written a book about retail marketing. He's an expert. He's done seminars. He has pitches and so on. And he has a product. You know, I want to go buy that. If I, like, for a retail guy, if I had a bigger store in a better location, I'd be on this straight away because I want to learn from this guy. So now there are thousands of people doing this by learning their industry and sharing their knowledge. That's it. They're not doing anything more than that. Like we said earlier in the getting paid to be an expert part of this course, all your clients want is for you to know more than them. You don't have to be the Tony Robbins of personal development. You don't have to be like the Lionel Messi of football. Oh, Lionel Messi is to football. You know, you just have to know more than your clients and share insights to them. For example, if I'm reading a book about business, there may be only one chapter, maybe even just one paragraph in that book that I'm reading that is relevant to my business and I think is going to help me grow my business in some way. That is worth it. That one little tidbit, that one little paragraph, that one chapter, whatever it may be, that is worth it to me because if I can get value from that and apply it to my business and grow it, you know, that could be worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and maybe $1 million 10 years down the road. It was a really good piece of advice. So all your clients want to know is that you know more than them. And you do this by learning your industry inside out, the marketing side of it, and then sharing the knowledge in whatever form that may be. Facebook groups, private coaching calls, webinars, forums, seminars, virtual membership sites. That is it. And the reason this works so well is because your clients do not have the time. They're so busy working on their own business. So Billy, like my girlfriend, there's no way she has the time to find someone. You know, if she didn't have me, there's no way she can learn how to market her business. She's just so focused on the fashion and what it is that she's selling. She doesn't know how to market her retail store. So people are happy to pay for someone else who does know how to do it, who does know how to market in that niche, to do it for them. Now, let me teach you with an example. I'm going to show you how to create the most effective marketing strategy in 2 minutes. And I'm not joking here, 2 minutes. And what is it that's so effective? It's a lead magnet. You may have heard me mention that a little bit earlier in this video. And a lead magnet is something that entices people to give you their email address. So I don't know how long you've been online personally, if you know much about collecting emails, but pretty much every internet marketer, anyone who's doing success online, they all agree that having a customer's email address is like the gold, like the gold part at the end of the rainbow. Like there is nothing better. It's better than a Facebook like, it's better than someone's just coming outside from Google, it's better than Twitter, being shared on Twitter and people coming over to your site that way. If you have someone's email address, you can market to them over and over and over again. So what I want you to do when you set up your website, I want this to be the primary target. Everything I do, in part of everything I sell in every industry I'm involved in, I try and get the email address because I know how valuable it is. You can market to people multiple times. And even more important is that, you know, how many messages do you see on Facebook or Twitter every day? Like, it's so easy to skip over something. But in your inbox, everything's there. It's kind of looking at you. It's waiting for you to deal with it. Even if you have to delete it, you have to deal with it. With Twitter, you can and Facebook, you can just scroll on to something else. So there's a lot of power in an email address, and I want that to be a big focus of yours. And to get email addresses, you have to create something that entices people to give it away. So, requirement 1 to create this lead magnet is hands. And I'm not being insulting here to anyone who may not have hands. I'm just trying to show how simplistic this is. You got hands, or you need a microphone. You know, even if you have hands, maybe you want to talk. So you got a microphone and some software like Dragon Naturally Speaking. So that's requirement number 1. Requirement number 2 is OpenOffice. This is totally free, and what we're going to be doing is creating a PDF file. OpenOffice.org, free. It works on Windows, Mac, and Linux, so no excuse. And this is actually better than Microsoft Word, and the reason why is because when you publish a PDF with OpenOffice that has links in it, meaning links to a website where you're selling something or whatever it may be, or you know, to your about page and your contact page, the links actually work and they're clickable. The kind of joke with Microsoft Word and a lot of other software, PDF creation software, when you putting links, they're not clickable at all when you open them in Adobe Reader. So OpenOffice is pretty much the best thing to use, even though it's free. Requirement number 3 is the ability to use Google for research. And requirement number 4 is, don't worry, there's only 3 requirements for this. Now, the sources we're going to use for our research are Yahoo Answers, niche-specific forums, SEMrush, and general Google queries. And I'm going to go and show you those live and go into those for you. And what we're aiming to find are the main problems that people in your industry have, whatever they may be. So, in my example, what problems do used car dealers have? I don't know. Right now, I don't know. I do not know this industry whatsoever, so it's something I have to look for myself, and you're going to see me do that. And you can use this information for life, so both in the marketing, like are you having X issue, where X issue is something that you found happening over and over again on your web, and if the answer in their head is yes, then they're going to want the solution. So you can apply the solution, which is get X solved today, again where X is the problem that we're going to go and find right now for that market. Now I'm going to rush through this process just for the purpose of the video, but please take your time. Like I said, you have this for life when you do it for yourself, so it's worth taking the time to do this, and I'm just going to kind of rush over it quickly for the video now. So, first thing I found was Yahoo Answers. Like I said, that's one of the sources. You can just go look in there for car dealers. I have a small used car dealer, and I'm looking to sell my cars online, blah, blah, blah. And look, there's just so much advice here that people are giving him to sell the car online. So you could, like, just from that one Yahoo Answers thing, I could say how to position your cars, like what things to include on your website to sell more cars. That could be a PDF, 10 things to include on your website to sell more cars. Like, you see that, a nice graphic, a nice cover, and it's a free download. Why would you not want to buy that? And then you sell them on something else. So you can go and research that. What are the key points that people need to have on their website? What are buyers looking for to buy a car before they go into a dealership? What kind of information do they want? Super simple, and it's just from one question on Yahoo Answers where I've came up with that idea. The next one, what does it take to run a car dealership? So what you can do, there's an answer here, but it takes a lot of money, blah, blah, blah. What you can do, maybe there are a lot of other people looking for what does it take to run a dealership. So you are not getting people in the business, but you're getting people who are about to go into the business. So you can create a guide for people to say, what are the requirements to start a car dealership in America or in certain states? Just totally dominate Google for all of those phrases, get them onto your free ebook, you know, and if they do start the business, and they probably are because they're thinking about it, they're going to come back to you when it comes to the marketing side of things because you helped them before they started up. Again, these are just examples. Maybe I wouldn't do certain ones I'm saying, but it's just to showing you it's so easy to come up with ideas with a bit of research in Google and a couple of searches. Another one, I don't know why I typed in caps lock here. I guess I'm kind of used to it from the PowerPoint. But just look at all these forums, car dealership forums. So these are not for car buyers. These are people who own car dealers, and they're all talking together on these different websites. Car sales forum, dealership forum, driving sales. Still love that domain name, driving sales. Car dealer forums, auto dealer people. And just going through the forums. So I opened one here. And look at this. What I'm looking for is threads on the forum where they have a few pages of content. So you see this one had 2 pages, so I'm kind of just looking for popular content. What is this one? Brilliant dealer promotion. If Auburn shuts out Alabama, you win a free car. Okay, so you can see an example. Everyone's talking about this awesome promotion that this one company did. Idea for you, 10 awesome ways companies are selling their cars. Like 10 unique ways major car manufacturers have sold more cars. You can put that into a guide very easily, and go check out this USA Today are even talking about it. So there's a lot of press for unique angles. Another one here on this dealershipforum.com. What is your favorite car demo? So, you know, it's some auto show I'm guessing this was related to, and you could show a guide on the most creative car demos. It doesn't have to be a PDF, it could be a blog post that people are going to be interested in. And there's a lot of answers here, and you can use that for your research very easily. Next one I'm opening up, car dealer forums. Now this does not seem to be very popular, but what do we have here? Automotive internet marketing. There's a topic here, a category just dedicated to that, and you can see all of these discussions and kind of problems people are going to be having marketing their car dealership that you can come in and help on this forum. And another option is ads here. Look at this, they got ads. If you start getting the paid ads and you're having a lot of success with it, you can hook up Google AdWords and you can tell AdWords, I want to advertise specifically on this website, on this page, on this website, and you can be promoting your free ebook guide here, and I'm sure you'd have a lot of success there because it's exactly what people are talking about on this website. So the next one, just again, I'm just rushing through this, trying to get to you quick, trying not to lose your attention too much, and this is something you can do with a lot more time. So we got some spammy comment here. Basically, this guy is like, we like to drive more leads with organic search and search engine marketing. How many different sources are you using for new car leads? So you could create a guide, you know, the top 21 sources for getting car leads for selling new cars. Every dealership would be interested in that guide. If you're the marketing guy for a dealership and you see that, you think it's going to make your job easier, you put in your email address, you can sell them on more things down the line. Super, super easy. Another one, driving sales, my favorite domain. Why did I bookmark this? Okay, so this is all marketing stuff as well. Future of automated marketing. Anyone recommend a Qzx posting service? Best way to market your collision center. So interestingly, Auto Shop Solutions, the example from my first part of this video, they were marketing for collision shops, restoration shops. So you can see a lot of people talking about marketing here, and you can find the problems that they're having marketing their dealership. And this applies to any industry. It's definitely not just for the auto niche. Another tool I love to use is SEMrush. I do have a paid account, but I'm not logged in here because I forgot to do that before opening the video. But what you can see, so Auto Shop Solutions, you can see the Google rankings they have for different phrases. So you can see their auto repair websites, auto repair websites, auto repair logo, and you can see the search volume. Now it's not huge, okay? 260 people searching for automotive websites isn't huge. It's not going to make you a lot of money. But how many customers do you need? Out of those 260, 1 or 2 is going to make you money if you can provide that service, or you can provide them a logo, if you can provide the entire website. And again, each number is not a high number, but combined, that's a lot of traffic you're getting every day, or you could be getting to your website for certain different phrases that you can then convert into sales. So maybe they're looking for a website, and you tell them to go and get a website somewhere else, and you give them a good resource, but you also help them with marketing. So they find something they didn't know they were looking for, and you get the customer that way. Auto Shop Solutions, they're also doing ads, and you can see what they're advertising for on Google, what kind of keywords people are searching for. So auto parts website, car parts websites, Mitsubishi website, car shopping websites. You can log in to get more information. You have to upgrade, but the free version's enough, I guess. Like I said, I do have a premium account here. It is worth it if you do have the money for that. But you can see, okay, and if they're buying ads for something, it means they're probably making money from it. So you know, this is the kind of thing you could be targeting as well later when it comes to your ads and so on. Next one, just simple Google search, how to sell more cars. You've got YouTube videos here. There's no reason you can't do that for yourself. 3 little changes that can help you sell a lot more cars. How to sell a car today. And look at the advice. Maybe it's the kind of advice you can use when teaching other people what you're doing with your business as well. I have a couple more here. Why aren't my cars selling? So this guy had 2 ads on Craigslist, and there's 43 replies now to his answer, all giving great advice on how he can improve his Craigslist ad. So do you remember one of the first things I covered in this video when I started going through Yahoo Answers was someone saying, you know, what are the greatest points you could put for selling a car online? What points do you need to have on your website? You can get a lot of that research here, a lot of the answers for people you may not have thought of. People are giving him suggestions on how to word things. So you know, he wrote, I found that these wheels keep the car more planted. And this guy's like, why does it need to be more planted? Like, reword this or remove it. It doesn't really make sense. It puts off the buyer. So that could be one of the 10 points in your ebook. Don't word things strangely. Just get to the point and make things very clear. And the last one I have open here, 8 ways to use digital marketing to sell more cars. Great example here. This woman, where is it? Yeah. #1 Chevy dealer in our district. For 16 years, we leveraged digital marketing. It's boosted our monthly sales by 10 to 15 vehicles. What I would go do, I would go find this girl. She's clearly happy to do interviews with people. I would go find her, get an interview, put it on a blog, put it in a PDF. Whatever it may be, whatever common problem you see coming up over and over again. Like I said, I don't know this niche, but the common one was, you know, how do I sell online? What do I put on the website for the to sell the cars? What information needs to be more clear to people before they make the purchase. Now, I'm sure you want to cover everything, but you want to make something stand out a little more, and you could teach people what needs to stand out more in your guide. So there's just tons of options here, and these were all found through simple Google searches. This is not something that I know. I don't know about this industry at all. Besides SEMrush, everything was just a Google search. Now, once you've got your idea, write it up in OpenOffice and publish it as a PDF. Very simple. If you're using OptimizePress, this will also work with any email software. So OptimizePress covered in the last video. You can link that with any autoresponder, and you can send out the ebook to anyone signing up. I personally use Aweber to collect email leads. It does have a price tag. I think it's about $20 to $30 a month on the lowest price point. If you're just testing this out and you just want to get something out there, you can use MailChimp, which is free for your first 500 leads. You know, if you're serious about this, I'd probably start with Aweber, because most people do move from MailChimp to Aweber eventually anyways. But that is one option for you if you are on a bit of a budget. Now, if there's anything you want that I haven't covered, please do ask for it. Like, you like the opt-in form on Marketing Inc., I will give it to you, no problem. I'll give you the HTML and the CSS. I'll tell you my WordPress themes, whatever it is. Yours without question. Just come over to the forum and ask for it. So the main point here is to get your lead magnet. I really want your opt-in form to be front and center, and then start pushing it on your website. And the ways to push it: Reddit ads, Twitter ads, Facebook ads, guest posting for popular sites, forum engagement, whatever it may be. You're going to learn what works best for your specific industry. I can't say Reddit ads are best because I don't know what you're promoting. Likewise, I can't say guest posting is good or bad because it depends on your industry. If you're promoting an SEO blog, don't do guest posting. We're kind of over that tactic right now. But if you're promoting something else, it works very well. And if you need an idea, you're totally stuck, go and contact 20 local dealers for their best sales advice. Turn it into a blog post and ask them to promote it. You can do that in any industry. 20 chiropractors, 20 plastic surgeons, 20 whatever. How do they get clients? Tell them they will promote their website in return for the answer. Put it all together in an ebook, a blog post, whatever it is, and offer that as a download. It's really simple. Don't try and make this too complicated. Just get something up there and you will see if people like it or not. A good example is foodtrucker.com. Notice there's no E in trucker. This is a website created by Pat Flynn of Smart Passive Income, a good friend of mine. And what he's done, I don't know if he's done this intentionally, but now he's the kind of marketing guy for food truck businesses. Now look at this. Look, that's a great lead magnet. 6 free social media tools to get people talking about your food truck. And what a niche that is. Like, who would think to build the marketing strategy for food trucks? But there's just so many options out there, and that shows you. And look how it is. Nice green button there. He's set up. He's just using a WordPress blog. This is not something you cannot do yourself. If you do have any issues, again, come on over to the forum. We will help you. And the only reason that doesn't work for us, the only reason I never mentioned food trucker or some food trucks is something for you to be focused on, is that these clients don't have enough money. Now, I don't want to put Pat down in any way, but I'd be very surprised if he gets food truck people giving him thousands of dollars a month to pay for marketing advice. That probably isn't going to happen. He might make one-off sales of products for $100 and $200 here and there, but he's probably not going to get monthly coaching clients, and that's pretty much because they don't make $1,000 per lead, and they probably don't even make $1,000 per day, even if you can sell them a lot of customers. Send them a lot of customers even. So that's the only reason. But Pat's website, just going back here, foodtrucker.com, it's a great resource to see how he is angling things, how he has the opt-in form there, and I'm sure he's getting a lot of conversions. He also has it on the sidebar of his blog as well. And just another example here, I found this a guest post. Now again, if you're so much involved in the internet marketing industry, you're probably jaded by these now. But other industries, it hasn't been abused. It hasn't been done too much. So these guys wrote an article, and at the bottom here they have the nation's leading experts on attracting customers, trafficscale.com, request a complimentary report about your dealership, and so on. And look at their website. What is it? That's it. It's just a lead magnet. So that they're just trying to get your name, your email address, the name of your dealership. They're obviously targeting dealerships, and I bet they have something to sell. There is no way they're doing this out of the good of their heart, but they're getting out there. They're doing guest posts. They're sending people straight to an email capture form. Now, there is no way I would have found this without doing the research. Again, I'm sorry I cannot cover thousands of industries in this video, but it's something you can do. Take your time with it. You're going to have the answers for life. Once you've done this, you don't really need to do it again, at least not for a long time, if you do a proper and thorough job with it. So go and see what your competitors are doing. This is a great little page, and once you have them through the front end, you can start selling them on things. I don't know what this report is going to show. Maybe it's going to show other areas are doing something better with, like, it's such a cool idea. Like, this dealership is doing better than you. Find out why. Go buy this product. Or sign up for our services. We'll show you insights. We'll give you advice on your website and so on. Like, this is just such a great lead capture form that I'm sure that they're doing a lot of business. So we've already proven that you don't need a lot of traffic. It's about being niche and finding the right source. Our own SEO service, Private Ink, we get like 200 visitors, 300 visitors on the launch day. That's it. That's not a lot of people whatsoever in internet marketing terms, especially when I have websites getting tens of thousands of visitors per day. You do not need a lot of traffic. You just need the right traffic source. You might not have heard of any of these examples I've covered in this entire course, and not just in these videos. Throughout Marketing Inc., every example may have been new to you, and that's kind of the point. They're not wasting their time trying to market to everyone. They're just getting out there to people who are involved in their specific niche and getting in front of the right people and making money right under your nose in thousands of industries that you've probably never thought of, and we really want the same for you guys. So, Who is going to become rich thanks to Marketing Inc? Actually, before I answer that, I just want to show an email real quick. Just this email I got 54 minutes ago. He just replied to me. I haven't answered yet. 54 minutes ago before I recorded this video. Hey Glenn, so I'm just going to skip this part. I'm a private Inc. I've had great success with your rankings using your service, so our SEO stuff's working well for him. He's been following Valpichil. He's gutted that he missed out on the chance, so we gave 3 or 4 review copies of Marketing Inc. To our customers to get some feedback so we can make the course really good. And here's what he says. Look at this. I believe there is a huge opportunity for us internet marketers to go out there and help businesses as they mostly don't have a clue about marketing and often turn to web design companies for help. All these web design companies do is create a nice looking website that does nothing and bringing in more business and charge thousands for the pleasure. For a small business, it's as good as paying a ton of money for some fancy brochures and sticking them on your front desk. No one will ever see them. So he's basically super excited about the course. He actually took up a loan because he's starting a marketing business to help businesses get more leads. I don't recommend taking out a loan. I don't know if James's financial situation. I don't think a huge budget is required. Like we said in the webinar that probably got you here, I would say about $1,000. You can make some great progress with that. But he's focused just on small businesses in the UK, so he kind of has his niche. I don't know if he has a bigger angle than that, but he's totally right. Like companies, they just want someone to bring them more traffic, and they're happy to pay for it. So going back to this, who's going to become rich thanks to Marketing Inc? Is that the question you want the answer to? Well, here's I'm not going to give you a huge answer. It's pretty simple. People who rip open the box and crash into the walls. Okay, video done. Thank you for watching. Okay, I'm just kidding. So this answer came to me from Mr. Green from Stack That Money. If you follow the Viperchill blog, you may have heard of Stack That Money already. Basically, it's a community of guys who make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month with paid advertising. Not all of them make that, but there's a lot more of them on that website than there are anywhere else on the web. So I did a podcast interview with him a few days ago, and I said to him, what do you notice about the guys who succeed? Like, he's watched thousands of people come through his forum. Some of them quit after 1 month and they don't take any action, and then you'll watch someone else go from nothing to $1,000 a day within a month. And I've watched people do that on his forum. So what he said was the difference is it's Christmas morning, you get a toy, like a toy helicopter, and one person will open the box, they will read the manual, they'll figure everything out, they'll make maybe they'll watch a YouTube video to make sure they know how to fly it properly, and they'll just go through a very slow process. And then there's someone else who's just going to rip open the packaging, slam the batteries in the remote, and just start flying that and crashing that into walls, and learning from doing. And I think that was a great example, so I just had to repeat that there. Mr. Green shared that with me from Stack That Money, and I totally agree with it. So the essence of it is taking action. But, I really like this analogy. Just rip open the box and crash into the walls. So I want you to do that when you're trying with Facebook ads, when you're trying to approach clients, when you're putting together your PDF in OpenOffice, when you're setting up your website theme, your logo, you're doing your market research, you're doing your autoresponder. Maybe you have taken notes for this video, and that's great, and I hope it has value for you. But I really want you to learn through the process as well. Like, there are going to be parts of this we're going to try and help you as much as we can. But the people who really succeed are the people who are just going to go at it gung-ho and learn from their mistakes and learn from their actions. So Facebook, client approach, PDF, site theme, logo, whatever it is, you're going to learn by just getting it done, putting it out there, and seeing what happens. That is the kind of person who's going to become rich from Marketing Inc. 100%. I will put my life on that. And I personally guarantee that someone is going to follow this course and make a lot of money. It's happened already. It's going to happen again. And I hope you are one of them. I hope you're the kind of person who's going to rip open the box and really dive right into this, because that is the kind of person we created this product for. So remember, we're here for you, rather, every step of the way. And as an incentive, maybe, every month now for the first 6 months of Marketing Inc., we're going to be giving $1,000 away to the people, not so much the best business, not even the person who made the most money, but the person who made the most personal progress. So maybe you've never really built a site before and you actually get something up. Maybe you've never written a PDF before and you get something created. So for every month now, for the next 6 months, we're going to be giving away $1,000 to the person who's made the most personal progress in setting up their marketing. Thank you for watching this video. We're not totally done with the course yet. Diggy is with you on the next page for the strategy. I really hope you enjoy this, and I will see you guys in the forum. Again, we're here for you as much as you can be. Thank you for watching.
Hey guys, Diggy here, and what I want to do in this video is an example, actual step-by-step case study from the moment of choosing your keywords all the way to registering a domain, setting up the local SEO site in the way that we described it, and just so that you can follow along and that you can see exactly what we do, see how quickly it's possible to do it, and how easy it really is. Now, keyword selection is one of the most important things when it comes to local SEO, and any kind of SEO, to be honest. Because if you rank for the wrong keywords, you're not going to be able to make money. If you try and rank for keywords that are too competitive, you're not going to be able to rank, and you're just going to waste your energy, your resources, and you're just going to be put off by not getting the results. So, while thinking of a niche, I'm doing this totally off the top of my head. I didn't prepare it. I just loaded these pages in advance so that we can get the video done quickly. But my first thought was, okay, I'm going to build a local SEO site as the case study. And what do I start with? So the first thing that came to mind kind of was solar panel installation, New York. So I just go to google.com and incognito mode here, I'm not logged in, and I just wanted to see kind of what the competition is like. Now, I chose solar panels specifically because I know that the average customer value for a solar panel installation can be very high. I mean, average houses, if they get a full installation, can be about $25,000 for an installation. So if you're able to rank for something like this, and you are able to even get one single lead for your business in a month, then it is totally worth that company paying you $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month, because you might get them $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a month worth of business, especially if you can get them more than one lead a month. So it is a very profitable kind of industry, kind of business. So just randomly chose a city in the US, New York, so solar panel installations. So what we're going to do in order to look at the competition, before I've looked at any search volumes, before I've looked at anything else, what I want to know is how easy is it going to be for me to rank in the top results on the first page for the terms that I'm targeting. The easiest way to do this is to actually go to the search results, type in the keyword that you're thinking of ranking for, and actually analyzing the top results that are appearing in the search engines at the moment on the first page. So you take the first 3, the first 5, the first 6 results, and you have a look at them. And basically what we want to look at is we want to see how many links these top sites have, which PR these pages have, and which kind of authority that these pages have. And based on that, we have a certain benchmark we'll show you in a second. Based on that, it's pretty easy to see, is this site going to be very easy to rank for, or is it not going to be easy to rank for? So I actually had no idea when I looked at this first. So I opened the first 4 results over here. That's this one, Solar City, Solar Companies, Coned, and Real Good Solar. So one thing to see is, without even looking at the site, it's called solarcity.com. Without analyzing it, you can see they have a subcategory called states, then New York, and then the New York. So this makes me think already, this is probably one huge directory for the US that covers the entire US, all the states, all the cities. So this is something big, right? This is not your simple one-page website that's just ranking for this. If you look at this, Freedom Solar, I'm not too sure about that. Just based on that, again here, cone.com, it does have various pages, so that means it could be some sort of authority site. Hudson Valley, once again, realgoodsolar.com, and they're they're targeting New York Solar. So once again, this is probably targeting many cities in the US, and you can see it's kind of a lead gen site, so they're definitely targeting that. So what we do is we head over to majesticseo.com, and we simply just put in the kind of backlinks here, and we're gonna have a look. Now, because this is a page on one of the many pages of solarcity.com. By the way, if you want to see how many pages a site has, you simply take the root URL, you go to google.com, you type in site, you put in the URL, and you can see here. So this site has 984 index pages, and that's a lot of pages. That's not your simple 3 or 5 or 10 page affiliate site that's trying to rank for it. That's a pretty authoritative site. So what we can see here, if we go back to Majestic SEO, while there are 500 links, but there are only 9 referring domains. But what you can't be confused about is that even though there's very little referring domains, this is only a subpage on probably a very powerful root URL that has a lot of pages. And one thing that I just see here, this trust flow of 50 on Majestic SEO with a lower citation flow means it has some very powerful links going to it. It just has a big authority, and to achieve a trust flow of 50 or higher to be able to outrank this site is really not going to be easy. So that tells me this is going to be very competitive. We can just take a look at the root URL. I haven't really done that. I'm sure it has a lot of links going to the root URL. Yeah, you can see it's got 43,000 links, 5,000 referring domains, a trust flow of 62. That's incredibly high. With your normal standard kind of SEO that we're going to be doing, it's hardly going to be able to outrank this. It's probably going to cost thousands of dollars to be able to outrank this. So that's a no-go. But that's only the first result. So let's have a look at the second result. Now the second result was freedomsolar.com. This is the root URL. Does not have a lot of links, actually. Does not have much trust flow at all. So this site is ranking. It's probably just ranking very temporarily because it's likely not going to stay there. Let's have a look at the third result. Now the third result as well, it doesn't have many backlinks at all. It probably has some sort of redirect. It has a decent trust flow. 23 trust flow is pretty easy to beat with your kind of local strategy that we're targeting and that we're teaching in this course. The fourth result, you can see over here, this is realgoodsolar.com, but remember, once again, this is a sub-page, right? And it has a trust flow of 39. Now, a trust flow of 39 is once again very high. It's not going to be easy to beat. That's going to cost you a lot of effort, a lot of high-quality links. And remember that although there's no links here, this is only a sub-page. So, once again, if we look back at the root URL, you'll probably see this has a lot of links. We'll see in a second. Yeah, once again, 24,000 links, 400 referring domains, trust flow of 62. Once again, very authoritative. So the top results, they're not looking like they're very easy to rank for. And another thing that we can go and do is we can go and look at the Google AdWords. If you kind of look at the cost per click, it's not so high for solar panel installations New York. This is in South African currency just because my account is set that way, but you divide it by about 10 at the moment to see. So something like solar panels New York City is about $11, $12 per click. That's AdWords prices if you were to pay for that. So if you look kind of at the search volume, these kind of things, they're not very high, and the search results are very competitive. The cost per click is not usually high, but once again, your average customer value, your average lead value could be very high for these companies, so that's worth a lot. So if you do have top ranking sites, top ranking positions for various keywords related to this, you are going to be able to charge a lot of money on a monthly basis to companies that are installing solar panels in New York City. But the competitiveness is too hard. So this is not something that you want to take on when you're just starting. This is not something you want to take on when you have a small budget or a small private blog network. This is something that you can take on when you have a budget of a few $1,000s, when you literally have, you know, a few dozen really high PR, high quality sites in your blog network, and this is something you want to go head on with. But it's not something that I would advise doing. I'd advise going kind of under the radar, going with the less competitive niches. So this is not something that we're going to do. I just wanted to show you how to analyze the competition, how to choose your keywords. Keep in mind your kind of average client's value, so that needs to be high. And if it makes sense, if you don't see a lot of competition based on this method that I just showed you, then you can go for it. Now another one that we're going to look at is, I found this one, garage door repair in New York. Now the average client value of garage door repair, it's probably not as high as the solar panel installations. Garage door repair, how much will it cost? Maybe for a call-out fee, maybe for some installations. Maybe the average value is $200, $300, $400, maybe $500 per client. So it's not incredibly high, but at the same time, it's not incredibly low. If you're able to get maybe 10 leads a month for a potential local business, then they might be able to pay you $500 or $1,000 a month for those rankings. Now, before we go ahead and we decide that we want to build this site, what we need to do is again the same method. So we're going to analyze, for example, the top 3 sites over here, and we want to see whether they're competitive, how many links there are to them, and if we think it's going to be easy to outrank them, yes or no. So once again, these are the first 3 sites that I just opened, and we throw them into Majestic SEO. So this is the root URL and New York City GarageDoorRepair.com. Now you can see there's absolutely no links, very poor trust flow, 9 backlinks, 6 referring domains. That's pretty much it, you know. So this site has no links going to it. It's basically ranking based on, maybe there's a 301 redirect to the site or something like that, but it's probably ranking very temporarily, or you're going to be able to beat it very easily, because this is literally, it's just a joke. Now if you look at the second site, GarageDoorRepair.com, whatever that site may be, again, very poor stats. It only has 6 referring domains linking to it, 300 links, but it's only from 6 domains. A trust flow of 8, which is totally pathetic, and that just hardly, it doesn't deserve to rank. Or, you know, this is a really easy, profitable niche to rank for. Third results, it literally has no backlinks, no referring domains. It has a trust flow of 17. It's acceptable. It's really nothing difficult to beat. You can pretty easily, when you follow our strategy, you can pretty easily get a site up to a trust flow of 25 to 35. So that's not very hard to beat. If we just want to look here at the kind of root URL of the site, let's see what kind of authority that has. That has a huge amount of links, 318,000, wow, and 12,000 referring domains, a huge trust flow. But once again, this was a subpage that's ranking. We're not competing with the Angie's List. We're not competing with the root URL. So these 3 that are ranking here, they're going to be relatively easy to outrank. I'm not going to say you're going to be able to build one link and you can be able to outrank this, but this is fair game. Now, another thing that we can go and do is quickly just head over to the keyword planner. We type in the keyword kind of that we're targeting here, and we just want to see what is the kind of average cost per click value. Now, if you look at these kind of keywords, garage door repair, Buffalo, New York, New Jersey, you can see here the average cost per click is pretty decent. I mean, that's about $11. Wow, this one, garage door repair Phoenix, that average cost per click is $84. That's really high. Now, the reason why I'm looking at the average cost per click is because that is a very easy way to rent out your site once you've achieved your ranking. So for example, let's just say, for example, we're not targeting this, but Garage Door Repair Phoenix, say we get the first position for that, and we're getting, let's be conservative, let's say we're getting 300 hits a month from this total search volume just for this keyword. Now that would mean if you had to buy this traffic, 300 hits per month at an average kind of value of let's say $80, right? So that is 300 times 80. If you had to buy it on Google AdWords, it would cost you $24,000 to get those leads. Now, if you're getting this traffic, these 300 hits a month, you're ranking first, hypothetically, let's say for this keyword, and you get in touch with garage door repair companies in Phoenix or in New York or wherever the case may be, and you can show them by your analytics you're getting this, how would you like to have your site in the first position to be able to get this traffic? And look, if you had to buy this traffic, it would cost you $24,000, and you can show that. You can go into Google AdWords, you can show the average cost per click, you can show your search volume, and you can just make that calculation. And those are facts. That is undeniable. That is not based on opinion. That is total fact. If you had to buy that from Google AdWords, you would spend $24,000 a month. And then you can go into saying like, okay, how much is your average customer value? If it's $300, $400, $500 a month, say it's $500 a month. So if you're potentially giving them 300 leads times $500 a month, you're potentially bringing them $150,000 worth of business. That would cost them $24,000 if they had to buy AdWords. But no, you're not going to sell it to them for $24,000. You're going to be ridiculously cheap, and you're going to offer them first page positions, rank your entire site, have their contact information, their details, their videos, whatever they want on your site in that first position. Take full advantage of the 300 leads a month, and it's just going to cost them $2,000 a month. That is not even 10% of what it would cost them on Google AdWords, and it could potentially make them $150,000 a month worth of business. Now, if that's not a killer deal and nobody's going to jump on that, I don't know, but that is very easy to sell that way. So that's the reason that we look at the kind of cost per click. Of course, you can have other ways. Maybe you're a better salesperson, maybe you have great connections, maybe you have beautiful blue eyes and you just have to look someone in the eyes and they're just going to rent your site from you. But based on facts and figures that are undeniable, that are right there, it's very easy to make the sale, especially when you're offering it to them at such a discount compared to what they could get it for if they had to buy the AdWords traffic. So that being said, our case study site that we're going to build is going to be targeting Garage Door Repair New York. Now, we're not just going to target Garage Door Repair New York, we're going to target various keywords. So we want to target related keywords. You can have a look at the ad group ideas. So there's all sorts of things like Garage Door Services New York. You could probably get Garage Door Installations New York. And then what we want to do is we want to target 5 different kind of main groups of keywords on our site. So we're going to get 5 unique articles written as per our strategy, and each of those articles is going to target something different. So the first article might target Garage Door Repair New York. The other one is going to target Garage Door Services. The other one is going to target Garage Door Installations. The other one is going to target something else like that, so that we are able to rank for as many related keywords as possible. We're able to get as much traffic as possible, as much of the search volume as possible, and we want our sites to look as much as an authority as possible. So if Google sees our site and sees we have content on all these related keywords, we're targeting all these kind of different topics, different niches, all related to garage door repair, garage door installations, everything to do with that, after the Google Hummingbird update, it kind of looks at that broad spectrum of targeting and touching on all those related keywords. So the more the merrier. So we're going to get back into the site creation in a minute, and from there we're going to show you how to buy your domain name, how to set up your site, WordPress theme, WordPress plugins, content, all the things, how we set up our local SEO sites. Hey guys, so I've gone and registered GarageDoorFix.com as the name of our local SEO site. Now I do have some of the keywords in there, which is Garage Door, Garage Door Fix, but at the same time I'm not using the exact EMD. It's a little bit brandable, it's nice, but it's including some of the keywords, so that's good. I'm using a .com because I'm targeting the US, I'm targeting New York, so there's no need for any other extensions. Obviously, if I was like in Canada, I would use a .ca domain. If I was in the UK, I would use a .co.uk domain, and so on and so forth. But for the US, a .com is fine. I've just registered this, I've put it on basic shared hosting, and I've installed a blank WordPress. And right now what we're going to do is we're going to go through the whole process from the blank WordPress to setting up the entire site, go through the steps so that you can see what's involved with it and how to set up the basic site. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to install a theme. Now with WordPress, obviously there's a gazillion themes, there's lots of free themes, there's lots of premium themes. It's up to you really what you want to use. Just have something that looks professional, because when you want to rent it out, you don't want some crummy looking website that it looks like a 12-year-old put together. So you do want a professional looking theme. Themeforest.net is a good place to find themes, but at the same time there's a lot of other places. So if you have a preferred theme, you can use that. I'm going to use a theme called Dover from themeforest.net. So we're just waiting for this to upload, and then we're going to be able to activate it, and we're going to continue setting up the rest. So here we go, we've installed the Dover theme. Now we have to go ahead, we have to customize it, we have to install our plugins, and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is now we're going to go to plugins, and we're going to add the various kind of plugins that we want on this site. There's only a couple of ones that we do like to install, and that's just for the basic thing. So what we're going to do is all-in-one SEO. Just install that. We're going to add Ultimate Google Analytics. There are of course different ways to install Google Analytics, but this is a very easy plugin that allows you just to add your analytics code and track everything that you need, so you have all the data that you need when you start renting out your site. So we're just going to activate that. We're going to do Google XML sitemaps. And this basically builds a sitemap for your Google for Google to find that your whole site is just indexed perfectly. So I don't like this first one, I like this one, version 3 for Qtranslate. It just seems to work better. You can install another one called Google Author Link, which basically easily allows you to insert your Google authorship to the site and just connect that so that your little picture and rich snippets will display in the search results. we're going to add a contact form, so WP contact form 7. Just makes it look professional when you do the contact form if it's necessary. It's not always necessary because some themes will have a contact form built into them, but it's called contact form 7. Alright, so now that we have that set up, what we're going to do is we're going to add our content. Just start with that. You can do all these things in any order that you want, by the way. It doesn't really matter. So we're going to go here. One of the things we need to do is just delete the standard hello world post. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to start posting the content. Now I've already ordered 5 unique articles, one for each different kind of keyword category that we're going to do. So I'm not going to write these up for you as you watch. I've already got them. I've actually outsourced it. It's one of the easiest things to do. It'll cost you anywhere between, if you want a decent article, between $15 and $20 for a perfectly written, well-researched English article. You just get them written, 5 of them, you slap it on your site, it's done. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to do that right now. So here we go. So where to find a garage repair pro in New York. That is the title, and this is the article. There we go. I always like to put it in text. And what I've had done when I outsourced these articles is I also had a unique YouTube video related to the garage door repair, to what I'm targeting, put into every article that there is. And I also had the outsourcer find 2 unique images for every post that I can use. So we got the whole, everything that we wanted, like perfectly, content, links, images, and so on and so forth. So we got all that set up. Just a little spell check, there we go. And for the rest, we want to change the permalinks here because that is always something that you need to do with new sites. So always just choose post name and click on save changes. There we go. And we can add a category. We can do garage door repair. And let's just view the post to see how it looks. Now we still have to insert the images there because we want to host them on our own site, so I'm going to do that in a second. Just have a look at what the site looks like. So here we go, we've got this post. You can see we've got a nice piece of content. We've got an instructional video here related to garage doors, which is something that Google likes. Now what we don't have yet is we don't have the images, and of course the whole site is still looking very basic. We haven't done anything to the sidebar, to the footer. We don't want this comment form here, obviously, so we're gonna have to change that in a bit as well. But for now, let's just do this, and let's just add the content, let's just add the images in the correct way. So I'm just simply going to upload the images. So once we've uploaded the image, we'll just have a nice title text, we'll have alt text, alignment doesn't really matter, we can put it in the center. We don't want to link to anything, so we're not going to do that. And the size, we can even put a full size in there. So that can make it look nice. You can add 1 to 2 images per article. One thing you'll notice here as well is the file names are all kind of named with keywords in the file name. So garage door repair in New York.jpg. Again, this makes it all just a little bit more relevant. We don't want to link to anything. We're going to put in the full size. We're going to insert to post. And when that is all done, we just click update. And then we can go ahead. And now you can see, obviously this needs to be fixed a bit because this image width is too big. But you can see it's starting to look decent. It's starting to look like a site that actually has some sort of decent content on it. It's got images. It's got YouTube videos. Everything's looking good right over there. It's got the share things. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to quickly set up all 5 posts like this, and then we're going to jump straight back into it. Alright, so we're back at the home page. I've uploaded and posted all 5 articles in the same fashion. I didn't want you to go through all of that, so I just cut past that. So what we have now is we have the 5 unique articles of content. We've got all the nice images. We've got the YouTube videos. All of that, we're covering the different broad topics. So we've got the content now. Now what we need to do is we need to create the various pages. So we need a contact page, we need an about page, a privacy policy, and then after that we're going to just continue setting up the site. We're going to make it look nice, and then we're going to be ready with the on-site SEO so that we're going to be able to start building backlinks, and we're going to be able to start targeting the rankings that we want. So right now what we're going to do is we're just going to add new pages. We're going to add 3 of them. So one of them is going to be the about page, one of them is going to be the contact page, and Alright, so the about page, once again I had this outsourced, so I'm just going to copy and paste that. And basically here what you want 200 to 300 words, unique, related to your niche, about the site, something like that. So like for example this one says, hello and welcome to our website. We created the site to help New Yorkers with their garage door problems, blah blah blah. So that's what we want to do. We just want to have it looking good. Now while I'm setting up these pages and these posts, one thing that I have not done yet is the internal linking, and I'm going to show you that in a second. I'm first just getting all the pages up there, all the posts. We're going to keep these tabs open. That just makes it super easy to add the links to it in a second. So the contact page, and this is very easy. What we're going to do here is we're simply going to add the contact form from the plugin Contact Form 7. And very simply here in the contact form, you can edit this. If you want to put in your own email address, you can do that. Be sure to do that actually, so that you will get your email. So again here, if you want to put in your own email, it's typically the email that you installed your WordPress with. So if you entered that correctly, then it's okay. If you haven't, be sure to fix it. And for the rest, there's not much you need to do except for copy the short form and put it into the contact section over here, and we quite simply click on publish. And now you can see when you view the page, it'll look something like this. It's very basic, very simple contact form, but it's a requirement. So let's do that. And now let's go ahead and create the privacy policy page. So this is something that's very easy to do as well. You can just use a generator to create this privacy policy. So one easy one is this one, serprank.com/privacy-policy-generator.com. Very simply, what you do, you put your site URL in there, garagedoorfixit.com, and you put in the email address that you want to use for your site. So in this case, it will be admin@garagedoorfixit.com. And pretty much here, you can just select what you want to do if you're using any kind of third-party things. And that's just going to create your privacy policy very easily. There we go. So you just copy and paste that. Right over there. It's just a lot of terms, conditions, privacy policy, disclaimer, and you should actually just have that on all of your sites to be safe. So there we go. That's the about page, the contact page, and the privacy page done. Now what we want to go and do is we want to just set up the all-in-one SEO, which is basically the titles and the meta descriptions for your site. And there are of course various other plugins that you can use. I like all-in-one SEO. You can use Yoast SEO, I believe, for WordPress. But anyway, let's go ahead. So now what we want to do is we want to set up the home title, the home description, and the home keywords. And for this, again, we want to try and be as smart with this as possible to try and include as many keywords and phrases in the most natural way as possible. So the keywords that we're targeting in this case is garage door repair, garage door installations, things like that, new garage door, spring repair. So what we're going to do here, for example, is we're going to type in something like garage door fixit.com for all your repair and installation replacements and installation needs. So we have that as the title. Now in the home description, what we want to do is we want to try and target more synonyms, more related phrases in a way that it just makes it look more natural. So what we haven't put in there yet is New York. So this requires a bit of thinking. So for example, we do New York City's best garage door specialists. So something like this, garagedoorfixit.com for all your repair, replacement and installation needs. Then in the description, New York City's best garage door specialist at your service. So we're targeting a whole lot of keywords that Google can look at: repair, replacement, installation, New York City, best garage door specialist, service. So we're doing good with that. Now, one thing that also helps with local SEO that seems to help is just to put an address or a phone number within your home description. So something that we could do is we could just Google some random address in New York. So here we go, we found something, Willow Points in Queens. That's kind of an industrial area, so we can go back here and we can type in something like Willow Points, Queens. We put in a local zip code. Let's just find something quick. And then the home keywords are just garage door repairs, garage door installations, garage door services. There we go. So what we want to do here with all-in-one SEO is we just want to get rid of all these vertical dashes and everything behind it. And we click on update options. And you can see when we refresh it over here, the title changed as well, so to what we've just set up. So now what we need to go and do is we need to make the site look better. This is something that's going to differ with every theme, so in the specific theme we can do it in a certain way, but if you're going to use different themes, obviously it's going to work differently. But basically you want the site to look presentable, you want it to look professional. On the home page you want your content to show, so you don't really want excerpts like this. You obviously want your sidebar to look decent, you want your footer to look decent, you want to have a logo. But again, at some point you can always try and just set up the site in a rough kind of way that you have all your content on all the essential points in place, and once you start ranking you can improve the theme or you can make it look more professional if you want. You don't need to do that right from the start. One final thing that I want to show you how to do is the internal linking. So that's the structure of linking from within the pages to the other pages, and after that all that needs to be done is the site kind of beautification process. And from there all the on-site SEO is done, it's perfect, your site is set up, it's ready to go, and now after that we'll get into the actual external off-site backlinking process. So for the internal linking, and we still have all these tabs open, what we basically want to do is we want to link from the home page to the internal pages, which all link to each other in a certain fashion, and then all link back to the home page. And the reason for this is that when you start building backlinks to your site, you want those backlinks to take maximum effect over all your pages on your site and not just the home page. So if you have a lot of backlinks pointing to your home page, you want those backlinks to not just rank your home page, but you want them to flow through to your other pages in a natural kind of way to be able to rank those as well. And one analogy that I always like to use is just backlinks are like an electric current, so they're all going to the home page, but if that home page is not connected to anything, that current's not going to flow through to anything. So if you connect the pages in the right way to your home page and connect it in a loop, then that current is just automatically going to flow through all those pages, and all those pages are going to benefit from the same backlinks that are pointing to your home page. And this just makes an overall huge effect on your overall rankings, and that's something that's important to do. In the SEO world, this is referred to as siloing. You may have heard of this. There are many different ways to set up silos. You can Google that pretty easily. Just we're going to do a very simple kind of silo. So quite simply, we're going to take this as a first page. What we're going to do is internally on the site, we're going to link to the next page. So the next page is over here. We just copy the link address, and we're just going to link internally from this page to the next page. So something like learn more about garage door installations in New York City. And then we can quite simply do this. We can link to the next page, and then we click on update. So now this first post automatically links to the second post. Now what we're going to do in the second post, we're going to link to the third post. So we're going to click on copy link address, and we're going to use a different keyword here. So garage door services in New York. So here at the bottom we can do something like learn more about garage door services in New York. And then garage door services in New York is going to be our anchor text. And we're going to click on add link. We're going to click on update. So now the first post links to the second post links to the third post. And you can see what's kind of happening here. So obviously the third post is going to link to the fourth post. So now we've got 1 that links to 2, that links to 3, that links to 4, that links to 5. Now 5 should link back to the home page again. So we're going to have the home page link to 1 that goes all the way through to 5, and 5 links back to the home page. So that is an entire circle. So at any point then, any link that is built either to the home page or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is going to be able to flow through all of the pages and give a ranking effect to all of those. So here what we're going to do is we're simply going to do go back to garage door fix it home, and here you can use different keywords. It doesn't really matter too much. There we go, add link. So now we've got a nice little linking structure going over here. What we can also do, we can do that on the about page. We can simply link the about page back to the home pages. So there we go. Now on the home page we've already got links going to these various articles. So any kind of link juice going here will go to any of these articles that will funnel its way through the other articles and funnel its way back. And likewise, any link that's pointing to any of these pages, any of these posts, that will flow automatically through all of them and go back. So that's your siloing setup as well. Now all that needs to be done for the on-site is the beautification process of the site. I'll do that and update in a second and give some feedback on that. And after that, we're off to the off-site SEO recipe. Alright, so after a few tweaks and a bit of beautifying process for the theme, this is kind of the end result. This is good enough to start ranking in the search engine. So what we have here, we have a nice, a decent looking theme. I'm not going to say it's the best looking theme in the world, not the best looking site in the world, but it's decent enough. It's semi-professional. We've got a nice little logo here. We've got the contact details at the top. We have a nice video here, or that we can replace with an image or something that's going to be promoting the business. We can put in testimonials. We've got a nice amount of content. We've got images on the home page. We have a YouTube video on the home page. We've got an outbound link here to Wikipedia. We've got the link to the first content page. We've also actually added the other pages right here that we put over here. So it's linking to the other content pages on the side, so more pieces of content once again. We can add in a quote, another call to action, and we've got our silo set up. So this is the whole on-site SEO all taken care of. And now it's going to come down to building the backlinks in the right way so that we can push our way to the top of the search results. Alright, so in this video we just want to demonstrate some of the outsourcing of the link building that we typically use for our local SEO sites, both for clients and for our R&R model, which is rank and rent, where we basically rank our own sites and rent them. So this is a site that we built for the case study, the garagedoorfixit.com. I made the video of how we made this site step by step, and you were able to follow along with that. So that's the on-site SEO part done. Now what we need to do is the external SEO, which is the backlink building, which is basically going to help us rank in the search engines. So what we need to do is we need to diversify the anchor text, and then from there, once we have a nice diversified anchor text ratio with different anchor text, different link types, then we can start adding in our high authority, high PR sites, and then we can start ranking for the keywords that we want to rank for. So for new sites, one of the easiest things to start with is simply rankcrew.com. There are a few packages that they have for new sites that we can really outsource our initial link building to. So we're actually going to go and we're going to buy these links for the actual case study site. We're doing it right now. The site has no links pointing to it yet, so we're going to get started with the link building for new sites. Now you can see we have a balance in here at $1,220. When you deposit $1,000 into them, you get a 30% discount. It's definitely worth taking advantage of these kind of deals where if you deposit an amount of money, you get 20-30% discount, especially if you have a lot of sites or you're doing this on a regular basis. It might be a bit of an upfront sum, but it definitely works out a lot cheaper in the long run. So we're going to start off, we're going to do a link building for new sites. So we're going to click on that. I'm just going to walk you through the process of doing that. So quite simply, the homepage URL, we're just going to copy that. We're going to put that in there. There's actually, on every step of the instructions, there's videos that tell you exactly what to do. So we're just going to walk you through this, but in case you ever get stuck, simply you just need to watch the videos and that's all. So what we need to do now is here we need to create a variety of titles. Now this is something that would be very time consuming if it was manual. That's why we created a little tool for it called a title generator. We'll give you a URL for that within the content. So simply this is a tool that we coded up. All you need to do here is you need to insert a topic. So for example, garage doors, and we click on generate, and what it does is it creates a whole list of titles. These are all kind of pre-prepared and it inserts your keyword. So these are all a bunch of titles: 9 examples of garage doors, 9 guilt-free garage door tips, 9 things to demystify garage doors. So basically tons of different titles, which is able to make it very unique in case they submit to a bunch of sites that you don't have the same title. So what we need to do is we need to copy this. We can't use it as it is, so we have to develop another tool that takes all these kind of keywords and changes it into Spintax version. So basically we just copy paste here, we click on generate, it takes all those different titles and it puts it perfectly into Spintax format. We copy that and we can just paste it right in here. Now the short description, that's something just about your site. You can just make that up. You can, if you want, you can go and create Spintax for that as well. Typically we don't really do that, so we'd write something like this. So if you want to learn something about garage doors, how they work, repairs and installation, please do visit our authority site right away. Now keywords here, keywords are things that we want to target that are going to create a diversified link profile. So for these keywords, we absolutely do not want to target our main keywords. We do not want to target garage door repair New York, things like that, which we're obviously targeting in this case as our main keywords. But the idea with these links is to create diversification links, a nice diversified anchor text profile, a nice diversified link profile. So again, for this we've created another tool, and this is called a keyword variety creator. So basically what you do is you type in the domain name, garage, fix it, and then .com, whatever the extension is, .net or some local Canadian or French or whatever site it is. And here simply we type in the various keywords. So for example, garage doors, garage door repairs, garage door installations. And then what it has as well is it has a little slider here where you can set your generic anchors. So basically if we click on create here or generate, it's going to generate in Spintax format a huge amount of different anchor text, all related to a variety of things, basically URLs, brand names, the keywords, but not the exact keywords. All the keywords are put into phrases. So for example, what is the best garage doors? Where can I get garage doors? Where can I buy garage doors? So literally dozens and dozens and dozens of different anchor text that we can just copy and paste into the service right over here, and then it's going to be used like that. We're going to create a massively diversified anchor text profile very easily. It's all super automated, so we've developed all of that. So then we click on the next step. Now in case your site has an RSS feed, you should enter that. Like for example, if you have a blog or something of the sort. At the moment I do not have RSS set up, so I'm just going to click on my site does not have an RSS feed, and we go to the next step. Now right over here, this is step number 3. All that needs to be done is a random name needs to be filled in here, like for example John Doe. This is basically for them to create an email account that they'll do their submissions from. Go to the next step. Here once again you don't need to fill in anything except for the resource box. Now the resource box is the little box at the bottom of articles or submissions that tells you a little bit about the author, and that then goes and links back to your site. So here you just make up something and you create a nice little resource box about the author. Now this is an HTML type link, so that means that quite simply you need to insert the HTML code, which is this with the triangle bracket A and then space hrefs equals, and then inverted commas your URL, and then close the triangle. Now for the different anchor text, I want to put that in Spintax format so that once again it is not an easy way to kind of link to the site with the same thing that leaves a footprint. So I don't want to link to the site with just our site or the same kind of author bio. We want to change up that anchor text once again. So here what we can do once again is we can just copy this whole thing right over here, and we can just paste that back in here. and then we can click on the next step. And right over here, step 5, don't need to do anything, submit package details. So that's done. That is the new kind of new links package, and that's going to submit, and it's automatically going to create somewhere between 100 and 200 different kinds of links, different kind of anchor text. So something else we want to do is we want to do a social bookmark submission. So 30 submission, we always want to do it in the smallest quantities possible initially, just to avoid triggering any kind of alarms or red flags. So we have 30 social bookmark submissions. Then what we want to do is high PR forums, so we want to order 20 of those. And then what we want to do as well is we want to order 30 high PR Web 2.0 links. So that's all at the moment that we want to submit. So again, this is just a one-step process. There is a video here on the site if you don't really know what to do. For the rest, we're going to fill these out now. So we're going to need to put in the URL right over here, garagedoorfixit.com. The title, once again, we have the title generator, so we're going to use the exact same titles right over here. We need to put it into the Spintax generator to put it in the right format. So we just copy paste that. Keywords, once again, we're going to copy this one from the variety creator to have a huge variety of keywords. And here, once again, the short description, you can write that out, or if you had it from the last time, you can use that again. It's better to write it out again just to have it different. Quite simply submit the package details. That's it. High PR forum links, same thing. So what we need to do is we need to copy the URL. We're going to put in the keywords once again. Keywords over here. And the biography, we're not going to add that, it's just optional. We're going to submit that. And now we have finally the high PR Web 2.0 links. So quite simply what we're going to do again is the keywords and the page URL. And again, we're not going to submit a biography. So that's it. We've submitted those initial kind of links. So now we've got a whole variety of different types of links. We've got forum links, we've got Web 2.0 links, we've got social bookmarks, and we're going to get the news sites as well, which is also consists of a bit of social bookmarks, web directory submissions, article directories, and also forum profiles. So that gives us a nice little bit of a mix to get started. Once we've done these, we're going to move on to ordering a Hoth package. We're going to order a rank ascend package, a safety rank from them. And then we're possibly also going to do some things like adding social media profiles, Google authorship. We're going to add links from YouTube, and we're going to add links from various PDF sharing sites as well. So once we have all those things done, that typically gets done in the first month that we create a site. So we're going to let all those links be built. We're going to let them all index. And then typically after about 4 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks, we're going to start adding the high PR links. And we're going to start targeting kind of exact anchor keywords that we want to be ranking for, so that it all looks a bit more natural. Alright, so right now I just want to walk you through the process of ordering from thehoth.com and ordering from rankascend.com. Now we do have a service at whitelabelinc.com that kind of incorporates all of these, and you just submit the order with White Label Inc. and we'll submit it to the Hoth, Rank Ascend, and Rank Crew for you. But in case you don't want to do that and you want to buy the individual kind of packages from the Hoth and from Rank Ascend, just want to show you how to do that and walk you through it now. Now the Hoth is a company that's been around for quite some time. They have a huge amount of staff, over 100 full-time staff working for them. They do over $1 million a year, I think, in sales, and these are once-off kind of packages. They're not recurring clients, so they have a huge amount of authority. They know what they're doing, and everyone just keeps coming back to them for the reason that they're good. And basically what they do is they do tiered link building, and they do it very well. So they go and create manual Web 2.0 properties for you, and they'll tiered link those. So they'll build a few Tier 1 properties of which you get the login, so they're 100% safe, 100% controlled. You can control the links, everything like that. And they go and tier link build to those Web 2.0 properties to give them a lot of link juice. So they point Tier 2, Tier 3 layers towards it. The reason why the Hoth is so powerful is not only because all of that link juice goes to the Web 2.0 properties and then eventually to your site, but because it's super safe, you get all the logins for those tier 1 properties, so you can remove them at any time. There's no mass amounts of links being built to your site that you cannot control. So basically we're going to log into the Hoth. There's two different modules, by the way. There is let's have a look at the packages and pricing. Basically there's a Hoth Mini for which you get about 6 links, and there's a Hoth Results which is 32 links and some social bookmarks. But the Hoth Mini is only $60, so it's good to start with. Just to show you, we're going to create a new order. We're going to create a single Hoth order, and this is a Hoth Mini. So we're going to put in the keywords over here, which is the URLs. So we're just going to build to the URLs, and we want to utilize different keywords for each of the 6 possible links that we can get. So here, the subject, we're going to put in garage doors, and the keywords, for example, we just want to use variations of the URL maybe. So without that, so basically we're using very generic kind of URL and brand related anchors here. We're not targeting any exact match keywords. So the niche category over here, this would likely be something like DIY in this case. Let's have a look which categories they have here. I put on home products and services. Volume modules, this is going to the top level. So these are kind of network links and tiered links that are going to be pointing to these Web 2.0s that they create. Co-citations we want to do, basically it adds links from other kind of things. Here's the description. It says co-citations add an additional link to non-competing authoritative source within your article. So basically they'd link to something like Wikipedia from within your article as well, making the site look more legitimate. And then simply we confirm and place order. Now we're going to move on to Rank Ascend. Now Rank Ascend is another one of those really safe kind of outsourcing sites, where the same as with the Hoth, where you can have the option of having total control of the tier 1 properties. So they'll go and create tier 1 properties with content on them linking to your money site, and then tiered link building to those first tier sites. So they do have 2 options. They have the rank surge, which basically means they build from their blog network directly to your money site, which has an effect, but it's more risky. And then they have the safety rank, where you get the tier 1 kind of properties that you have total access over. So typically we'll go for the safety rank option 1, which does cost $200. Now you don't absolutely need to do this. This is optional, but if you are able to afford it and able to do it from the start, then it is a good idea to kind of do that. So what you get with the safety rank option 1 is you get 20 unique kind of Web 2.0 properties. Then you get 65 links pointing at those 20 links, and then you get 350 links pointing at the 65 links. So you get a 3-tier pyramid that becomes very powerful and 100% controllable. So we're just quickly going to buy that, and we're going to fill that in. Alright, so once we've ordered it, and we have to fill in the order form. So for example, we don't need to fill in the order source. The country that we want to rank in our case, is going to be google.com in the US. And then quite simply, we fill in the URL that we're tracking. We click on next. It's a very simple process. So the URL list here is our root URL. If you want to build links to inner pages, you can include those as well. And then all you need to do is you need to fill in your money keywords and your anchor text. And here, once again, we don't want to target the main keywords exactly, but what we can target are variations of the main keyword, so kind of use them in long tail phrases. So for example, we're going for garage door repair. We would target something like, what is the best garage door repair? So basically we're creating some random phrases that kind of do target the keywords that we're going after. What we can also do is we can add, for example, a version of our URL and a brand name like garage door. And then basically we're just going to click on save and next. We're going to confirm that, and then we're going to be done. Now you can see I built all of these pretty much in the same day. The reason for that is that the Hoth takes about anywhere between 2 and 3 weeks for the links to be built, and Rank Ascend takes anywhere between 3 and 4 weeks for the links to be built. So although it seems like we're ordering all of them at once, we're not going to get them all at once, and they're going to be spread out over the course of the first month, the first 4 weeks, and they're going to take more time to index. So typically by anywhere from the 4th to the 6th week after creating a new site, all of these links are going to be indexed, and that's when the high PR, high authority kind of links can start taking effect, and that's where you should start ranking somewhere after 6 to 8 weeks from starting a new site, and that is kind of the safest, slowest way to do things, but still get the maximum effect from your rankings as quickly as possible. Okay, so here very quickly I just want to cover the section of creating a PDF document that you can submit to PDF sharing sites. This is something that generally we do as well, because the more link diversity, the more types of links that you have for your SEO, the more natural it's going to look. So quite simply, in Microsoft Word, you can get an article written for you, or you can write it yourself. It can be a one-page article, just have a title related to something that your niche is about, and at the bottom of the article, all you need to do is you need to put a hyperlink to your site. Once again, you can use some sort of anchor text related to URLs or a brand, so we just put the naked URL in there for that. Now in Microsoft Word, you can simply save it as a PDF. If you don't have this option, there is a plugin extension for Microsoft Office that allows you to publish as a PDF. If you Google it, it's very easy to find in case you don't have it, but typically it's already set up. So quite simply, all we do is we save it as a PDF, and then what we have is we have a PDF document that can very easily be shared on various sites. So what we'll have is we have a nice looking article right over here related to what we want to have, and we have a hyperlink inside that. Then what we want to go and do is we want to go and submit this PDF to various document sharing sites. For example, slideshare.net, box.net, screencast.com, 4shared, Calamio, docs.zo.com, and docs. These are all sites that accept PDF submissions. You go in there, you submit your PDF. You might have to create an account on most of these sites to be able to do that. It's very easy to do. And then once you have that, you will have a URL where you submitted your website to. So I'd end up with something like a URL like this, slideshare.net, where I submitted my PDF document. We can go and view that quickly. If you have a look at this URL, here is my PDF document embedded in the page, and on the page in the PDF document is a link to my site. Now what we can go and do, and what we will do, is all these various URLs that we created for the PDF sharing sites, what we're going to do is we're going to build links to it. And if you have access to something like GSA, Search Engine Ranker, or SENuke, and you know how to use them, you can use that. But otherwise, we're simply going to go over to Fiverr.com, and we are going to purchase some SENuke blasts to these URLs to give them more authority, and just to get them kind of showing up in the various analytics sites and have them having an effect on your total SEO. So we'll get to that in a second. So in this section of the video, just want to show you how to use Fiverr to be able to build tiered backlinks to the URLs that you've already built. Now, if you already have something like GSA, Search Engine Ranker, or you already have SENuke and you know how to use them, of course you can go ahead and use those. But for the purposes of this Marketing Inc. model, where we're just building sites, where we're doing client sites, that kind of thing, unless you're really doing it on a big scale and it makes sense for you to put in the time and effort to learn how to use these kind of tools, stay away from them and just kind of use Fiverr for the occasional blasts. There's other sources as well that you can use, but for now Fiverr is good enough. So simply what we do is we go to Fiverr, we type in something like a GSA over here, and there's over here like I can use GSA to build backlinks to your site. And then we have something else as well like SENuke. So for example, SENuke, Full Monty. Another thing that you can have here is, for example, if you search for Web 2.0 properties, you can do something like this, 30 high PR Web 2.0 links. Now remember, these are all links that are not going to be pointing to the money site. Never ever do we point Fiverr links at our money site. We use them to point at tier 1 or tier 2 of the backlinks that we've already built. So in this specific example, I've had our virtual assistant create a manual Web 2.0 properties. So there's 11 of those. He created them on some of the top Web 2.0 properties. So for example, Wikidot, Squidoo, LiveJournal, Webs.com, Weebly.com, these kind of sites. So they're all hand-built manual Web 2.0 properties. Now that I have the URL, and all of these are linking to our money site. So now that I have the URLs, what we need to do is we need to build backlinks to these links. So these are considered our tier 1 links, and to these we're going to point a variety of different backlinks. So what we could actually do is we could go ahead and we could go and build a series of Web 2.0 layers that are pointing to these. So for example, we could take these 30 high PR Web 2.0 links, we could point them all to those. Then when we get the report back from these URLs, and we'll have all the URLs of those 30 links that are pointing to our Web 2.0s, then what we can go and do is we can go and build, or we can go and use GSA to go and build to these Web 2.0 that we build. Essentially, so what we'll have is these links, which are our tier 1 links, then we'll have the Web 2.0 links over here, which will be our tier 2 links, and then GSA, which will be pointing to these tier 2 links, so GSA will be tier 3. And that will then create a very powerful link pyramid that doesn't build spammy links or low quality links directly to our money sites, but at the same time it creates a mass layer of link tiers that eventually create high quality or authoritative kind of tier 1 levels, like right over here with the Web 2.0s, that will serve to really boost the rankings and the authority of our money site. Now this is something that you want to do not just with the Web 2.0s, but pretty much with any manual links that you create. So this is something that you can do with your YouTube URLs, your PDF URLs that you created, your social media profiles that you created, social bookmarks, forum profiles that you created. And you can even do this with your private blog network links. So say for example that you have all the URLs that you created on your private blog networks. What you can go and do is you can go and build pyramid backlinks to those specific URLs. So you can go ahead and let's just say that these were our private blog network links. Then what you could go and do is you could go and build a layer of Web 2.0s pointing to those URLs, and another layer of GSA pointing to the Web 2.0, pointing to the private blog networks. And your private blog network links are already very powerful, but imagine if you build tiered linking to those private blog network links. That is how you really take on the very competitive niches in the industry. So that is, for example, your lawyer sites, your surgeon sites, things like that, where you're just building tiered backlinking to your very high quality sites, which gives them the maximum power, which will give you an edge over your competitors. In this video, we quickly want to show you how to set up a private blog network domain. So when you go out there and you buy expired domains, whether it be a PR0 or a PR7 or a PR6, whatever the case may be, and you have your domain, we're quickly going to show you how to set it up with WordPress. Now we do advise that if your blog network grows, and as it grows and as you start having 100 sites or more in your private blog network, that you start mixing up your CMS, your content management system. So that means we're talking about WordPress. So if you have a couple hundred sites, you don't want to have WordPress on all of them because it creates a footprint. So ideally you want to move towards having Joomla and Drupal and Ghost and other various kind of content management systems to even just reduce your footprint as much as possible. But for now, we're not going to worry about that. We're going to assume you're just having a private blog network of under 100 sites. So we're just going to show you how to set up WordPress. So once you've bought your expired domain and you put on your hosting, then what we're going to do is we're going to install a blank WordPress. So this is a expired domain that we're not going to use for any purposes because it is kind of spammy. If you look at the metrics, go shoe shop, any kind of domain that's typically outlet related, so any kind of products like shoes or fashion or handbags or watches, those kind of domains have often been spammed, and you don't really want to include them in your network unless they are really legitimate and they check out. But in this case it doesn't check out, so we're just using this for an example. So go shoeshop.com, we've installed WordPress on here, and the dashboard is just a blank WordPress dashboard. So what I've done here is I've just created a little checklist. This is the order that it is in on the Marketing Inc. in the guide. So we're going to follow the same order. So what we're going to do first is we're going to install a unique theme. So we go to Appearance and we go to Themes. We're not going to put in any premium themes because as your network grows and when you start having dozens and dozens of sites, you simply just can't keep buying premium themes. So one thing that we're going to do over here is we're just going to look for Add New Theme. And here simply if you click search, it's going to display dozens and dozens of themes that you want. So basically what you want is a simple WordPress theme where the content is able to be displayed in full on the home page, and you don't want anything fancy with massive sliders and that kind of thing. You just want something basic, you want something simple. So we're just going to have a look here and choose something. So for example, this could be a decent site. So let's install that. Very clean, very simple, minimalistic. And then we just click on Activate. The next thing on the checklist is we need to change the permalinks. So we go to settings and we go to permalinks over here, and that just basically means the format that the URL's in when you create posts. So simply just select post name, very easy, don't worry about the rest. That's done, we can close that. So we go back to the checklist, Google XML Sitemaps plugin. So we go to plugins and we click on add new. Now we're going to add a couple plugins. I'm going to do that right now. So let's search for Google XML Sitemaps. I do always like to choose this version, Google XML Sitemaps version 3 for Q Translate. We click on install now, click on OK. We click on activate, and that one's done. Now we go here and we select the Link Juice Keeper plugin. Now in general, I don't believe that the Link Juice Keeper plugin is, oh it is, okay. So simply just look for Link Juice Keeper and click on install. Now Link Juice Keeper, basically what it does is it redirects all backlinks that are pointing to URLs that were created in the past that no longer exist. It directs it back to the home page. So for example, if there was a whole lot of pages on the site when it was registered in the past, so for example GoShoeShop.com/Jimmy Choo. Jimmy Choo no longer exists, but say that Jimmy Choo page had a lot of backlinks pointing to it. Now those backlinks are still pointing to the page, but the page no longer exists. So what this plugin does is it will take all those links and all the authority from that link, from those links pointing to Jimmy Choo, and redirect it through to the home page. So you just get advantages and benefits from all the links pointing to all the previous pages in the past. That's very important. So we activate that, that's been done. Now what we have here as well, the BotGuard plugin. This was coded up by Daryl Rosser. He's a good friend of ours and he's always active on our forums, and just in general a great guy. He coded up this plugin for free. It basically blocks all the major analytics sites like Majestic SEO, Ahrefs, and whatever kind of bots you want to put in there. It blocks those so that your private blog networks do not appear in those analytics sites, and your competitors and other people cannot easily go and look at your money sites to see which links you have, and then that way reveal your network site. So this plugin just really helps to keep your private blog network private and secure and out of the prying eyes of competitors and people who want to take down your site. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to upload it. There is a download link to it in the download section within Marketing Inc. And once we've uploaded that, we simply click on activate plugin. Now in order to test if this is working, right, what we do is we go to a site called botsversusbrowsers.com, and here you can actually simulate bots like Majestic SEO, whatever other bots you want, to crawl your site and see what is displayed. So for example, let's go to user agent test track, and here you would need to put the bot name of whatever the bot is, and here you put in your site. So for example, we're going to put in GoShoeShop.com. We're going to simulate this. What we're going to do, for example, is we're going to put in the Majestic SEO bot, which is MJ12 bot, and we click on send request. We just have to fill out the captcha over here, which is 9V10C1. Click on submit there. Oh, I typed that wrong. H7AB, and we click on submit. Now you can see over here 404 not found, so this is basically blocking the bot. Now to show you what happens, just for interest's sake, so if I deactivate this plugin, have a look what's going to happen now. So this plugin is deactivated, and if we go back over here now and we click on send request again, and we type in the captcha, see, now you can see this, the bot, the Majestic SEO bot, is just simply crawling our site. It can see all the links, it can see the pages, it can see everything. But we go back and we go and activate it again, and it's just going to block it. So it's very important that you have this on all your private blog network domains. Now let's go back to the checklist. The next one plugin to install is the all-in-one SEO pack. Now there's two different versions for SEO kind of plugins. There's the Yoast WordPress SEO, also a very good plugin. I simply just prefer the all-in-one SEO, so all-in-one SEO pack, and we simply click on install there. And in there you would go and you would set your meta tags and your titles and your descriptions for the site that it's about. So let's say, for example, we're going to rebrand the site to indeed a shoe kind of site, and we're going to rank for whatever, hiking shoes or basketball shoes or athlete shoes, sports shoes, running shoes, doesn't really matter. We're going to set this up as a private blog network site for shoes. So then we could go and set up all-in-one SEO just to be about shoes and make the site legitimately about shoes. So we just go into the plugin settings over here, and you just create a home title and a home description. So you'd create something like GoShoeShop.com, your source for the best running and athletic shoes. And then you'd create a home description, you'd enter your home keywords, and then you'd update that to whatever the site is about. Now let's have a look. We've done that. Now what we need to do is we need to create some essential pages to make the site look like a bit of a legitimate site. So firstly, let's just refresh. This was the standard WordPress theme, so we've already installed the theme. Now the site is looking like this. It's looking a bit better, but there's still a long way to go to make it look like a real site. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go and add some pages, right? Just think of it in the sense that any legitimate site would have an about page, kind of a privacy page, a contact page, those kind of things. So we're going to create an about page. We are going to create a privacy policy page. We don't need to write page. And we are going to create a contact page. Now for the about page, we generally just like to write something about the site, so we'll just write maybe 200 or 300 words. So basically on this about page, you try and turn it into a bit of a legitimate page. You try to have 200 or 300 words, maybe add an image or two, maybe create a fake persona or fake person and be like, hello, my name is Steve and I run Go Shoe Shop, something like that. Try and make the page real. So we're just showing this for demonstration purposes. Obviously we try and make it look a bit more legitimate, a bit better. So what we're going to do here, privacy policy, we're going to go to this website here, serprank.com, privacy policy generator. Basically there's a lot of these. If you want to use another one, just go to Google and type in privacy policy generator. Quite simply what it does is it generates a privacy policy you can put on your site. So we're just going to put that in over here, GoShoeShop.com, and we just make it admin at GoShoeShop.com. And here you can select various terms and disclaimers, what you're using. For example, if you're using AdSense, and then basically it just creates a unique privacy policy that you can go ahead and you can use on your websites for your private blog network. So we'll just copy paste that over there and we'll publish it. Done. Now what we're going to go and do is the contact page. So for the contact page, what we want to do is we want to install another plugin. We want to install the Contact Form 7. So Contact Form 7. This is basically just a plugin that allows you to add a mailing form on your site. So we're just going to install that. And then quite simply, we're going to go here to the contact form, the plugin we just installed. This is the short code. We're going to copy that. And on this page, we'd just write something unique. We'd write something like hello. And then we'd go and publish that. So now if we go back to the site, what we have is we have a site that's already starting to take some shape. So we've got a nice about page. We've got a contact page, we've got a privacy policy page. What we need to do is we just need to get rid of the sample page. We need to get rid of some of the stuff in the sidebar. So let's just have a look quickly. This is the privacy policy, that's done. We're going to close that. This is the contact page. We're going to close that. Contact form is done. We're going to close that. Right, so going through the checklist again, contact page, privacy policy page. Home page. One important thing that we want to check is if the home page does indeed display full content. So that's something that you'll be able to see once you post an article on the home page. So basically with some themes, what it will do is it will only show an excerpt. It will only show maybe 50 words or 100 words of each post on the home page, and we can't have that. We need to have the entire post showing because you want the link within your content to be present on the home page, because the home page often has all the authority and the links. So that is very important. That's something we'll cover in a second. What we want to do as well is the sidebar image and a paragraph of text. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to widgets, appearance widgets. And basically we want to get rid of all this basic stuff. So categories, archives, all of that. We don't want that. And here I suggest we just mix it up a little bit. So for example, on some sites you'll leave the search thing, on some sites you'll leave the recent post. That's all not too bad because it would generally look natural. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add a text thing, and over here we're going to write a small paragraph. You can write a paragraph or 2 paragraphs about the site. So you'd type up a paragraph or 2 right over here. You can use HTML code, so break would just be a break. And then if you wanted to, you could insert an image manually, so you'd do something like image src equals, and the alt text would be something like shoes related to your niche, of course. Put that in inverted commas. So let's just get an image here about shoes. If you wanted to upload the image to your site, you would go to Media, Add New, and you just upload it from your computer. Then you click on Edit, and here you'd be able to get the URL of the image. So that's right over here. You can copy that, and you can simply paste that in over here, and you click on Save. Now we've done the sidebar image. Another thing we'd like to do is remove the links from the footer if at all possible. So you can see over here it has a link here, independent publisher, and it has a link to WordPress. So often one of the easiest ways to do this, if there are no standard options to edit the theme, is we simply go to Themes and Editor, and over here we go to footer.php, and typically in a lot of cases you'll easily be able to edit that. If it's uneditable, it's not the end of the world. You can just leave it there if you can't find it so easily. Right over here it seems pretty easy to find, so I think we're just going to remove this PHP section. We're going to click on Update, and we're just going to refresh this to see if it indeed disappeared. Yeah, so you can see the footer over here is gone. You can see over here the sidebar is nice, related to shoes. We've got an image over here. If you wanted to, you could indeed add more content here on the side. We've got our different pages. And then right now what we still need to do is we need to just remove the sample page. We need to remove this post. So let's go ahead and do that. So we click on Posts and we click on Pages. And Posts, we simply remove this one, trash it, hello world. It's a default kind of post. And the sample page, we trash that because it's the default kind of page as well when you install a brand WordPress. So now let's refresh this quickly. And here we go. We've got our skeleton ready for a post to be published. So let's go ahead and quickly add a new post. And just for illustration purposes, I'm just going to copy a post here from Qzx900 articles. This is obviously not something that we would do in terms of content, but I just want to illustrate to you how the article would appear on the home page. So obviously we're not going to copy this because that would be duplicate content. We're not going to use that for our private blog network. We'd either want content handwritten, or we can use Word AI to spin content, which we will show you in a second. So let's just publish this, and then we can show you what's going to happen here on the home page. So let's just refresh this. And as you add your content on the home pages, so this is perfect. It shows the entire post here on the home page with the whole header and the entire content. And if you had your link somewhere here and you had your images and your content, it would be here. And then it could actually look like a legitimate site because you're creating a site about shoes. You've got all this information in the sidebar. You've got an about page, contact page, privacy policy. You've got the right plugins. You've got content, unique written content that's relevant to the sites that you're linking out to. And in general, if anyone were to land on this and you would make it look like a real site, it actually looks like it could be a real site. I mean, it's related to the URL, that kind of thing. So this site could theoretically pass a manual review if you build it up in that way. And that's kind of what you want to achieve. That's kind of what you want to work towards with your private blog networks, that the sites look real enough that they could actually be real sites. And that should there ever be a manual review, or should something ever occur, like people start looking into your links, that it's not super obvious that you're actually using private blog networks, or that you're using some sort of trick to kind of game the system, if we'll call it that. We want it to be as legitimate and as natural looking as possible. And by following this process, that is what you can achieve. Now, when it comes to using content for your private blog networks, ideally what you want is you want to have handwritten content that's 100% unique and related to your niche. But if you're having dozens and dozens and dozens of private blog network sites, and you're kind of willing to take a risk with it, what you can do is you can go and rewrite content from the web by spinning it in such a way that it's 100% unique, it passes Copyscape, but it just saves you a lot of time firstly, and it saves you a lot of money, because if you're having to outsource hundreds of articles for $2 or $3, $4 per article, it definitely adds up in terms of cost. However, if you are doing this for clients and you're linking to client sites, I would highly recommend outsourcing the content and having it handwritten. If you're kind of building your own rank and rent sites, if you're building your own affiliate sites and you don't care too much if the site could potentially eventually get penalized due to duplicate content or unnatural link building or that kind of thing, then you can kind of take a risk. And for example, if you're building an affiliate site and you don't mind if it only ranks for a couple months and then potentially it could drop, maybe it won't, maybe it will never get penalized for unnatural link building, but there is a risk always when using spun content, even if it is highly unique. So in general, when you have valued clients, when you're doing link building for your clients, for other people, you want to use handwritten content. Now, in case you want to go the affiliate kind of route and you don't mind if your site could get penalized potentially because of the unnatural links and the spun content, what you can do is the following. You can go to wordai.com, it costs $50 a month, and this is basically one of the best rewriters kind of programs or services that I know of. You could also use something like Spin Rewriter. There's probably a few new ones coming out, but WordAI is one of the better ones that we've used personally. So then you could go and use content from any source that you want, whether it be Wikipedia, whether it be something else. You can go to ezinearticles.com and let's, for example, look up an article about tennis shoes. Then what we could go and do is we could go and open an article, like for example about tennis shoes. So what we do is we'd go here, we log into WordAI, we'd go to the standard spinner, type in the article, or just copy paste here. Get rid of that article source link, and what we do is we change the quality to extremely unique and we click on spin now, and this typically takes a minute or two to create the article. And then what we do in the meantime, you can see over here we're spinning the article. What we can do in the meantime is Copyscape is a website that checks an amount of text, whatever you paste in there, if there are duplicates on the web, and it can very quickly, in a matter of moments, just check that content and it returns sources if it's found elsewhere on the web. So what you want to do is simply, after you've rewritten the content in WordAI, you just want to check how unique it really is. If there's hundreds or dozens of duplicates of that content, you don't want to use it on your private blog networks. But if it's unique enough, which typically it is, that it won't return any duplicates, then it is relatively safe to use this kind of spun content on your private blog networks. And again, if you are using this your private blog networks for clients, we wouldn't recommend following this route. We would recommend handwritten 100% unique content. But if you're willing to take a bit of a risk and you don't mind if there could eventually be a penalty due to this spinning, then you could go ahead and do that. So it gives you the syntax version, very cool by the way, if you would ever want to use that for any kind of SEO tools. But it also gives you a highly unique spun version of the actual article. So we're going to scroll down here, and there we go. We copy that and we put that into Copyscape. And you can actually see that there were absolutely no results found for the text you pasted. So that is great news, because it means that Copyscape, which is supposedly one of the best duplicate content checkers available, is not able to find a duplicate for our article, which means that if Copyscape can't find it, it's unlikely that Google is going to find it, and thus it is relatively safe. Note how I say relatively, because nothing is ever safe, especially when doing anything related to spun content or automated tools. But if you have a large network and you require a lot of content, then this is one of the most efficient, cheapest, easiest ways to do, because you could hire a virtual assistant who could go and do this all day long, could create articles at a much faster and cheaper rate than you could ever outsource it for, and could go and post to your blog network all day long. So that's just a little trick that you have the possibility of using, but again, use it at your own risk. We would not recommend doing this for clients, or even for any affiliate sites that you're serious about, or authority sites. It's nice to test with, it's nice to take a risk with, but use it at your own risk. What we do over here, we simply just log into cPanel. We go to subdomains, and the cPanel is loading a bit slowly. But anyway, here we're gonna create a kind of a subdomain. So we're just gonna give it a name, and it's gonna be whatever.solarpanels.com. So let's just be creative and think of something. Let's type in first.solarpanels.com. The document root, this is kind of where it's going to get its information from, where we're going to copy the information across. So we're going to click on create. For some reason the cPanel is incredibly slow today. Okay, so we're going to go back. Then what we're going to do is we're going to need to install a new WordPress, or what you can do is you can simply just copy the content across. Now please keep in mind there's probably a much easier way to do this. I'm not too good with the technical stuff, so I just figured this out on my own kind of. If you do find a better way, or you do know a better way to do it, please teach me and don't criticize me for my very amateurish ways of copying the site across. Now what we're going to do is we're simply going to go to the file manager. So this is the solar panel kind of directory for the site that is installed there. So let's just open it up quickly. Okay, so this is basically the site. It's not a very big site. It's got a couple of pages. And when it was ranking, I actually put this little ad up here, rent the site. But now that it's not ranking anymore, that it's kind of irrelevant until we do the subdomain redirect. So we're just going to log in, if I can remember my login details. So we just log into here to the back end. Okay, so we're here in the cPanel. We're in the document root of the domain of Solar Panels Canada, and these are all my files, so my WordPress, WP content, things like that. So what you can do is you can simply just copy that across, but then you have to create a new SQL database. Like I said, I'm not too good with this technical stuff, so this is kind of my way, and it does seem to work. It might be a bit of a long way around, but let's just do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just simply going to select all of this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy it across to the subdomain which we created, which is called first. So we copy it across. Now that copies across the basic theme, the WordPress, the files, the site, the content, all of that stuff. But now what you got to look at is it's using the same database as the first one. So we're just going to go to WP config. We click on edit. This kind of shows you which database it's working. So it's using the database name Solar Panels W1, blah blah blah. So this shows you the database name, database user, database password. So when we go back to here, we can just download the SQL database. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to phpMyAdmin, and over here you're able to import and export your databases. So this is the database that it's connected to. You want to just click on that, you want to load it, you want to click on export, and it's just going to export the whole kind of thing. So we just click on go, it's going to download it. Then what we want to do right over here is we want to go to MySQL databases, and we want to create a new database. So we'll call it WP2, and we click on create database. So that's been created. This is for the subdomain that we're going to be doing. We create a new username, SQL user. So WP2, we just create a password for it. So we click on create user right over here. We go back. Then we click over here, add user to database. So we add WP2 to WP2 that we just created. We give them all privileges and we click on make changes. So now that we have that, what we want to do is we want to go back to phpMyAdmin. We want to refresh that. And you can see over here now we've got the newly created database, but it has nothing inside. So we're going to import the database that we just exported from the first one. So we're going to click on here, browse, and then we click on go. We just upload that SQL file. So the import has been successfully finished. So now what we need to do, what you need to keep in mind, is that the database is exactly the same. So you actually need to change some things, like over here you need to change your URL. You need to run through this. You can just set it to show, for example, 100 start rows. Doesn't matter, you can just set it to show that. No, that doesn't work. Anyway, what we need to do here is we just need to edit everything where it has the current URL and just change it to your subdomain. So we've changed it to first.solarpanels.com. You can just copy that. So this will be the current homepage, and for the rest it'll keep the settings the same. So you just kind of got to go through this and see anywhere here the homepage. Got to change that to the subdomain. Just run through these lines. It's pretty easy to do. It says here the upload path. That's fine. That can stay the same. This is everything. This is updated. So now what we need to do is we need to go back. We need to go to first over here, and this WP config, this is now what you need to edit to change to the new database as well. So we're going to click on edit. I think it's still got it open anyway. And this we just changed to the new database, the new user, and the new password. So now we can just check this again to see if it's working. So yeah, now this one is pointing to the second database that we've got over here in first. So the solar panels is working. Now all we need to do is we need to add the redirect. You can still log into the subdomain with the same login details as well. Okay, so what you do very simply to do the redirect is you go in the cPanel, you just click on redirect over here. We're going to redirect solarpanelscanada.com, and we're going to redirect it to the subdomain, and we're going to click on add. And right now that should have set up the redirect. So basically when we go to Solar Panels Canada, let's do this, solarpanelscanada.com, it should just redirect to right over here to the subdomain that we have over here.
So, welcome to the webinar module for Marketing Inc. This is our first ever addition to the course since launch, and I'm excited to put it together. As you can hopefully see, this is not just a static product, so we're adding modules and information and answers to the forum as time goes on. We really want to improve this and keep making it better. Before I get into the actual module, I just want to thank you for purchasing the course. I genuinely, truly hope you've been getting a lot out of it. It has took us months to put together, and it's great to see people taking action and getting results, especially in the forums. Some of you guys are just killing it, and that's awesome. I love seeing that, so thank you for what you're doing, and I hope you've enjoyed what we've put together so far. In this video, we're going to cover three main things pertaining to webinars. So first of all, how to put a webinar together. I'm also going to show you the three huge mistakes myself and Diggy made so you don't repeat them, and the actual recording and preparation required to put this webinar together, the webinar that we did previously. So why should you care about doing webinars? Well, they may just be the best way to sell something right now. And I know that sounds a little bit hypey, but I was just blown away by what we were able to do with ours. What totally shocked us is that our live webinar didn't actually sell very well. We did about 50 sales. Now for some of you that's probably nice. But when you consider we had almost 1,000 people on the webinar for the entire duration of the webinar, so that was well over an hour, 50 sales is pretty abysmal out of 1,000 people, especially when I've been hearing over and over again you can get a 20 to 30% conversion rate for a webinar. I was recording it live, seeing all of these people live there, and I'm thinking, man, we're going to do like 300 sales today, and that just did not happen. Then we realized we were supposed to do something after the webinar, and when we did that thing, it quadrupled our sales. So I'm going to talk about what that was later on in this video. Now, just before our webinar, which was our first one ever, by the way, for me, I started freaking out. I could just not figure out how to bypass the GoToWebinar registration form. So what we did, we used GoToWebinar to run our webinar live. And when you sign up through them, it's really ugly. Like, you can't just embed their form on your website in a nice design. You've got to send someone over to GoToWebinar and hope they register and come back and so on. So what you want to do, the ideal thing is that you have your own website, this really pretty page. You tell people what they're going to get in the webinar, what they're going to learn, marketing secrets for their industry, whatever it is. And then you have a nice attractive opt-in form which asks for their name and email address. And then you want them to be automatically hooked up to watching the rest of the webinar. Unfortunately, that is a very difficult process these days unless you pay a lot of money for some software. And it was really driving me crazy. Then I came across a life-saving program. That should say life, not live. Zapier. So that's Zapier.com. It's about $9 a month, but free for 2 weeks. So just before you're going to start your webinar, go get this program, use the free trial. If you don't do another one again, it's fine. You don't have to pay any money. You can use it for free without putting in your credit card or anything like that. And what this does is this. It takes someone from Aweber, it goes through Zapier, and then Zapier sends them to GoToWebinar. So the end user just goes to your website, they see this beautiful page, they see your opt-in form, and then they opt in, and what happens is you tell Zapier in the back end, it does all of this automatically, to take the information from this guy who came in through Aweber or whatever other email marketing service you use, like MailChimp and Infusionsoft and so on. You send them, like that's it. They just go and put in that email and they get told when the webinar is, and that is it. However, on the back end, Zapier takes that information, gives it to GoToWebinar, and then GoToWebinar can send them reminders like the webinar starts in 1 week, in 1 day, in 1 hour, and so on, which it does very well. Now, if you're just starting out, then honestly what I've suggested is not a cheap process. We maxed out on the maximum GoToWebinar. It's about $599 per month to have 1,000 people live on your call. And if you're not sure you're going to sell anything, for some of you that may seem a little expensive. So if you do have the budget, I would recommend going with GoToWebinar. They have a very nice setup. People can do Q&A and stuff like that at the end. However, you can totally do this for free as well if you want to, with Google Hangouts and manual emails. So one of the nice things about GoToWebinar is not only their platform, you know, for delivering the actual webinar to 1,000 people live, but they send the emails for you. So they tell people who subscribe, they say it's going to be live in a week, in 1 day, in 1 hour, and they send all that automatically. If you're willing to just send those emails manually, which isn't really that much of a laborious process, you know, it's just a 5-10 minute job really, as long as you remember the dates, then you can do that yourself. And you can also use Google Hangouts. So what Google Hangouts allows you to do is to share your screen. So you can put just a simple PowerPoint presentation together, just like I'm doing now, and then you share that via Google Hangouts and you send everyone to your Hangout link, and that is basically your webinar. The only downside of it, the reason I didn't go with Google Hangouts, well first of all, I was doing a webinar for the first time, so I just wanted to make sure everything went well with some software that was, you know, I could trust, and I could call them for support and so on if it did have any issues. But generally, most people I know, Pat Flynn, John Lee Dumas, a lot of well-known internet marketers, they're all using Google Hangouts. That's totally fine, and it's totally free. The only downside to me was the lag. There's a very noticeable lag of about 20 to 30 seconds. So if you kind of ask for a question and wait for some feedback, you're going to be waiting a while because people are going to be catching up to what you're saying. But besides that, again, if you want to go the solid, quite pricey route, then Aweber, Zapier, GoToWebinar works well, but you can definitely do this for free
collect emails manually, send those emails yourself with letting people know when the webinar starts, and then link them up to Google Hangouts. And Google Hangouts, by the way, I didn't mention this earlier, it is a service available through Google+. So when should you do your webinar? Well, pretty much everyone uses 2 p.m. EST time, so that's what we went with. Feel free to experiment with different time frames. Now, I don't know why this works. As far as I know, everyone should be working, especially in America, which is probably where your main audience is going to be. If that is not where your main audience is going to be, try and put it so it's 2 p.m. in the middle of their day. So if you're just marketing to people in Holland or France or whatever it may be, do your webinar at 2 p.m. at their time. Now, I don't know why this works. Everyone should be working, but apparently that's what works well. We did do another webinar later in the day that did not do as well. So people are kind of happy to skip their lunch or whatever it is at work, especially people who work in offices, and happily watch the webinar that you put out. The typical structure for a webinar is pretty simple. 40 to 50 minutes of value and 10 to 20 minutes of pitch. I've also heard a rule that states the higher your price point, the longer the webinar. If you're using a webinar to pitch something very cheap, which I don't really recommend, then you could reduce this time frame. So 40 to 50 minutes of value, 10 to 20 minutes of pitch. I think ours is about 40 minutes of value and 15 minutes of pitch or something like that. You can stretch those boundaries a little bit. And just to show you the power of webinars, we've kind of covered NPE before, so I'm going to go back to them. In earlier videos in Marketing Inc., they had a webinar going live in May. I think it was called something like Real Marketing Ain't Cheesy, and so they had that webinar, and now they're doing another one the next month. Power through defining and declaring your personal and professional goals and objectives. So webinar is just so crucial to their business that they're running one every month. Why are they running it? Why would they take the time? You see there they have 3 slots available. Why would they take the time out to be running webinars? Well, it works. It converts. People get to hear from you live and they feel a really solid connection with you. So it's obviously a crucial aspect of their business because they're doing it every single month. A good friend of mine, Pat Flynn, he just launched his new product. This is literally a week ago from when I'm recording this video. And how is he launching it? Well, you can see on the right hand side there, he's going to be doing a live demo of how it works. He did the live demo on a webinar, and as he told me personally, I don't know if he's announced this to the world yet, but as he told me personally, he sold out in about 18 hours. Everything he had available, over 250 copies of his software that are available, he sold all of them out running through a live webinar. Another example here, New York Times best-selling author Ramit Sethi, hope I said that correctly. What does he run very regularly? He runs webinars, how to start the right business for you. So everyone knows it is a smart way to convert whatever it is that you're selling. And just one example, I was kind of procrastinating today. I saw this on Facebook. Literally the day I'm making this video, I see a friend of mine, Jill and Josh Stanton from Screw the 9 to 5. What are they doing to promote their business and what they have to offer? They're doing a free live training via webinar. So what do you talk about on your webinar? Well, the value can simply be marketing lessons that can help someone's business. Feel free to steal any concept or idea from Marketing Inc. and use that in your webinar. Stuff about building email lists, how to get backlinks, and so on. Teach them about lead magnets. Teach them about tools to find their competitors' backlinks. Teach them about successful companies in their industry and what they're doing differently. Anything, just make sure it pertains to that one specific industry that you've decided to target with Marketing Inc. A good friend of mine, Rob, he's actually doing this for CrossFit gym owners. So NPE are kind of focused on the fitness professional. He's really niched down and he's focused on people who own their own CrossFit gym. So when he does a webinar or he sends an email or gives away a free guide or anything like that, all of his value is about how CrossFit owners can improve their business. This is where your research from earlier modules comes in very handy. And again, anything that any kind of value we've talked about in Marketing Inc. in the product, feel free to steal that. I'm giving you permission. Don't go and sell it as don't go and sell our product or anything like that. But any of the concepts you liked and got value out of that, feel free to share those ideas on your webinar as well. Just give value to your audience. That's the most important thing. So I told you earlier we made 3 very big mistakes. The first one was recording through a proxy. Now, fortunately, we did not do this on the big webinar, but I did 2 webinars. One was a week later, and the whole webinar, everyone's telling me, man, the sound's bad, it's dropping out, what is going on? And I just couldn't work it out. My internet connection was normal, you know, I was recording at the same time of day, so there shouldn't have been like tons of people online in Asia or anything like that. And it just didn't make sense to me. And what I realized at the end of the webinar was that I had a proxy running the whole time. So I was basically sending all my internet traffic to Zurich in Switzerland, I believe. Yes, I hope that's right, or I'm going to sound very stupid. I sent all of my internet traffic to Zurich and then like back to me, and then I was broadcasting out to the web. So I just basically, how do you say, what is the opposite of quadrupled if you divide something by 4? I'm not sure, but whatever that word is, I did that. Basically cut my internet traffic in quarters, and then I was trying to broadcast the webinar. So it was really cutting out, jumpy, people couldn't hear me and all that kind of thing. And this is simply because I do so much SEO testing and experiments in different industries. I want to go to Google and see how they rank things for different countries. If you do anything like that, if you use a proxy for anything, make sure that is turned off. That was a stupid mistake on our part, and it probably cost us a lot of sales. Just one little thing could mean a big difference. Mistake number 2, now this was Diggy's fault, this was not mine, I'm not taking any blame for this. Letting some random person talk on the podcast. So what happens is on GoToWebinar you can see all of the people who are currently listening to you. What happened was we wanted to kind of introduce ourselves before the show and chat with everyone before the started live time. You know, some people will turn up early, so you can just greet them, ask them how they're going, thank them for turning up. And what we did, or what Diggy did rather, again, I'm not taking blame for this, is that Diggy wanted to give me microphone access, so he scrolled down the list to find Glenn, and he gave him microphone access, and it turns out that wasn't me. So throughout the whole podcast, there's someone like coughing, like eating cereal, and we just don't know what's going on. Like I even thought my internet had been hacked or something like that. Everyone was complaining, bitching, telling us, you know, what's going on with your technical issues. And then we found out, like Diggy had enabled some random guy called Glenn, just coincidence, that he was listening to our webinar, and he was just like eating cereal and talking with his buddies throughout the webinar, not knowing he's broadcasting to like hundreds of people, and of course us not knowing as well. Thankfully we fixed that halfway through the webinar, unlike realizing my proxy mistake right at the end of the webinar, but still quite a bit of damage was done there. And mistake number 3 was not knowing what we were supposed to be doing after the webinar. Like I said earlier, we got about 50 sales, which was nice, but it was nowhere near what we had been told to expect the kind of conversion rate webinars should be getting. So what we discovered was that the Q&A at the end of the webinar is the most valuable aspect of it. Absolutely no question about this. So you have to take all of these kind of questions you're getting, and you must do a follow-up video in the coming 24 hours to address the biggest questions you had. Then you will make big money. So our 2 biggest questions at the end of the webinar, both webinars, my webinar, Diggy's webinar, and my webinar again, were, can I do this part-time? Look, we had maybe pitched it a little bit too much, like this is a new full-time job and building a company, and of course a lot of people have jobs already, they don't have a lot of time, so they want to know, can they do this part-time? And how do I do the SEO? So they see something like the rank and rent model, they see that it has a lot of potential, but they don't actually know how they would be able to do that. So what we did, and this was crucial, 24 hours after the webinar, I came out with a video showing how to do SEO, very, very basic, very simple stuff. 24 hours of that, after that, I came out with a video, can I do this part-time, and showing people how to do it in their spare time. That quadrupled our sales, and we did the biggest launch we've ever done in our lives. If we had not done these follow-up videos, that would not have happened. So you have to find what people are asking you, the kind of problems they have, the kind of pain points where they, you know, people actually enjoy shopping, and I'm sure a lot of them would appreciate your value and they want to give you money. They just want to make sure that this is for them, that they can actually use the value that you have to offer. The aim is to give them just enough information to provide value, but something has to be slightly missing from the equation, and what is missing is the information they're going to get from your product, whatever it is that you're selling. So technically, putting all this together is all fairly simple process. I personally use PowerPoint to make all of my webinars. There's no reason you can't use Keynote from Mac or anything else. After all that happens when you start a webinar is that you're simply sharing a recording of your screen. They're just simply seeing your screen live. Just like I'm recording this video now, I'm just clicking back and forward on my keypad on my Mac, and I'm changing through slides, and that's exactly what someone's going to see on the webinar. Since I'm a terrible speaker, so I'm someone I can't really talk about anything very easily, I'm not good on podcasts or anything like that, I kind of have to have a lot of notes when I'm talking about something. There is no way I could do a webinar without multiple monitors.
If you don't have multiple monitors and you want to do a webinar, I would borrow one from a friend or pick one up secondhand. Even if you're good at talking, it's just good to have. Just see this as a business investment if you do have to pick one up. I've only moved to 2 monitors a little over a year ago, and I really regret that I didn't do it much sooner in my business life. The improvement on your productivity is immense. So why do I need more than one screen? Notes. You can remember exactly what you want to say. So this is what I see. As I'm recording this video for you live right now, this is what I see. I don't see that screen that you see. Well, actually I do. On one screen I see the nice clean video presentation, and on another screen I see this thing where I have the slide that I'm talking about, which this was the last slide. So since I'm a terrible speaker, and then I talked about, you know, having to move to 2 monitors a little over a year ago, you can hopefully see that. Sorry, I just have room service. Okay, so that totally put me off track, but I'm gonna keep that in the video. But as you can see, the notes at the bottom there are kind of giving me more information on what to read. Now, I'm not always reading them. Sometimes I'm saying something off the cuff, which I am right now. I didn't write any of this current speech down. But just to remember key concepts that you want to cover, it's good to have that in PowerPoint or Keynote as you're doing the webinar or as you're making videos, whatever it is, just so you don't mess up. And especially, you know, maybe it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, I guess, doing a webinar when you know there's 1,000 people listening to you and you don't want to forget something important. So just having those notes there allows you to gives you a little bit more structure, and you don't have to worry about forgetting things. You can just read it off your screen. And the most important part about all of this is to have fun and enjoy the process. The rest, and by rest I mean sales and great feedback and people, you know, trusting your authority, generally takes care of yourself if you enjoy the process and just make sure you're giving some kind of value. So again, putting together a webinar may just be the most powerful thing you can do to get sales for your business. This was the first one. Last month, it was the first one I've done in my life. I did one for someone else, but I was just training. I wasn't selling anything or anything like that. Last month just worked ridiculously well for us. We made a mistake, so our follow-up 2 webinars were pretty terrible. Because we had someone else talking on the line and I'm running through a proxy, so I'm cutting out my voice all the time. But the first one, the one that went smoothly, 1 out of 3, thankfully it was the first one, where we had more people on the call, went very well. So it's just about providing value. Again, you can use any of the concepts we talked about, Marketing Inc., and just skew it, so twist the idea, apply it to someone else's industry, and give them value to that niche, and then sell whatever it is you want to sell. Your own services, you offering them coaching, you offering them a product, so a digital product online to a membership site, anything like that. Enjoy the process. Go put together your first webinar, and I want to see the first success story in the forums. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video.